Chapter 18. If there was one thing Harry had not been prepared for when planning his stay in Canada, it was the cold he would have to endure. Even having been here for 6 months now, it was something he'd not gotten used to. As such, his first priority had been ensuring the accommodation of the werewolves was suitable and warm enough that they would be comfortable here. That alone had taken close to a month to achieve. He'd spent days insulating houses and teaching others who wished to learn how to do so and how to light safe fires to heat the homes. The time investment was not something he'd anticipated, but the housing needs had been only the first of several setbacks. Fortunately, the acquisition of the land had not been problematic, but erecting the required greenhouses and preparing the farming areas was an ongoing struggle. With so few of the werewolves capable of using magic, progress was slow. Only 3 of the initial 25 greenhouses were completely built and in use, and the others were barely empty shells, still requiring considerable work. And yet, this was not the most pressing of Harry's problems. Harry didn't expect working with werewolves would be the easiest of undertakings. He knew that for at least a week out of the month, they would be able to do little, but the problems of dealing with a pack went beyond the drawbacks of the disease they lived with. What became clear to Harry quickly was that, although he was the most unpleasant of people, Greyback was the glue that held the group together. Without a strong alpha, the disagreements amongst the werewolves were plentiful, and quite the rift had formed, and the pack had all but split up into 3 different groups. 2 of them were grateful for what Harry was doing for them, but the third was proving to be resistant. There were those among the latter who had been content living as Greyback intended and did not like the idea of working the farm. Arguments had ensued, and though violence had not erupted, the atmosphere was undeniably tense. Harry hoped that, when the building was complete, they would come around, but there were those he certainly had his doubts about. What he would do about them, he didn't know, but he would not allow them to spoil the opportunity for the others who were willing and pleased to have been given such an opportunity. "Come in," he called as a knock sounded at the door to his cabin. "Hello, Harry. I brought you some breakfast." "Thank you, Hannah," Harry replied gratefully. "How are the plants?" Hannah had been only 6 when she was bitten and taken by Greyback from her home in Krakow and had been a part of the pack since. She was one of the werewolves who was keen to learn a skill, and Harry had put the young woman in charge of one of the greenhouses, which was being used to grow ingredients for potions. Hannah was one of the werewolves with magic, but she'd never had her own wand until Harry had taken her to purchase one. Although she was still struggling to use it, she was practicing every day and learning quickly. "We have some saplings of dittany, mandrakes, and venomous tentacula," she revealed. "From what I have read, most of the plants won't show growth for several weeks yet." Harry nodded. "Good work," he praised. "What of the fields?" It had taken days to turn over the first layers of soil to begin growing crops, and much of the work had been done by hand through a combined effort of the pack. If the crops were successful, there would be ample to feed to the pack and have surplus left over to sell. "The vegetables are coming in, and the wheat too," Hannah answered. "That's something, I suppose," Harry murmured. "This is all going to take a while, isn't it?" Hannah nodded. "Well, when we get the other greenhouses functioning and the livestock, it will feel more positive. I bet even the rest of the pack will more willing to help when they see the results of what we're doing." "I hope so," Harry replied. "They will, you'll see," Hannah said encouragingly. "Anyway, I'd best get back to it. I'll be seeing you, Harry." He ignored the flushing of her cheeks, and she took her leave of the cabin. Harry appreciated her hard work and dedication, but the same could not be said for many others. Those that had supported Greyback so ardently would continue to be a problem, and it was only a matter of time before tempers flared and Harry would be forced to act. He'd given all the werewolves here a second chance, but his patience was not limitless. If they didn't want to accept his help, then he couldn't force them, but he wouldn't allow the negativity to affect those who wanted a life free from violence and persecution. Harry had hoped the others would come around, and still did, But he knew there were those that never would, and the resistance would continue until he did something about it. It was moments like these that he longed for home. He missed the serenity of his house, and he missed teaching at Hogwarts. He even missed Amelia, who he wrote to regularly, but he'd not seen the woman for months now. She often checked in with the elves to ensure everything was going well, and even with the hippogriffs, who seemed to prefer her company to Harry's. Still, he knew what he was doing here was a good thing, despite the stress and adversity he was having to overcome, and though it would be easier to quit, Harry knew he couldn't. The werewolves deserved a life worth living without bringing harm to others, and there certainly wasn't any other who was willing to give it to them. Harry was, and he was working tirelessly towards doing so. He just wished there were fewer hiccups along the way, and hoped all he'd experienced thus far was teething problems in his latest yet most challenging venture. Break. It had been another long day, and Amelia couldn't help but feel that there had been too many of them recently. With the admittedly sporadic but ongoing protests still taking place, and catching up with the backlog of cases which required her attention when she could give it to them, the days seemed to drag at a snail's pace. Maybe it was that there was no reprieve from the drudgery that made it so seemingly dull. Until he was gone, Amelia didn't realize just how much relief Jameson provided her with. Even when she didn't see him, knowing he wasn't far away was enough to know he was around if she needed him for anything. What she could possibly need from him, however, she didn't know, but she couldn't deny he brought a certain zest to her life. Admittedly, being kidnapped was not the most ideal of circumstances, but that notwithstanding, he made her realize there was more than just work. Nonetheless, he was gone now, and though spending time in his home when she stopped by somehow helped in the moments she was there, it was noticeably absent of Harry Jameson. 6 months. Jameson had been gone for 6 months, and it seemed the longer he was away, the duller life became. "What do you need me for, Jenny?" Amelia asked as she entered the examination room. The woman pointed to a large stack of folders on one of the tables. "I've been instructed to clear my reports, whether the cases have been solved or not." "Are these all unsolved cases?" Amelia gasped. "No," Jenny chuckled. "The unsolved cases are on the other table." Amelia breathed a sigh of relief that the second stack was considerably smaller, and as she leafed through them, she shook her head. There were more than she'd like, dating back to almost 2 years prior and the murder of a wizard in Muggle London. He'd been shot, and the Prime Minister had been most uncooperative. There were other cases, burglaries, assaults, arson attacks, and even blackmail, none of which were likely to be solved unless new evidence came to light. Amelia paused as she came upon one of hers from the not-so-distant past. Although Jenny had been able to identify that part of the coast, the murder of the man dumped in Diagon Alley had taken place. There had been no sign of a struggle along the stretch of the beach. Whoever had killed, the man had cleaned up after themselves and was still at large. It was the first in what had become a string of neglected cases, largely due to the protests. Amelia released a deep breath. 6 businesses owned by Muggleborns had already closed, and she feared only more would follow. The purebloods were getting what they wanted. "How are things?" Jenny asked, pulling Amelia from her thoughts. "The same as usual, I suppose." Jenny shot her a pointed look. "So dull, unpleasant, and you're overworked." "That about sums it up," Amelia sighed. Jenny offered her a smirk. "Still missing him." "Missing who?" "Oh, come of it, Amelia. We both know who I'm talking about." "I have no idea what you mean." Jenny hummed. "You're a terrible liar." "I'm not lying." "If you say so," Jenny snorted. "Will you be going to his tonight, even though he isn't there?" "I might be." "And how many times have you slept there since he's been gone?" Amelia had not expected such a question, and she busied herself by gathering up the files. "I haven't," she denied. "Well, not much." 5 times. Amelia scowled at her friend. It was more than 5, but she wasn't going to tell Jenny that. "It's okay to miss him." "I don't miss him," not the way you think." "Really?" "Really," Amelia replied firmly. "I'll admit it was interesting having him around, but he's not here, is he?" "Do you wish he was, even just a little?" Amelia rolled her eyes. "Give it a rest," she huffed. "I'll take your files, but I'm not discussing this with you anymore." "Of course you're not," Jenny grumbled. "You'd rather be miserable than admit you miss him." "I'm not miserable. You're not as chipper as you were when Jameson was here. It's been a stressful time at work. And he would have made it easier for you with a few of his jokes and a little of his teasing." Amelia leveled a glare at the grinning Jenny. "Dinner tomorrow?" she asked. Jenny nodded. "But only if you don't mention Jameson," Amelia warned. "My lips are sealed." "I'll believe that when I see it," Amelia mumbled as she left the examination room. It was only a few moments later that she arrived at Harry's home. "Hello, Miss Amelia," Helga greeted her. "Would you like some dinner today?" "Only if it wouldn't be too much trouble." The little elf nodded, and her large ears flapped comically. "I will fetch it for you, and your room is ready." Amelia offered the elf a smile and took a seat at the table. One of the many photos that had been taken during Christmas the previous year was exactly where she'd left it during her last visit, and Amelia picked it up. It was an image of her looking particularly sullen, with her antlers intact. Jameson had refused to remove them until she'd taken a photo with him to commemorate the moment. Amelia could have removed them herself, but there had been something rather contagious about his boyish ways at that moment, and she'd found it to be rather endearing. She sighed as she put it down. She was not ashamed to admit that she missed his company, even if she'd been unable to enjoy it as much as she'd liked in the weeks leading up to his departure. "Here you go, Miss Amelia," Helga declared as she placed a plate of spaghetti in front of her. "Master Harry likes this one." "Thank you, Helga," Amelia replied appreciatively. "Is Bart with the herds?" "He is," Helga confirmed. "The little Thistroughs aren't so little anymore." "I noticed," Amelia chuckled. "How is Albert?" "As grumpy as ever," Helga answered. "I thought as much," Amelia returned amusedly. "Thank you for this. It has been a long day." "You are very welcome, miss," Helga replied before vanishing with a gentle pop. Amelia snorted. Helga and Bart were both very accommodating to her, mostly because Harry had told them to be. Regardless, he'd had the foresight to tell them she would likely be stopping by occasionally, though it was unlikely Harry had expected her to spend the night as frequently as she did. Even now, Amelia wasn't sure why she did. Maybe it was because she sometimes still had bad dreams of what had happened to her, or it was just that this was just about the only place she ever felt completely safe. Of course, she felt that in her own home, but being here was different. It was where she'd been following the abduction. Not that Harry would mind if she stayed here. He had told her that she could come and go, as she pleased while he was away. Still, it wasn't quite the same without him. Yes, he knew how to get on her nerves. He was often childish, and he was aloof, but those were the things Amelia realized she missed about him. Not that she would tell him or anyone else that. It would only make him do it more when he eventually returned to Britain. "Break. How is Professor Dodson doing from what you have seen?" Albus asked. "Well enough," Minerva answered tightly. "But—" Minerva released a deep sigh. "He struggles to build any rapport with the students," she explained. "His teaching is methodical and acceptable, but he fails to inspire." Albus hummed as he nodded his agreement. He'd observed several of the man's lessons for himself, and his thoughts mirrored those of his deputy. "Did you read through the latest owl and newt results?" he asked interestedly. "I did," Minerva confirmed. "They were some of the best I've seen since you stopped teaching." "Indeed," Albus agreed. Transfiguration scores had improved by almost 11% across the board. "And defense against the dark arts by 24, Minerva pointed out. "A considerable increase," Albus observed satisfactorily. "Do you think he will come back to Hogwarts?" "I do," Albus answered confidently. Minerva nodded. I expect if he was here, there would be less of the unpleasantness. Albus frowned at the mention of the bigoted behavior that had been on the rise since the students had returned. Bigoted slurs from pureblood students towards Muggle-borns and even half-bloods had become a problem that he wished to quell. With what was happening outside the castle, Albus wasn't truly surprised, but this was a place of education, and not somewhere any should flaunt their politics or prejudices. If something weren't done, it would become rife, and with the house system in place, there was already a culture of separation amongst the students. Albus did not want that rift to widen, and he certainly did not wish for the world's problems to spill into the school. What would you suggest we do to tackle it? They must be punished harshly, Minerva answered. We must make it clear that using such derogatory language will not be accepted. I agree, but I fear it will do little, Albus sighed. This is language that has been picked up at home, so they are likely echoing the views of their parents. It's the protests, Minerva grumbled. Albus nodded. Alistair says they are becoming more violent, he informed her, but the hands of the Aurors are tied. There are those on the Wisengamot who support the behavior, and punishing them beyond a fine is proving to be impossible. I do not like it, Minerva, and I fear it will only worsen. Someone is pushing this agenda. Indeed, Albus murmured. It has become apparent that it is an organized movement of sorts, but Minister Leech is unwilling to take firm action. He's a coward. He is the minister, and he must be seen to be doing his utmost to appease both sides. Minerva snorted derisively as she stood. The Muggles tried appeasement a little over 25 years ago, and I don't think we will forget how that turned out in a hurry. Offering a final pointed look, she took her leave of the room, and Albus leaned back in his chair. Minerva wasn't wrong, but the war between the Muggles was of such a large scale that it was all but inevitable. This was not the same, and Albus remained hopeful that a peaceful solution could be reached. He did not wish harm on any, and yet, as he pondered what could be done about the brewing conflict amongst the witches and wizards of Wizarding Britain, he found himself at a loss. Break. And then you cut it just here to prune it without getting any of the thorns stuck in your hand, Harry explained as he trimmed the venomous tentacula. If you do get pricked, you'll need some dittany for the wound, and the anti-venom is next to it in the potions cabinet. Any questions? Is it fatal? Hannah asked. Not fatal, but it will make you violently sick for a few days. Ah, it's nice to know it's not so dangerous, the woman returned sarcastically. Just wait until the mandrakes need to be repotted, Harry snorted. Now that can be fatal. You're not joking, are you? Hannah asked worriedly as she took hold of his wrists. No, I'm not joking, but it's not so difficult. You'll be fine, Harry assured her. Hannah nodded, though she didn't seem convinced. You're doing really well, Harry praised. You'll pick everything up as we go along. By the time I leave, you and the others will know what you're doing. When are you leaving? She asked with a frown. Harry shrugged. When I know this place can function. That could be never, Hannah replied amusedly. There's still so much to do. There is, Harry agreed. But once we get the greenhouses up, they won't take so long to establish, and the fields will mostly maintain themselves. I'm already looking for livestock, so I'd say in around 6 months to a year at most, this place will be self-sufficient with you lot running it. Why are you helping us? Hannah asked curiously. Greyback used to tell us that no one else would ever help us the way he did, and that he was our only option. He was right, for the most part. Harry admitted, most people will shun you because of what you are. But not you. Harry shook his head. I knew a werewolf once, and the world had treated him terribly, other than his friends, Harry explained. He wasn't a perfect man, but he could have been much better if he'd not been pushed away and discriminated against for what he was. And that's why you want to help us. Harry nodded. Everyone should be given a chance to live a life where they can put food on the table and not have to be scared that they will be driven from their home. Remus helped me, and I was never able to help him. I suppose I'm doing this for him in a way. Well, I'm grateful, Hannah declared, "and so are most of the others." Harry nodded and turned towards the door as it was opened. "Harry, there's trouble at the new greenhouse." Harry frowned as he followed Armin. He was a German who'd been welcomed into the pack after some tough years on the streets Munich. "What the bloody hell is going on?" Harry snapped. Igor, one of the main antagonists towards those who were trying to make the farm work, leered at him. "I was just having a word with some of my pack," he snarled. "Your pack?" Harry asked. "The last time I checked, Greybeck was your alpha and he's not coming back." "Because you took him from us," Igor hissed. "You fucked everything up for us, everything was going well." "You mean when you were killing innocent people?" Igor bared his teeth at Harry. "We are werewolves." Harry chuckled humorlessly. "For one night a month," he returned. "For the rest, you are human, just like everyone else. Now you can either accept what I am trying to do for you and make the best of it, or you can piss off. If you choose the latter, you are no longer under my protection. The world will eat you alive, and there's the fact that if you harm a single person, I will find you." "And then what?" Igor snorted. "I'll cut your fucking throat." The two stared at one another for a moment before the werewolf launched towards him. With a flick of Harry's wand, Igor found himself dangling upside down, foaming at the mouth in fury as he swiped at Harry, who was just out of reach. "I'm getting tired of this bullshit." Harry was seething, but he would not show Igor just how much. He needed a cool head to prevail, and he did not want to give the other werewolves the impression he wished them harm or would hurt them unless necessary. "Let me down," Igor roared. Harry's nostrils flared as he fought the urge to curse him. "I'll let you down, but if you attempt to attack me again, I will not be so lenient, understood? I'll tear your fucking face off." "Now that's just rude," Harry sighed. "You've heard my warning. Whatever happens next is on you." He released the spell, and Igor crumbled to the ground with a dull thud and a grunt. Harry remained ready to defend himself, but Igor merely snarled at him before storming away, evidently thinking better of trying his luck once more. "I am not here to keep you prisoners or have you acting as slaves. Even when the farm is making money, I will continue to feed you, clothe you, and house you. I will even be paying all of you, and you have the benefit of having all this land to yourself where you are free from persecution. What life did you have out there? How many of you could get jobs you could keep? Well." A few of the werewolves murmured under their breaths, but said nothing else on the matter. "I am not your enemy," Harry reiterated for the dozenth time since arriving in Canada. "I am trying to help you because no one else will. If you're not willing to accept my help, what is it you want?" The gathered werewolves remained silent for a moment until Timo, an old Dutchman, stepped forward. "I've seen the best and worst of the world we live in," he declared. "I've been spat on, shunned, hunted, imprisoned, and even tortured for what I am. All I ever wanted was to earn an honest living and have a home to go home to at the end of the day where I'd be safe. As long as I've got food in my belly, clothes on my back, and somewhere to rest my head, I'm the happiest I've ever been. There's just not much chance of that for us, Mr. Jameson, so you'll understand if we are a little skeptical." Harry nodded. "I get it," he assured Timo. "This arrangement will benefit all of us, and although I will provide you with the basic necessities, I expect you to earn your wages. Between all of you, you can create a thriving community, but that is up to you all to make that happen. This can be a haven for your kind if you want it to be. This isn't a handout or charity. It is a hand up from living the shit life you had before. It's up to you whether you want to accept it or not. I've said my piece, and I'm always happy to answer any questions or listen to requests and suggestions. You all know where I am." With that, he walked away and returned to the greenhouse he and Hannah had been working in, wondering if he'd overestimated his ability to make this venture work at all. Break. "Moody Bones, I want to know what you plan on doing about this stack of files," Grim asked. "They're not all our cases, sir," Alistair pointed out. "I know that, Moody," Grim sighed. "I just want to know what is being done about the damned things." "Well, we can split them amongst the department," Alistair suggested. "It might help to get some fresh eyes on them." Grim nodded his agreement. "Go on, I want the focus today to be." He was cut off by the sound of an alarm blaring across the length and breadth of the offices, and Grimm released a deep breath. "Why won't they just give it a bloody rest?" he huffed irritably. "This is what you get when you have too much time on your hands to be a pain in the arse. Go on, you'd better get out there, hadn't you? I'll deal with the bleeding files." He stalked away unhappily, and Alistair gestured for Amelia to follow him into the large group of Aurors preparing to leave the department. "He's not wrong," Moody growled. "I'm getting bloody sick of protesters." "It's going to be one of those days today, isn't it?" "Aye, lass, one of those days," Alistair agreed. "Come on, best get ourselves out there." They made their way to the room they could apparate from, and were at the arrival point in Diagon Alley only a moment later, where they were greeted by a veritable sea of people descending upon those who had come to shop. "Merlin," Amelia whispered as she took in the sheer number of those carrying signs, banded together in an enormous group. The Aurors were significantly outnumbered. This wasn't something new when it came to these protests, but the disadvantage was glaring today. Many of those within the crowd had covered their faces with white masks, and the signs some carried were outright provocative. "Well, I can't say I like the look of this," Alistair grumbled. Amelia nodded her agreement, and she took some calming breaths to lower the sudden anxiety that washed over her. Even now, she struggled to be in crowds, especially when so many seemed to be rather hostile. "That will be our first group of troublemakers. Come on," Alistair instructed, nodding towards a small group who were attempting to force their way into the nearby apothecary. Amelia knew the owner of the business. She was a Muggle-born woman who was undoubtedly being targeted because of it. "Get out of it," Alistair growled, seizing one of the group's members by the scruff of the neck and hurling him away. Amelia quickly stunned the man before he could retaliate and inserted herself into the fray. Bodies were everywhere, and she pushed through so as not to lose sight of Alistair, who was forcing his way towards those at the front and attempting to breach the defenses. What they intended to do when they were inside, Amelia dared not guess, but they would eventually make it through if they were not stopped. "Keep UP-BONES," Alistair called. Amelia was doing her utmost to do so, but the crowd were pushing back, and though she managed to stun another few of them, the sea was never-ending, and it was only a moment later that a wave crashed over her and sent her sprawling. She was struggling to breathe beneath the pile of bodies atop her, and yet Amelia somehow managed to free herself and make her way to her feet. Everything seemed to come to a standstill as Amelia's gaze swept across those surrounding her. All eyes were on her, but the faces were concealed beneath masks, and as she was blinded by the jet of green light, Amelia hurled herself to the floor in a final desperate bid to save her own life. Somehow the spell missed her, and Amelia rolled away, casting a stream of fire as she did so. Already, those within the alley were screaming and fleeing, even many of the protesters, and Amelia used the chaos to her advantage. Knowing it would be foolish to remain where she was, she tapped the spot on her wrist where her bracelet was hidden and was swept away from Diagon Alley. Arriving in Jameson's basement, her breathing was labored, and she trembled fearfully at what had just transpired. Someone had tried to kill her, and they weren't alone in their efforts. Everything had gone by in a blur, but Amelia was aware of what had happened. Swallowing deeply, she checked to ensure she wasn't injured, and she shook her head, fighting back the tears that threatened to spill. All the progress she'd made in dealing with her abduction had all but evaporated in a single moment, and once more, she felt that very same vulnerability wash over her. "Break." A deep frown wrinkled Harry's brow as he felt a sudden disturbance within himself. For a moment, he thought that perhaps Igor or one of the other antagonists was causing trouble on the farm again, but the unsettling energy that made itself known was almost distant, as though it was far away. "What's wrong?" Hannah asked worriedly. "Amelia," Harry whispered in realization, storming from the greenhouse. He could not activate any portkey within as it would likely compromise many of the sensitive saplings, but when he was far enough away, he did so. After a dizzying delay of being pulled through the darkness, Harry found himself in the entrance hall of his home. Without delay, he ran towards the basement and cleared the descending staircase in 2 long strides. At the bottom, he came upon the sight of the redhead sitting against the wall with her knees pulled to her chest. "Amelia," he whispered as he approached, "what happened?" She was much paler than usual, and her blue eyes were filled with tears. Swallowing deeply to prevent them from spilling, she shook her head. "I don't know," she murmured. "Someone tried to kill me." "Who?" Harry demanded as he took her hands. Amelia shrugged. "I don't know. They were wearing masks." Harry felt a cold fury begin to course through his veins, and he squeezed her hands gently. "It's all right," he soothed. "Take as much time as you need and tell me what happened." In truth, he needed a moment to calm himself. If Yaxley had gone back on his word, it would be the last thing the man ever did. Harry would tear his home down brick by brick and bury what remained of him in the rubble. "It all happened so fast," Amelia murmured. "There was a protest, and I got separated from Alastair. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground, but I managed to get up. Someone fired a killing curse at me." She was in shock, and Harry knew that would wear off soon. When it did, and the reality set in, Amelia would feel even more vulnerable than she did now. "Give me the memory," he requested. "I'll see it for myself." Amelia nodded and used her wand to draw the silvery tendril from her temple. Harry caught it on the tip of his own wand and summoned his pensive. "I'll be back in just a minute," he assured Amelia before adding the memory and plunging his face into the swirling mass. Break. Amelia could not describe the sense of relief she felt when she'd heard Harry's hurried footsteps approaching, and the calm demeanor with which he had spoken to her helped maintain her own composure. Nonetheless, as he disappeared into the pensive, she wiped away the tears that eventually fell, and she once more felt the terror of the moment she'd experienced grip her. How long Amelia waited for Harry to return, she didn't know, but when he did, his expression was grim and his eyes alight with anger. "He was foreign," he murmured confusedly. "What does that have to do with anything?" Amelia asked. "I don't know, but I'm going to find out," Harry muttered. "Here, it will help," he added, offering her a vial of a gently shimmering blue potion. "It's just a calming draught." Amelia accepted and drained the little glass bottle. After only a moment, a sense of calmness filled her, and her thoughts were much more relaxed. "Alastair," she said in realization. "He will be looking for me." Harry nodded. "Expecto patronum," he whispered, sending a jet of silver light through the wall. I don't think this was because of Greyback. The man's accent was Eastern European. All of the werewolves that were a part of his pack are with me, and none would be able to leave without me knowing. Eastern European. Is that significant? Harry asked. Maybe, Amelia replied. From what I know about my parents' murder, I suspect there is Eastern European involvement. And have you made any inquiries about it? Not recently, Amelia answered. Not for years. That was before I was an Auror. And what was the response when you did? Nothing. I didn't hear a thing. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Then it was either ignored, or it reached people who have a vested interest in keeping their involvement quiet, he mused aloud. That's both a good and bad thing. Good and bad. It means they've taken note of it and have acted because they think you know something they don't want you to know, and bad because they are clearly willing to do whatever it takes to silence you. Do you really think it is that? It's been years, Amelia pointed out. Use that brilliant Auror brain of yours, Bones, Harry urged. The most clever and dangerous of people will bide their time and act when the finger of suspicion will not be pointed at them. If this is what it is, they've played their hand when those around you will blame others. Because of what happened with Greyback. Harry nodded. It made international news, Harry reminded her. If someone wants to keep you from looking into what happened to your parents, this was about the perfect time for them to act. Amelia saw the logic in doing so, but it did little to comfort her. Not that we know for certain this is that, Harry spoke once more. I will look into it, and I will have an answer soon enough. Amelia nodded tiredly. You must think I'm pathetic, she sighed. Harry shook his head and took her hands once more. What you just did to escape from that is remarkable, he said sincerely. You avoided the curse expertly, and you demonstrated great situational awareness. You might not have noticed, but there were 12 of them, and your fire spell was inspired. What you did takes exceptional skill, and a lesser person would not have made it out at all. You should be proud of yourself. Amelia appreciated his words. It wasn't often Jameson offered praise so freely, and he only ever did so if he meant it. Come on, I don't think sitting in the basement is doing you any good, he chuckled as he stood and offered her his hand. Amelia accepted it, and Harry pulled her to her feet. What happens now? She asked. You have to be vigilant, Bones, Harry replied simply. I will ascertain the reason behind what happened, and then we go from there. Amelia nodded and gripped his hand tightly. Not yet, she requested. I'd rather you stayed with me for a while if you don't mind. Harry nodded. Of course, he agreed. It can wait for a little while. Break. Bones, where are you? Diagon Alley was awash with activity. Aurors were scattered as they searched for whoever it was who had cast the killing curse in the crowded street, but Aleister suspected they were long gone. In all his years as an Auror, he'd never seen such a large group of people scatter so quickly, and in the chaos, he'd lost track of Amelia. Bones, he called again. Moody, where is Bones? Grim asked as he stalked towards Aleister with his wand drawn. I don't know, sir, Moody answered. She was with. Bloody hell, Grim cursed as an enormous white stag appeared in front of them. Bones is safe, she's with me. I will fill you in later. Jameson, Aleister grumbled. She's with Jameson. Why would she be with Jameson? Grim asked confusedly. Because that killing curse was aimed at her, Moody deduced. Greyback's lot. I don't know, Aleister grumbled, but I'm guessing it has something to do with it. Bastards. Grim nodded his agreement. So we wait for Jameson. It's all we ever can do with him, Aleister huffed. Whatever happened in those moments of chaos was lost on Moody, and he couldn't help but feel guilty that he'd lost track of Amelia. He'd been so intent on preventing the protesters from gaining entry to the apothecary, he'd been unaware of everything around him. Still, Amelia was safe, and in their field of work, that was what truly mattered. Now, he would have to wait for Jameson to fill him in on what had happened. Break. Amelia woke in a cold sweat, her breathing labored and her bed absent of Jameson's presence. After they'd left the basement, he'd run her a bath and left her to calm down from what she'd endured. When she'd come out, he had food waiting for her on the kitchen table. They spoke little, and Amelia had begun to crash from the adrenaline that had been rushing through her. She remembered Harry almost carrying her to her bed, and he'd even commented that it appeared she'd been sleeping in it regularly. Amelia had been too tired to respond, but she remembered asking him not to leave her, and she was certain he'd given her some dreamless sleep. Checking her watch, she realized she'd been asleep for hours, and Jameson had evidently left her to rest. Still, his scent wafted from the other side of the bed, and though it wasn't the same as him being here, it brought her some comfort. Is Miss Amelia okay? Amelia nodded. I'm fine, Helga. Where's Harry? I don't know, but Master Harry was very angry when he left, she explained. He asked me to look after you and said he'd be back soon. How long has he been gone? Almost 4 hours. Amelia released a deep breath. Do you know if he is okay? Helga closed her eyes for a moment before nodding. Master Harry is well, but still very angry, miss. Amelia nodded once more. Would miss like some coffee while she waits? Yes, please, Helga. The little elf vanished with a gentle pop, and Amelia leaned against her pillows, waiting for Harry to return and tell her where he'd gone. He'd never been one to stand on ceremony, so she was not surprised that he was taking immediate action. Nonetheless, Amelia felt as though she would be the one to be investigating what happened to her. She'd never been used to anyone looking out for her in such a way, not until Harry Jameson had come into her life. It was nice to know he seemingly cared so much to do so, and yet she didn't want him to see her as a damsel in distress who needed him to fix her problems. Amelia was far from such. Still, it warmed her to know he was there for her when she needed him, and he always seemed to be. "Idiot," she snorted fondly. "Break." He drained his third glass of whiskey of the evening before placing the tumbler on his desk with a dull thud. Whatever fool had cast the killing curse in the middle of the protest had ruined what the Dark Lord was trying to achieve. He wanted chaos, but he wanted it to escalate incrementally, and what had happened today had been anything but. The aim of the protest was to ruffle some feathers, to show how passionately they opposed Muggle-born businesses, and hopefully encourage the owners of these businesses to close. To attempt to murder someone in broad daylight and in a crowd was as utterly reckless as it was stupid. Yaxley released a breath of frustration as he picked up the bottle of liquor once more, only to release a yelp of shock and pain as his head was slammed into his desk. "We had a deal," a familiar voice snarled. "Bones is to be left alone." Yaxley whimpered as a gentle hissing filled the room, and he found himself face to face with a large black cobra. Don't know what you're talking about," he protested. "We've left her alone." "Then why did someone try to kill her today?" Yaxley swallowed deeply. "I don't know, I swear. It was nothing to do with us," Yaxley said truthfully. "The Dark Lord told us to take care of her, but we decided against it. Killing an Auror would draw too much attention to us." The man hummed. "I'm not sure I believe you." Yaxley whimpered again as the snake lunged at him, but it struck short. "Fucking hell, it wasn't us. Make sure it stays that way." A sudden coldness filled the office, not so dissimilar to the darkness that seemed to cling to Tom Riddle, and Yaxley once more found himself alone. With a trembling hand, he picked up the whiskey and took a deep swig straight from the bottle. He'd considered the possibility that this mystery man and Riddle were one and the same, but Yaxley knew it was merely wishful thinking. This man was not Riddle, even if he was equally intimidating. No, this was another, likely a relative of Tom, who did not share his ambition. Once more, Yaxley considered telling Tom about this man, but with the permeating magic and the threat still ringing in his ears, he decided against it. If there was an unknown family feud taking place between Riddle and another of the Slytherin line, that was something Yaxley did not want to involve himself in. Chapter 19. Building a functioning farm had been one of the most trying and frustrating things Harry had ever undertaken. Many times over the past 18 months, he had questioned whether or not he had taken on too much, but with every failure, success, trial, and tribulation, he had not given up. Now, they'd reached a pivotal moment, and he and the werewolves would see if the efforts they'd made had come to fruition. The greenhouses had been finished close to 6 months prior, and each of them was either full of an array of plants in full bloom or housing saplings which were thriving. As intended, Harry had even procured a variety of livestock, which, as it turned out, created considerably more work to be complete to house them adequately and ensure they were fed and cared for. He'd purchased a herd of cattle consisting of a single bull, who had to be boarded separately when not breeding, and 55 heifers. Along with this, he'd obtained a flock of sheep, a few hundred chickens with an ill-tempered rooster, and even some goats and ducks that he'd had to dig a large pond for. In all, the farm was home to some 500 or so animals, each cared for by the werewolves. The pivotal moment, however, was not the livestock or the greenhouses, but the mundane crops that had been being planted throughout Harry's time here. Already, they'd had a failed harvest. The natural soil did not contain enough nutrients to sufficiently support the crops, and it wasn't until Harry investigated the cause of the failure that he realized he had a use for all the manure the animals were producing. "What if it hasn't worked?" Hannah asked. "We fucking starve," Igor snorted. Harry shot the man a pointed look, and he fell silent. Despite the unresolved tension between them, Igor and his ilk had been assisting around the farm since their confrontation, and the surly werewolf seemed to like working with the cows. Harry, much to Igor's surprise, had put him in charge of the herd. "Here goes nothing," he murmured as he took hold of the green leaves protruding from the ground. Releasing a deep breath, he gave it a sharp tug. "It worked," Igor whispered. Harry nodded as he stared at the large carrot dangling in front of him. "It bloody worked." The gathered werewolves cheered, and Harry grinned as they began slapping him on the back in triumph. They had all worked so hard for this moment, and each of them deserved the plaudits. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's check the others," Igor urged. Harry looked on amusedly as they ran back and forth to the different crops, pulling them out of the ground to check the quality. In that moment, everything they had overcome had been worth it. The werewolves were jubilant, and for the first time since they'd been brought here, they stood as one, giving Harry hope that they could indeed coexist without Greyback's leadership. "We did it," Hannah sighed from next to him. Harry nodded. "We got there in the end." He had not intended it to take so long, but having learned what he had along the way, it was nothing short of a miracle that it had only taken a year and a half, though without the others, he would not be close to where they were now. "We have food, houses, and work," Hannah reeled off. "You've really given us a life worth living." "I gave you an opportunity," Harry corrected. "Most of the work was done by all of you. For those who can't use magic, they can work the fields. You and the others who can will work the greenhouses. And Igor and his lot will care for the animals," Hannah added. "I never thought I'd see the day that Igor was so passionate about cows." "He's really good with them," Hannah commented. Harry nodded his agreement. For as abrasive and confrontational as Igor was, he wouldn't deny the man's redeeming quality for taking care of the herd. He would wake at sunrise to ensure they were fed and milked, and would spend much of the day with them. Igor had even named his favorites, and Harry had already decided they would be kept for milking only. "All right, Jameson," Igor grumbled as he approached. "You proved me wrong. I didn't think you had it in you." "I could say the same about you, and what do you call her, your sweet little Alice?" Harry asked with a grin. Igor frowned at him. "She is sweet," he said, puffing himself up to his full height. "And that is why you are in charge of the herd," Harry chuckled. Igor nodded firmly. "They're my damned cows," he muttered. "If they're sick, I care for them. I feed them, I milk them, and I keep them company." "You do well with them," Harry praised. "They're my own little pack." Igor murmured fondly. "Speaking of, I should probably check on them." He paused as he started walking away and turned back towards Harry. "Maybe I was wrong about you, Jameson." That was a S close to an apology that Harry knew he would ever get from Igor, and coming from a man who had been set against him and what he was trying to achieve here, he would take it. "So what happens now?" Hannah asked. "Now you all get to run the farm," Harry explained. "I will visit regularly and collect things to sell. You will all be paid a good wage for your work." "You're leaving," Hannah stated sadly. Harry offered her a smile. "I'm not a werewolf," he reminded the woman. "I don't belong living with you all permanently, and I have my home waiting for me back home." Hannah nodded her understanding. "Well, I'll miss you, Harry." "I won't be gone forever," Harry snorted. "It's like I said, I'll be back at least once a month to check on you, and you know you can reach me anytime you need. You just have to tap the mirror in your living room, and it will connect to the one at my house. If I'm not there, my elves will send for me. It still won't be the same without you here." "It will be easier for you all," Harry pointed out. "My presence will always cause tension, and you lot have a specific pecking order. My being here throws that off. This might be my land, but this is your home now." "Well, take care, Harry," Hannah sighed, wrapping her arms around him tentatively. Harry returned the embrace. "Don't you have a greenhouse to tend to?" Hannah grinned as she nodded. "I do," she conceded. "I'm sure I will have plenty of ingredients for you to sell soon enough." "I don't doubt," Harry chuckled as he headed towards his cabin. He only needed to pack a few things, and then he would return to Britain. What he would do when he was back home, he didn't know, but he had no doubt he would decide on another venture soon enough. Break. She wiped away the sweat from her brow as she tried to catch her breath. It had been a long day at work, but Amelia would not miss the additional work she'd been putting in on her defensive magic. She'd always been outstanding in the practical application of it, and though she'd not felt outmatched or outclassed whilst on duty, being set upon by a dozen people at once was not favorable for anyone. Still, Amelia wanted to mitigate any danger to herself, and that had to come from her own improvement and tireless practice. Constant vigilance was what Alastair preached, and it was a lesson she'd learned the hard way. Ever since the attempt on her life in Diagon Alley, around a year prior, no other had been made. However, if Jameson was right in his thinking and it was linked to her inquiries into the death of her parents, there was no telling when they would try again. Nonetheless, Amelia would not be deterred. If anything, it had only served to strengthen her resolve to bring her mother and father's killers to justice. One way or the other, she would have the answers she sought, even if the task itself seemed just as impossible as it always had. Deciding to change, she left the basement she had converted into a training area and headed for her room, where she began rifling through her wardrobe. It was almost dinner time, and then she had other things to tend to. Whilst changing into a casual outfit of a blouse and jeans, Amelia pondered how the previous year had played out. Oddly, the protests had ceased for a number of months after the attempted murder, and when they did resume, they were less popular and certainly more subdued. It had granted her and Alastair ample time to clear the backlog of their cases or file them with the other unsolved ones, which were occasionally revisited. As much as Amelia wished she could proclaim that life had gotten back to normal without any lingering effects after what happened in Diagon Alley, she simply couldn't. Once more, she had been struggling with her close brush with death, and though she had hidden it well, it had taken time for her to relax once more, well, enough that she was not gripped by blind panic whenever she left the Ministry of Magic to patrol. Still, things got a little easier to handle with each passing day, but she couldn't allow herself to relax fully, not with the knowledge that at least one person was determined to see her dead. With that thought permeating her mind, she packed her clothes away and headed towards the dining room. "Are you joining us for dinner tonight?" Edgar asked as she entered. Amelia shook her head. "No, I'm going to check on Jameson's place. I've not been there for almost a week." "Have you heard from him?" Amelia frowned. "Not for almost a month," she answered. Although he had come to help her when she needed it, he'd returned to Canada only a few days later after assuring her that what had happened was not connected to Greyback. He implored her to be cautious and said he didn't anticipate any more trouble, not yet at least. "They failed, Bones. They will be more cautious than you are now." He'd been right, but his words had little effect on her concern for a while. "Do you still miss him?" Edgar teased. Amelia flared her nostrils at her older brother. "I do not miss him," she denied, "and you will keep your mouth shut." Edgar laughed and held up his hands. "I'm just teasing." "Well, keep it to yourself, you git," Amelia huffed as she left the room. "I must have touched a nerve," she heard Edgar chuckle. Amelia ignored it and took the flew to Jameson's place, where she would not have to tolerate her brother and his prodding. "Hello, Miss Amelia," Helga greeted her warmly. "Would you like some dinner?" Amelia offered the elf a fond smile. Helga and Bart had taken care of her whenever she visited, which was admittedly less regularly recently. "Thank you, Helga," Amelia said appreciatively. "If you don't mind, I'll take a shower first." Helga nodded and set to work, and Amelia made her way to her room. Well, it wasn't really hers, but the one she used whenever she was here. Setting some fresh clothes onto the bed, she entered the bathroom and turned on the shower before undressing. Stepping under the cascade of hot water, Amelia breathed a sigh of contentment as it eased her tired muscles. She took her time to scrub her hair and body and turned the water off before stepping out of the shower and back into her room. Amelia could smell her dinner cooking, But before she could decipher what it was, the door was flung off its hinges, and she found herself staring down the shaft of a wand and into a pair of narrowed green eyes. Amelia yelped in shock. Jameson. If that wasn't enough of a surprise, he was shirtless and wearing the very same pajama bottoms he'd lent her when she'd stayed with him. Bones, he mumbled, his voice thick from sleep. His eyes widened, and Amelia became painfully aware that she wasn't wearing a thread of clothing. She did her best to cover herself, but Jameson had already undoubtedly seen everything. Amelia squeaked again, and he turned away before laughing. It's not funny, Amelia groaned. It is kind of funny, he snorted. Are you dressed yet? Amelia hurriedly dried herself with her wand before doing so. You can look now, she sighed. Actually, don't look at me. I don't think I've ever been so embarrassed. What are you doing here? Jameson frowned in confusion. His hair was tousled, and he'd evidently just woken up. In case you forgot, this is my house, he reminded her, a smirk tugging at his lips. Stop grinning, Amelia groaned. Don't say a word. He shook his head amusedly. What are you doing here? He asked. Amelia did her utmost to keep her gaze aimed at his face. He'd made no attempt to cover himself up. I was checking on the place for you. From the shower, he snorted. How often do you parade around at my house naked? Can we please just pretend this didn't happen? Amelia pleaded. Well, you can, but I don't think I'll forget what I saw in a hurry, Jameson quipped. Amelia leveled a glare at the man, but she laughed despite her embarrassment. I wasn't expecting you back. I think we both got more than we bargained for, Jameson sighed. Is that dinner I smell? Helga was making something for me, Amelia explained. Well, that's good because I'm starving, Jameson declared. I'll see you in the kitchen. Amelia nodded, and Jameson repaired the door with a flick of his wand and paused. For the record, Bones, you don't have anything to be embarrassed about. He left, and Amelia growled at the infuriating man. She was mortified at what had just happened, but it wasn't as though Jameson had done it on purpose. Although Amelia had not expected it, she was in his house. Still, that didn't stop her from feeling embarrassed, even if he had offered her a flattering comment. If anything, that only made it worse. Or did it? She shook her head of that invasive thought and decided it was better to face the continued embarrassment that awaited her in the kitchen. It would only be worse if she tried to ignore him. Holding her head high, she descended the stairs to find, much to her unwitting disappointment, that Jameson was now wearing a shirt. Good evening, Auror Bones, he greeted her, the ghost of his stupid smirk still hovering on his lips. Jameson, she replied as she took a seat opposite him. Helga, why didn't you tell me he was back? Amelia groaned as the elf began serving them dinner. Miss Amelia didn't ask, the elf replied, eliciting a chuckle from Harry. If it is any consolation, she did not tell me you were here either, he sighed. Master Harry didn't ask, Helga broke in once more. Master Harry said that Miss Amelia can come and go as she pleases. Amelia sensed Helga was rather amused by the situation. Bloody elf, Harry snorted fondly. She's just as much of a troublemaker as you, Amelia pointed out. Hey, I'm not the one who was naked in your house. Amelia shook her head. You're never going to let me live it down, are you? Would you, if it was the other way around? Amelia did her best not to let that image form in her mind, but she suspected she was blushing all the same. But it wasn't, she pointed out. You didn't answer the question, Jameson returned. Amelia narrowed her eyes at him once more. She wasn't going to dignify the man with an answer, not if she was certain she could give an honest one. So are you back? She asked, changing the subject. Jameson nodded. I am, he confirmed. Everything I needed to do is done, just 6 months later than I'd anticipated. It will be nice to spend more time here. How have things been? Amelia shrugged. The same as usual, really. What about you? How have you been? It was a loaded question, but given that Jameson had seen her at her worst with what Amelia had been through with and without him, She knew he wasn't asking to pry, but out of concern. Good and bad, she answered honestly. Some days are harder than others. He nodded in understanding. It doesn't help that you had a setback, he sighed, finishing his plate of food. I'm getting better, Amelia assured him. Jameson offered her a smile. I know, he replied simply. You're a lot tougher than you give yourself credit for. I don't think I've ever met anyone as resilient as you. Amelia felt her cheeks redden, and she glowered at him as he grinned. Stop it, she huffed, and stop thinking about what you saw. Resilient and a mind reader, Jameson chuckled amusedly. Amelia released a deep breath. If it was anyone else, I'd bloody well curse them, she warned. But not me, Jameson said smugly as he stood. Where are you going? I thought I'd check on the herds before I go back to bed. Are you coming? Amelia nodded and followed him into the grounds via the back door, pleased he'd not continued in his attempts to make her blush more than she already had. It was a brisk evening, and as ever, both herds of the Strauls and hippogriffs roamed freely across Harry's land. They often kept to their own kind out of habit and preference, but sometimes the herds mingled together. I forgot how peaceful it is here, Harry murmured. It is peaceful here, Amelia agreed. Canada wasn't so peaceful. Harry laughed as he shook his head. No, it was stressful for the most part, but with everything being finished, I won't have to visit too often. Whatever will you do with your free time? I've not really decided, Jameson replied with a frown. Maybe I should get a hobby or another job. What about returning to Hogwarts? Jameson shrugged. Maybe, he answered. Chris misses you being there. He says the two professors that have replaced you so far have been boring and not as good as you. Well, I'll take that as a compliment, Harry returned with an amused grin. I don't know, maybe I'll just take a break. Everything has been full on for a while now. I might take a holiday. Anywhere nice. I have no idea where I'd go. Amelia rolled her eyes at him. You've not really just lived, have you? What do you mean? You're always doing something. Since I've known you, you've opened a restaurant, taught defense against the dark arts, and spent a year and a half in Canada opening a farm run by werewolves. That's fair, Jameson conceded. But when did you last take some time off other than when, well, you know, he finished dismissively. I don't think I have, Amelia admitted. I love my job, Jameson. Edgar hates that I do it, but I really feel I make a difference. Taking a day off has just never been a thought in my mind. You do make a difference, and I can think of few people who have earned my respect more than you, James replied sincerely. You became an Auror for all the right reasons and are dedicated to it. I can't give you higher praise than that. It was odd just how much the words meant coming from him. Amelia knew Edgar was proud of her, despite his misgivings about her working as an Auror. But other than her brother, the only other person to truly understand her motivation was Jameson. Tired, he chuckled as Amelia yawned. She nodded. It's been a long day full of surprises, some not so good, she answered with a pointed smirk of her own. I should probably head home. You weren't going to stay. You're back, Amelia reminded him. That doesn't mean you can't stay, he sighed. Come on, I'll make some hot chocolate. I can even tuck you in if you like. I'm going to curse you one of these days, Jameson, Amelia grumbled. But today isn't that day, so I'm not too concerned, he quipped. You can't curse a man that's seen you naked on the same night. That's just wrong, and I expect not very good luck. You never struck me as the superstitious type. Jameson shrugged. I'm not usually, but if it spares me your wrath, I'll give it a go. Amelia could only shake her head as she fought the urge to laugh at his antics. Despite how the evening had unfolded, she couldn't deny she was glad he was back. At the very least, he made things interesting, and he certainly never failed to make her both laugh and smile. Somehow, having him around just felt right, though she might just change her mind on that rather quickly if he kept smiling the way he did at her. It was as infuriating as it was frustratingly endearing. Break. It was a curious scene that Albus came upon as he entered the great hall for breakfast. The students were chatting animatedly amongst themselves, many whispering excitedly. This had not occurred in several months. The students had been rather subdued by the ongoing protests and the unpleasantness that had gripped the castle. Even now, incidents continued to happen, though they were fewer, or it was that the perpetrators were being much more careful whilst using their slurs towards other students. "Is there something in the newspaper to have caused such a stir?" Albus asked Minerva as he took his seat at the staff table. "Not in the newspaper," she said knowingly. "According to a certain student who, might I add, was out of bounds, Professor Jameson has been spotted on the grounds. Harry is here. That is what Mr. Weasley has been telling everyone." Albus looked towards the redhead, who was talking to his companions, along with some from other houses who were evidently pestering him. "Where is Harry?" "I would wager that he is having breakfast with Hagrid," Minerva answered quietly. "When the students discover that—" She broke off, and Albus nodded. "Perhaps I will take a walk before eating," he decided as he stood. Minerva shot him a knowing look, and Albus left the great hall before venturing into the grounds. A gentle plume of smoke was wafting from Hagrid's chimney, and as he approached, he heard laughter coming from within the hut. "He's a troublemaker, all right," Hagrid boomed. "What was he doing?" "He said he was gathering plants for his herbology lesson." "And a dreadful liar," Hagrid chuckled. "I've dragged him out of the forest 4 times already this year, and it ain't even Christmas yet. He won't ever change, and it's only worse that he's with the Pruett twins. They've taken him under their wing." "I bet they keep Minerva on her toes." "That they do, Harry," Hagrid confirmed. "Hold up, someone's at the door. Ah, Professor Dumbledore, sir." "Hello, Hagrid," Albus greeted the enormous man. "I understand we have a guest." "Just Harry, Professor. Come in." "Thank you, Hagrid," Albus offered as he stepped into the hut. Nursing a large mug of tea, Harry Jameson was indeed sitting by the fire sporting a beard and looking very healthy. His time in Canada had been beneficial. Evidently, he'd gotten plenty of fresh air and exercise. It didn't take Weasley long to open his mouth then. Harry asked amusedly. "I would consider this a record," Albus chuckled as he offered Harry his hand. "How was your excursion?" Harry accepted the proffered limb. "Harder than you can imagine, but more successful, too," he answered. "We have 25 functioning greenhouses, fields of crops, and even livestock. Nothing you would be interested in, Hagrid," he added with a chuckle as the man opened his mouth to interject. "None of our animals can maul you." Hagrid grunted, and Albus patted his former student on the shoulder. "Well, it sounds as though it was worth it," he commented. "It was," Harry agreed, "but I'm glad to be back." "Would you like a cup of tea, Professor?" Hagrid asked. "I would," Albus replied appreciatively. Only a moment later, he was handed what was a regular-sized mug for the groundkeeper, and Harry laughed, holding his own aloft. "Where else can you get a bucket of tea?" he asked amusedly. Albus shared in the humor, pleased to see the young man. Harry had a way of brightening things, even when they seemed to be rather bleak. Even the students seemed to be lifted by the very rumor that he was here. "How have things been here?" Harry asked. Albus released a deep breath. "Difficult," he answered honestly. "There has been a troubling rise in prejudiced behavior towards Muggle-born students." "The protests," Harry murmured, shaking his head. Albus nodded. "The incidents have become less frequent since they slowed." "From what you know," Harry broke in, "it doesn't just happen without reason, and it doesn't just disappear." "It does not," Albus agreed. "It is concerning." Harry's expression darkened as he nodded. "They're impressionable and mostly stupid," he sighed. "All teenagers are." Albus chuckled at the blunt assessment. "That is why they need a positive influence, someone they can look up to." "Hagrid's tall," Harry replied. "I think you know what I mean, Harry," Albus returned. "Have you considered returning?" "Don't you have a professor?" "We do, but Professor Roberts has been firm in his decision that he will stay only for the remainder of the year. Come September, I will require another, and it would be nice if it were one less thing I need to burden myself with. Are you offering me my job back? Harry, must we play this game? Albus sighed. I'm just savoring the moment, the man returned, taking a sip of his tea. I don't expect anyone has the upper hand with you very often. It is not something I am accustomed to these days, Albus conceded. So, what do you say? Harry pondered it for a moment. I will consider it. Albus was taken aback by the answer, but nodded his understanding. Well, will you at least join us for lunch today? I'm sure the students would enjoy seeing you again. Using the kids to sway me. That's sneaky, Albus, but I can respect that kind of cunning. I'll join you for lunch. I don't think you have much choice, Harry, Hagrid interjected, peering outside from behind his curtain. Harry stood, a frown marring his features. It seems they have discovered where you are, Albus observed. Harry hummed. Around half, the school was converging on Hagrid's hut. I don't suppose there is an escape through the back, Harry asked. Only into the forest, Hagrid replied. It appears that you will have to face the music, Albus declared. I think I'd sooner take my chances with Aragog and his children, Harry grumbled. Fine, I'll deal with this lot. With that, he opened the front door of the hut and stepped outside. See, I told you he was here, Arthur Weasley said smugly. Harry eyed the boy speculatively. You, Weasley, come here, he instructed. Arthur's eyes widened, and his expression fell as he approached slowly. We had an agreement, Harry muttered. You keep my visit quiet, and I don't drop you in it for being in the forest. We did, Arthur replied, but then I remembered that you're not a professor here anymore. You can't punish me, he finished with a knowing smirk. Harry nodded. You're right, Weasley, he acknowledged, but there are many other ways I can make your life a misery. I'm not a professor here, so if I wanted to dangle you upside down by your ankles, there are no rules or standards preventing me from doing so. Albus fought the urge to laugh as the young redhead began to stammer, only for Harry to break the deadlock with a chuckle of his own. Maybe I will let you off this time, he said thoughtfully, or maybe I will hold on to this grudge until it suits me. I haven't decided yet. Now, don't you have a lesson to be in? Yes, Professor, Arthur replied. Then get to it, Harry urged, and that goes for the rest of you. Go on, I'll be in the Great Hall for lunch. You can come and stare at me with your vacant expressions then. The students turned and left, with some offering Harry some parting words. It's good to see you, Professor. Are you coming back to teach? Why do you have a beard? Harry simply shook his head. Nosy little buggers, he said fondly, fighting the urge to smile. Ah, to be young again, Albus mused aloud. Miss Black, is there something I can help you with? Bellatrix was the only student who had remained behind, and without saying a word, she briefly wrapped her arms around Harry before hurrying towards the castle. Well, if you can elicit such a response from Miss Black, that is quite an achievement, Albus murmured. She's been one of the troublemakers, Harry stated. Albus nodded. I'm not sure how much you know of her family, but their views on Muggles and Muggle-borns are quite notorious, and not in a positive manner. I've heard, Harry sighed. A positive influence, Albus reiterated. I heard you the first time, Harry huffed. Don't push your luck, Albus. I wouldn't dream of it, Albus said amusedly. Break. Jenny was laughing hysterically, and Amelia scowled at her friend. It's not funny, she chastised. It was embarrassing. Oh, it's hilarious, Jenny countered. I mean, you were in his house, you didn't lock the door, and he didn't know you were there. I didn't know he was there, Amelia pointed out. Jenny rolled her eyes. Come on, it's not the end of the world, she comforted. So, he saw you Starkers. You were clean, you look after yourself, and you have good teeth. That doesn't mean I want anyone gawping at me. Was he gawping? No, Amelia sighed. Is that a hint of disappointment I hear? No. You're not very good at lying, Bones, Jenny snorted. Come on, what happened after he burst in on you? I don't know, I froze, Amelia groaned. He was just there and I didn't react. So, you just stood there naked. I was so surprised to see him that I didn't realize I was. Amelia huffed. What happened after? I covered myself up. And that's it. Just about. It's like trying to get blood out of a stone with you, Jenny muttered. So, you covered up and chatted about the weather. Not quite. I asked him what he was doing there, and he said the same thing you did, that it was his house. I told him that I was mortified, and he. He what? Amelia felt her cheeks redden. She wasn't a particularly shy person, but Jameson just seemed to have a rather strong effect on her for some reason. He said, I didn't have anything to be embarrassed about. So, he complimented you. Or he was just trying not to make me feel embarrassed about what happened. Really? Jenny asked. How did he say it? You know what he is like, Amelia said dismissively. He had that stupid grin on his face as he always does. He wasn't even looking at me when he said it, but I know he was grinning. Then maybe he meant it, Jenny pointed out. All I'll say is if he found me like that. Stop, Amelia pleaded. I don't need to hear your perverted thoughts about it. Jenny laughed once more. You could always get even, she suggested. Sneak up on him whilst he's in the shower. I'd probably be dead before I got within 10 feet, Amelia mused aloud. Anyway, I'm not sneaking up on him. It's not as though he did it on purpose. I'll just have to live with the embarrassment. Or you could learn to beat him at his own game. If he mentions it, call his bluff. I'm not doing that. Then prepare yourself for some relentless teasing. But then again, Jameson probably won't. He's not so bad, is he? No, he's not, Amelia agreed. So, do you like him? I should never have mentioned any of this to you, Amelia sighed. By Jenny. Oh, we were just getting to the good part, the woman called after her as Amelia left the examination room. She didn't know why she'd felt the need to discuss what happened. Maybe it was that Amelia felt slightly confused by the entire situation and how Jameson had been rather dismissive of it other than his initial reaction. Or perhaps Amelia was simply overthinking it. She didn't know. But it had happened, and as Jenny said, she'd just have to deal with whatever teasing came her way. Jameson wouldn't make a big deal out of it, but it was inevitable that he would make the occasional vague comment about what had happened. Break. It was strange, but not an unwelcome experience eating his lunch in the Great Hall once more. Having spent much of the past year eating with werewolves who did not have the politest of table manners, it was a nice change for Harry, even if he did have to endure the incessant students approaching him. They miss you, Albus chuckled. Harry hummed as he bit into his sandwich, shooting a glare at Arthur Weasley. He far from disliked the boy. Arthur had brought him no end of entertainment when he'd been here, but the same could not be said for Minerva. Harry could understand. It couldn't be easy being his head of house, after all. With the Pruett twins thrown in, much of her time must be occupied with disciplining the trio. Tempted yet? Albus asked. I'm tempted to throttle some of them. You and me both, Minerva broke in. You could always run an out-of-class club for the rest of the year, she suggested. I don't suppose a chess club would work. Can you play chess? No, I'm terrible at it, Harry admitted. And they'd all probably still come, Minerva replied with a smirk. Why not a dueling club? Phileas piped up. You're the duelist, Harry pointed out. I'd be more than happy to assist you with it, the diminutive man offered. It could be good for them. Harry frowned at the grinning man. Is no one on my side here? It's not about sides, Harry, Phileas assured him. We are educators and just want the best for our students. Harry didn't believe the man, but he couldn't deny that he once more felt the castle calling him. His gaze shifted towards the Slytherin table and the plethora of students already there who would choose to support Voldemort in the coming years. Perhaps he could prevent that from happening. That very observation was something he knew he would not be able to shift from his mind, and if he didn't at least try, he would carry the guilt for whatever murders and horrific acts they would go on to commit. Fine, I'll run a dueling club, but no promises about teaching next year, he warned. I'm sure the students will be delighted to hear it, Albus replied with a smile. But not until I've left the castle, Harry said firmly. I don't want to be mobbed again. I'll start after the Christmas break. Excellent, Albus declared before returning to his meal. Had it been a mistake coming here today? Harry didn't know, but having done so, he'd walked into the arms of Dumbledore, and the man had his way of always getting what he wanted, even from Harry it seemed. Nonetheless, it wasn't a sense of dread that filled him at the thought of returning, but one of excitement that only being at Hogwarts could instill within him. Chapter 20. All right, gather around you lot. Come on, stop fannying about and get your hides over here, Grim instructed, calling the meeting to order in his own abrasive way. Now, what I'm holding here is a letter from the minister himself. He's had enough of the rise in violence at the Quidditch matches. With the league underway again, he wants it stopped, so that means you are all going to be there to stop it, he announced. Great, Moody declared. So, we're going to be breaking up fist fights, stopping people from pissing in places they shouldn't be, and acting like babysitters for louts. They are the scum of society, Moody, and they all like to gather in one place to give each other a slap on the weekend. It's giving the league a bad name, Grim replied irritably. Well, the minister wants them hauled in and charged. The Magpies are playing the Wasps this week, and I'd say it's going to get a bit tasty. I'll be there to get stuck in with you all. We will meet here at 10 in the morning. With that, he left the meeting room, and Moody slumped backwards in his chair. I hate working at the matches, he groaned. There's always trouble, and if Grim says it's getting worse, we're in for it. Is it that bad? Amelia asked. Alistair chuckled humorlessly. Lass, you will finish that shift covered in only beer and blood if you're lucky, he assured her. I remember Auror Wilkes was pissed on by someone in the stands. Great, Amelia grumbled, echoing Moody's sentiment. Ah, it could be worse, Alistair sighed. At least they'll be out of the way of Diagon Alley. They'll give each other a hiding, but there won't be much property damage unless they tear the stands up again. They do that sometimes to use as weapons. Why not duel? In such an enclosed space with so many people around them, even the louts aren't that stupid, Alistair replied. A few punches is a slap on the wrist from the Wisengamot. If they hit an innocent with a spell, it gets much worse for them. Amelia nodded her understanding. Well, I suppose I'll get an early night, then if we have all that to look forward to. I would, Alistair urged. It's going to be a long day. With that, Amelia left the meeting room, and with her paperwork already complete for the day, she returned home. You're early, Edgar commented, his gaze shifting towards the clock on the wall in his study. We are on Quidditch duty tomorrow, Amelia explained. Apparently, the violence is escalating. Edgar shook his head amusedly. I'm sure you'll enjoy that, he sighed. Anyway. He was cut off by the door opening, and Amelia found herself wrapped in the tight embrace of her younger brother. You're home already. Chris nodded. He'd grown so much in the past year and a half, so much so that he was now taller than Amelia. We finished today, he explained. Did you know Harry is going to be running a dueling club at Hogwarts? Jameson, Edgar asked as he stood. He's back. He came to Hogwarts just over a week ago, Chris explained. I'm surprised Amelia didn't tell you. You knew. He came back the night I stayed at his house, Amelia explained. Edgar frowned at her. You didn't mention it, he chided, as he removed some parchment from his drawer. You're writing to him. I'm going to invite him for dinner. Why? I like Jameson, Edgar declared. Because he's as much of a pain in the language, Edgar chided with a grin. You don't mind if I invite him over, do you? I don't, Chris answered. Amelia rolled her eyes at the grinning duo. Why would I mind? She asked. Then it's settled, Edgar declared. You do realize I can just ask him, Amelia pointed out. Are you seeing him? I wasn't planning to, but I can stop by. Edgar quirked an eyebrow at her. You do that, he urged. Chris grimaced. She's got that look on her face again whenever someone mentions him. I wish I hadn't now. What look? Amelia asked irritably. I don't have a look. You go all gooey-eyed. It's disgusting, Chris snorted. I do not. Yes, you do, Edgar interjected. You stay out of it, Amelia growled. Chris shook his head. You're worse than some of the girls at school, he teased. A lot of them like him, too. They do, Amelia asked curiously. Chris nodded. Jameson is cool. I'm not cool, Amelia asked. I'd be careful how you answer that one, Chris, Edgar urged. You are, in your own way, I suppose, Chris answered after a moment of pondering it. But, you know, you're an Auror. You're strict and stiff, he added with a shrug. Amelia narrowed her eyes at her younger brother. I did tell you to be careful, Edgar sighed. I bet Jameson is strict, Amelia huffed. He is, Chris agreed, but he's still cool. With another shrug, he left the room, and Amelia glared at his retreating form. I was cool when I was at school, she muttered. I was on the Quidditch team and I was popular. So was I, Edgar pointed out, but according to Chris, I'm mostly a boring old git now. Jameson is the same age as me. Yeah, but you're Chris's sister. He's never going to think you're cool. Well, I guess I learned something new today, she murmured. I'll break the news to Jameson that he is now cool. He'll get a kick out of that. And invite him to dinner, Edgar reminded her. Don't forget to do that. Awa, do you think he's cool too? Amelia mocked. Would you like me to get his autograph for you? Shut up, Edgar returned with a frown. I like Jameson, and not just because of what he's done for us. He's fun, and I think all of us could use some of that sometimes. I suppose that's true, Amelia acknowledged. I can't fault him there, can I? Break. These seem to be some very fair prices, Mr. Jameson, and you say all of your produce is organically grown. All of them, Harry assured the man. He hummed thoughtfully. This is legitimate. I own the farm that will be supplying the produce. Well, then, I would be foolish to turn you away. When the crops are ready, do bring some in, and I will gladly sample them. Harry nodded. Thank you, Mr. Owen. I'm sure you will be very satisfied with the product. Harry left the Muggle restaurant in Knightsbridge, satisfied that he had secured another customer. Throughout the day, he had visited more than a dozen restaurants, each of the owners and chefs demonstrating a keen interest in what he had to offer. In time, when he had samples, he would begin looking into supplying the magical plants being grown to apothecaries, potioneers, and perhaps even St. Mungos for their own stocks. That wouldn't be for a number of months yet, not until the first big harvest from all 25 greenhouses had been completed. Nonetheless, he was hopeful of his success and returned home satisfied with his work for the day. Master Harry, sir, Bart greeted him as he arrived. We have 2 new baby Thestrals. 2 more, Harry asked. How many do we have now? 63, sir, Bart answered proudly. Harry chuckled. The Thestrals were thriving, as were the hippogriffs. Well, I will come and check on them shortly, he promised the elf. Bart truly had a passion for caring for the beasts on the land, and Harry was already considering looking into others for him. The only one he didn't care for was Zelda, and that was only because the large serpent saw the elf as possible prey, no matter how many times Harry had told her he wasn't. Miss Amelia is here, sir. She is. In the kitchen eating my food. Yes, sir, Bart answered, a grin tugging at his lips. I thought as much, Harry said amusedly, making his way towards the kitchen where Amelia was indeed eating. You know, I do wonder how you're not excessively overweight with how much you eat, he commented. I stay active, Amelia answered. Besides, we don't get to eat much when we're on shift. So, you save it for when you come here. Sometimes, Amelia answered unashamedly. You wouldn't deprive a hardworking Auror of a meal, would you, Jameson? Like I have a choice, Harry snorted. How are things, Bones? Not so bad, Amelia replied. I'm not looking forward to working the Quidditch match tomorrow, but it could be worse. I've not been to a Quidditch match in years, Harry murmured. He hadn't. The last one he'd been to outside of Hogwarts had been the World Cup final between Bulgaria and Ireland. Well, I'd avoid this one, Amelia urged. Hooliganism is on the up, and we've told to deal with it. Quidditch hooligans, Harry laughed. I've heard of football hooligans. Football hooligans. The Muggle sport, Harry explained. Over the years, there's been some problems with them. How much trouble can Muggles cause? World War II, Harry answered simply. Not that football hooliganism is on such a grand scale. People get a hiding and glassed occasionally, but not much else. Glassed? They smash beer glasses in each other's faces. Sounds painful, Amelia murmured. Let's not give our lot that idea. I imagine it's quite messy. Harry nodded. Have you seen the new arrivals yet? No, I was waiting for you, Amelia replied. Bart is really excited about them. Shall we go now? Amelia nodded as she stood. Throughout the conversation, she had polished off what food was on her plate. They left the kitchen into the grounds, where they were intercepted by Bart. You must be quiet, he said firmly. The Thistrals are skittish right now. Harry grinned at the little elf, and the two of them followed Bart towards the tree line in the distance, where the herd could be seen as only shadows in the darkness. Oh, look, Amelia gushed at the sight of two baby Thistrals being closely guarded by the rest. They're so tiny. Harry nodded as they simply watched the creatures and was taken aback as one of the females approached with her newborn foal. He quirked an eyebrow as they headed towards Amelia first, who carefully kneeled down to greet them. Hello, little one, she said gently. The foal was cautious, but sniffed the woman curiously and eventually allowed Amelia to pet it on the nose. How long have you spent with them since I've been away? Harry asked. Not so much time, Amelia said dismissively. Harry didn't believe her. He suspected she'd spent hours with the Thistrals, and likely the hippogriffs in his absence. Well, they seem to like you, he chuckled as the pair ambled back towards the rest of the herd. Amelia nodded. I've grown fond of them, she replied. When things were hard, I'd come out here with them. They're so calming. They are, Harry agreed. Come on, let's leave them to get settled. Amelia stood and followed him back towards the house. Edgar has invited you to dinner, she informed him. Well, I can hardly turn that offer down, especially after you've eaten all of my food. Amelia rolled her eyes at him. Stop being dramatic, Jameson, she sighed. Harry offered her a grin. You know I'm only joking. You're welcome here any time. I know. And said with no shame, Harry snorted. If you didn't want me here, you'd change the protections to ensure I couldn't get in, Amelia pointed out. I'm thinking of putting a sign on the door to my room. Your room? Do you use it? No, but I might. And what would you use it for, Jameson? Harry shrugged. Maybe for storage. Oh, so I've been relegated to a glorified cupboard. Harry felt his expression darken, and Amelia looked at him curiously. Did I say something? Harry shook his head. No, just bad memories, he said dismissively. It's not important. It seems important. Harry released a deep breath. My first bedroom was a cupboard under the stairs when I lived with my aunt and uncle. They weren't very nice people. Your aunt and uncle treated you like that? Amelia asked, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Harry chuckled. It was a long time ago. Stand down, or her bones. Amelia shook her head. That's just not right. It isn't, Harry agreed. Life often isn't right or fair, but we can only work with what we have. They were the last of my relatives when my parents were killed. It was either them or an orphanage, and I've seen what living in one of those can do to people. Amelia continued to frown, but she didn't comment on his treatment further, though she seemed to want to. Chris says you're going to be running a dueling club at Hogwarts. Apparently so, Harry sighed. I went to have breakfast and ended up agreeing to it. If Albus had his way, I'd be back teaching. Isn't that what you're going to do? Maybe, Harry answered thoughtfully. I've not decided yet. He hadn't, but he knew it was likely. "Are you staying tonight?" he asked. "Excuse me." "Well, it's getting late," Harry pointed out. "What? You think I don't know how many times the protections around the house were triggered when I was away? Funnily enough, they only happened once a day several times, so I'm guessing you stayed over quite frequently." "Is that a problem?" Amelia asked haughtily, a smirk tugging at her lips. "No," Harry assured her. "It's a big enough house. You can stay as often as you like. I just worry what your brother might think if he notices," he added with a grin. "I didn't know you were so concerned for my honor, Jameson. Maybe I'd tell him I was somewhere else." "Do you really think he'd believe that?" "No," Amelia conceded. "He wouldn't." Harry chuckled. What must he think of his little sister? Whatever he thinks, he'll keep to himself if he knows what's good for him. Besides, do you think he'd be so nice to you if he thought you were defiling his little sister, as you put it? "Maybe not," Harry murmured. "Well, if you're staying, you know where everything is. I have some paperwork to catch up on. Good night, Bones." Amelia nodded. "Good night, Jameson." Harry left her in the kitchen and made his way to the basement. He did have some paperwork that required his attention, and he'd already put it off for long enough. With his return to Hogwarts impending, he didn't want to leave anything neglected. Break. In all his years serving on the ICW, there had only ever been one incident which had caused the alarm in Albus's office to sound so shrilly in the dead of night, and that had been when his predecessor had passed away. Considering he was now the supreme mugwump, as he exited his sleeping quarters and entered the office, he could only assume it was something of equal importance that required his attention. "Marsillo, what has happened?" he asked sleepily. The Italian representative shook his head gravely. "Greyback, along with more than 100 other high-security prisoners, have managed to escape." It took a moment for the words to register, and when they did, Albus felt his heart sink into his stomach. "So many?" he asked. Marsillo nodded. "We do not know how, but it is being investigated as we speak," he explained. "All of the guards are dead, and there is no sign of the prisoners." "What has Bosco to say on the matter?" "Not much," Marsillo sighed. "He is there now. He is furious, as you can imagine." Albus nodded. "I will call a meeting," he decided. "We must get to the bottom of this. Have the hit wizards been notified?" "They have," Marsillo assured him. "They are already on the hunt to round them, but it will take time, Albus. These are not foolish, run-of-the-mill criminals they are looking for. These are the very worst." "I am aware," Albus murmured. "Keep me posted with any developments." Marsillo offered him a final nod before his head vanished from the flames. This was as bad as any news that could have been broken to him. Those that had escaped were an accumulation of decades of work carried out by the Department of Justice of the ICW, and for so many to roam among the masses once again was nothing short of frightening. Albus shook his head at the thought. This would undoubtedly make international news, and the pressure would truly be on to find them. The hit wizards would work tirelessly to do so, but even that knowledge brought Albus little comfort. Between now and then, there was no telling what harm such a dangerous group of men and women could cause. Break. Crucio. She knew she was dreaming, but reliving what she endured in her sleep was somehow worse than the experience itself. The man who had tortured her had relented after only a moment or so, but in Amelia's nightmares, he did not. Over and over again, he would curse her until he tore a scream from her throat, and when she relented, they came so freely with each time she was placed under it. The dreams did not come so often, but when they did, they were as bad as ever, and there was no escape from them. Still, Amelia thrashed against her binds in a bid to do so, or to alleviate the sheer agony that lanced through her in sporadic waves. Nothing helped, and until she woke, she would simply have to endure it. "Amelia." The voice that spoke her name was no louder than a whisper, and she wasn't even sure if she'd truly heard it. "Amelia, come on, wake up." She gasped as she breathed in a lungful of fresh air, and the pain dissipated immediately. Amelia was drenched in a cold sweat, but it was the warmth holding her tightly she felt most. "It's all right," a low voice soothed. "It was just a dream." It took a moment to realize that Jameson was cradling her in his arms as he spoke to her softly, and Amelia felt her breathing begin to even out. "Sorry," she whispered. "For what?" "Waking you." Jameson shook his head. "It's fine, but if you could take your nails out of my arm, I'd really appreciate it." She hadn't realized she was gripping him so tightly, and as she withdrew her hand, she felt something warm run down the length of her fingers and drip onto the bed. "You're bleeding," Amelia gasped. "Don't worry about that," Jameson said dismissively. "Are you okay?" Amelia wanted to say that she was, but she would be lying, and Jameson would know it too. "It doesn't happen every night." "No, but when it does, it never gets easier." Amelia frowned. "Do you have dreams like that?" Jameson nodded. "Sometimes," he answered. "My mother, I still see her being murdered and hear him laughing." Amelia swallowed deeply. As terrifying as her own dream was, she couldn't imagine watching the final moment of her parents when she was at her most vulnerable. "How do you cope with it?" "You don't," Jameson replied. "A clemency helps, but they still get through occasionally. It's an emotional scar that manifests itself from time to time. It doesn't get easier to cope with, but you get better at it eventually." It brought her little comfort to know that, but Amelia nodded. "Was I screaming?" "I thought you were being murdered," Jameson snorted humorlessly. "Bloody hell, I've not run so fast in years." "Sorry," Amelia repeated, "and thank you." "Think nothing of it," Jameson murmured. "We all have our demons and burdens to bear. Sometimes it helps if someone is there." "It's still not the nicest way to be woken up." "It's not," Jameson agreed. "Would you like some clean pajamas?" "Please," Amelia answered. Her own were drenched in sweat. With a flick of his wand, Harry summoned some for her, and Amelia accepted them gratefully. Maybe a quick shower, she decided as she kicked the duvet off. Oddly, she didn't feel at all embarrassed about what had happened. Unlike anyone else, Jameson understood what it was like to endure such nightmares, and his own solemn demeanor spoke volumes of how much it had affected him. "I'll wait for you," he assured her. Amelia nodded, and having entered the bathroom, she showered quickly, taking the time to calm herself down. By the time she returned to the bedroom, Harry had changed the bedsheets for her and even fetched a jug of water. Amelia quirked an eyebrow at him. He was already in the bed, reading through a stack of parchment. "Better?" he asked. Amelia nodded. "Well, don't just stand there," Jameson huffed, pulling the duvet up on her side. She climbed into bed, finding the moment to be odd but not uncomfortable. "You know you don't have to." "You know you don't always have to be the tough orer," Jameson cut her off. "Not around me." "But I'm a tough orer," Amelia returned. "I know," Jameson said with a grin, "but sometimes you're allowed to take a break from that. I think this is one of those times. There's nothing wrong with being scared and shaken up by things." "How did you used to cope with it?" "I used to hide under my duvet," Jameson answered unashamedly. "It's strange how much safer you can feel when you do that as a kid. It doesn't work so well when you're an adult." "It doesn't," Amelia agreed. Jameson took her hand and gave it a squeeze. "Well, since neither of us is likely to get much sleep, I thought we should do something productive." "What can you do in bed that is productive?" She immediately regretted the question as soon as the words left her lips, and Jameson's eyes crinkled amusedly. "I never did tell you about that, did I?" he chuckled. "Shut up, Jameson," Amelia grumbled. "What are we doing?" "Well, in the absence of the other thing, I thought you could help me plan lessons for the dueling club." "You don't need my help with that." "Maybe not, but I'd appreciate your input," Jameson replied. "This is what I have so far. If there's anything you think I should include, I'm all ears." Amelia was not naive to think that he needed her help, but she did appreciate what he was doing. He was trying to distract her from the dream she'd had, and as she read his notes, she realized just how seriously he took magic. She'd never doubted he did, but seeing just how meticulous he was with his various uses for single spells, down to the very minutest of details, it was clear to see why he was a step above those she'd seen him face off with. "It looks good," Amelia complimented. "What about shields?" "I will teach them, but not until they've learned to get by without them." Amelia nodded her approval. She did not like to use shields unless necessary. They were useful, but could be both a hindrance and taxing. She read through his notes twice more before yawning and shaking her head. "Ready to try to get some sleep?" Jameson asked. "I am," Amelia replied. Jameson took the papers from her and placed them on the bedside table before extinguishing the lamp with a flick of his wand. Before Amelia could question what was happening, he wrapped his arm around her and eased her into the mattress. "Don't get any funny ideas, Bones," he murmured. Although she couldn't see it, Amelia knew he had that stupid grin on his face once more. "If I feel anything prodding me in the back, Jameson, I'll swing for you," she warned. He chuckled. "Or Bones, if anything is prodding you in the back, I can assure you that it is only my wand." Amelia shook her head. "Shut up, Jameson," she sighed, wriggling herself so she was more comfortable against him. "Break." The werewolf was emaciated, his skin hanging off his skeletal frame as though it was a suit several sizes too small for him. Fenrir's 18 months in captivity had not been kind to him, and Lord Voldemort suspected that in his wolfish form he would resemble a stray with mange. Still, he seemed to have his wits about him, even if his memory had been wiped of what had happened during his capture. Try as he might, the Dark Lord could not navigate the maze of thoughts that had been created. He leaned back in his chair with a pensive expression. "Whoever did this to you is an expert in the mind arts," he said thoughtfully. "Perhaps the memories will return, but I do not believe it can be forced." Greyback merely grunted in response. "What about the woman?" he croaked. Voldemort hummed as he pondered what to do about Amelia Bones. He'd set Yaxley and the others the task of ensuring she did not interfere in his affairs, but nothing had been done. With Bones being an Auror, it was not the case of a simple murder, especially when one attempt had already failed. The woman would die eventually. It was almost inevitable, but for now, it would not do to draw unnecessary attention to himself or those serving him. "It will be remedied in time, Fenrir," Voldemort assured the werewolf. "What I need from you is the recovery of your pack. When you are better, you will find them." Fenrir nodded. It wasn't as though he had much choice in the matter. The Dark Lord had gone to great lengths to see to his freedom, and now, Greyback was very much indebted to him. "I will find them," the werewolf assured him. "Good," Voldemort replied with a smile. "For now, enjoy my hospitality whilst you recover." "This is a nice place," Fenrir commented. "That is why I acquired it for myself. The owners were reluctant to part with it at first, but I can be rather convincing when the occasion calls for it." He was currently residing in Bulgaria, just a short distance from the capital. The home was isolated enough that he would not be bothered by the locals, and stately enough that those he met with would take him seriously. The Dark Lord could not conduct business from a disadvantageous position, after all. Nonetheless, his efforts thus far were not without their troubles. Greyback's arrest was concerning, and what had happened outside of Blackburn more so. Whoever had liberated Bones was a dangerous person, and though he'd considered all possible individuals he knew of, the Dark Lord had been out of Britain for so many years that he could not claim his knowledge to be of much use. He kept up to date with political changes, but when it came to exceptional individuals, he was sorely lacking. Dumbledore. Even Yaxley had immediately put the name forth, but the headmaster of Hogwarts was not cut from such a cloth. No, there was another back home who'd managed to free Bones, kill her captors, and remove any trace of themselves. It was troubling, but not concerning for Lord Voldemort, who saw no threat to him from any. Soon enough, he would return home, but until then, he had much to occupy his time and mind, which did not involve focusing on wayward strangers who were of no eventual consequence. "Break." "What is it, Albus? Your message sounded urgent." The headmaster looked more tired than Alastair had seen him as he nodded. The bags under his eyes were prominent, and his expression was one of deep concern. "I think it is best if you come through, Alastair," Dumbledore sighed. Alastair did so, stepping through the fireplace of his own home into the office of his friend. "What's happened?" he asked immediately. Albus shook his head. Sometime in the past few days, the prison Fenrir Greyback was being kept in was breached. He, along with most others, escaped. It took a moment for Alastair to digest what he'd been told. "Bugger," he growled. Albus nodded his agreement. "It is much worse than that," he sighed. "The location of the prison is only known by me and the other representatives of the ICW. The only way anyone could have learned of its location is if someone told them about it." "Indeed," Albus murmured. "Willingly or not, somebody assisted whomever it was who broke in." "Any idea who it was?" "None," Albus said unhappily. "The place was a mess, and there was too much ambient magic to find any trace. It was meticulously planned and violent. None of the guards survived, and no alarm was raised." "No alarm was raised?" Moody asked confusedly. "Wouldn't that be the first thing one of them did?" "It would," Albus confirmed. "I have not mentioned this to my colleagues, but upon inspecting the protections, the alarm was disabled and then re-enabled around 20 minutes later." "An inside job," Alastair deduced. "I have no doubt that there was help from someone within," Albus declared. "The problem is, all of the guards on duty were killed, and the visitor log has mysteriously vanished." Alastair shook his head. "Definitely an inside job of sorts," he reiterated. "The question is, who would be able to pull it off?" "Only a prison guard or a representative," Albus replied darkly. "The guards have already been questioned, and each of them cleared of any wrongdoing." "So, one of the representatives," Moody mused aloud. "Do you have any thoughts on who?" "I'm afraid not," Albus sighed. "I know these men and women, some better than others, but they represent the very best of their countries. I cannot fathom who is responsible." "You did say it was possible the help was given unwillingly," Alastair pointed out. "I did, but I am not so convinced. These are powerful witches and wizards, and it would be exceedingly difficult to compromise them in such a way." "You think one, or more of them, is compromised?" "That is what concerns me," Albus murmured. "What's more, the diplomatic immunity granted to each of us will protect them from being investigated." Alastair could only shake his head. "So, nothing will be done about it?" "I'm afraid my hands are tied," Albus replied apologetically. "Of course, officially, the hit wizards will be looking to apprehend all those who have absconded, but that will take considerable time. And until Greyback is found, Amelia is in danger." "Not so much," Albus denied. "Currently, he is a wolf without a pack. The Aurors across the continent will be paying close attention to any attacks, and with a little luck, he will be tracked down." Alastair grunted. "What truly concerns me is that it does not appear it is going to be made public knowledge. Those whom I have spoken with do not wish to create panic." "You do not agree?" "I do not." Alastair nodded, pondering what it was that could be done about what had happened. Without notifying the public, and with so many having escaped, it was a truly dangerous thing to be kept under wraps. "Jameson," he said in realization, "couldn't we?" Albus shook his head. "It is not that I do not believe he would assist, but it is that he shouldn't. If, as I suspect, one of my colleagues is involved, it will be an exceedingly dangerous undertaking, and I would not see him harmed for it. For now, at least, it is best dealt with via the official channels unless absolutely necessary. It is one thing to operate here under laws I can use to protect him, but to do so in other countries is another matter entirely." "I suppose that's true," Alastair acknowledged unhappily, "but I will have to inform Bones. She may not be in immediate danger, but Greyback will not forget it was her who apprehended him." "He will not," Albus agreed. "Best warn her discreetly." I will, Alistair grumbled. Thanks for letting me know, Albus, if there is anything I can do. Thank you, Alistair, Albus said appreciatively. I will keep you informed of any progress or developments. Alistair nodded and took his leave of the office through the Flu network. Arriving at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he made his way to the meeting room where the other Aurors were already gathered. Grim was already there, as was Amelia, who Alistair took a spot next to. It's not like you to be late, she said in greeting. I had some unpleasant news. I'll explain when we get out of here. Amelia looked at him curiously, but Grim cleared his throat, garnering the attention of the room. All right, we already went through what I expect from you, the head Auror announced. You will be in groups of 4, which can be found on this piece of parchment. It will also tell you what part of the stadium you will be patrolling. That's it from me. Grim stuck the piece of parchment to the notice board before leaving the room, and Amelia took hold of Alistair's arm. What is it? Alistair released a deep breath. You must keep this to yourself, he said firmly. Greyback has escaped from prison. Escaped? Amelia gasped worriedly. Alistair nodded. Along with dozens of others, according to Albus, he explained quietly. The hit wizards will be working on rounding them up, but I don't like it, Bones. Albus doesn't think you're in any immediate danger, but... Constant vigilance, Amelia broke in. Constant vigilance, Alistair agreed. She seemed to be taking the news in her stride, but given what she'd been through, Alistair had no doubt the news had left Amelia feeling concerned, even if she wasn't showing it. He didn't like Albus's belief that one of the representatives of the ICW was involved in the breakout, and even less so, the man wasn't doing something about it. Had he not learned his lesson from Grindelwald's uprising? Alistair did not believe this was on par with what Grindelwald had done, but when it could possibly lead to Amelia being harmed. No, it didn't sit right with him, and he was of a mind to look into the matter himself for what good it would do. Break. You heard everything. Harry nodded grimly as he undid the disillusionment charm. What are you going to do? He asked. I don't know, Albus murmured. It is a rather precarious position I find myself in. It is, Harry agreed, but partly I think you're seeing what you want to. What do you mean, Harry? Dumbledore asked curiously. The visitor log. I'm not convinced it was taken under the same context you are. I don't doubt that it is possible someone on the ICW is involved, but if they are as brilliant and talented as you believe, taking the visitor log is an amateur move. It is what a fool would do to cover their tracks. Whoever took it knew it would be noticed, and the logic would be to begin looking at those who had access to the prison. Albus hummed thoughtfully. I had not considered that. Because you are a logical man, Harry pointed out. You do not like to think that there is someone who could do something so simply convoluted to lead an investigation in such a direction. Either I'm wrong, or you are, but neither outcome brings me comfort. Nor I, Albus agreed. Harry nodded. Only one man who would have a vested interest in seeing Greyback freed and had the capability of achieving came to mind, and it truly brought him no comfort, even though he was confident in his deduction. Voldemort. I wasn't lost on him that the Dark Lord had already attempted to get to Amelia for her apprehension of Greyback, nor that it had been the man himself to kill the woman from where Harry had come from. Try as he might, it only seemed to grow less possible for him to avoid Tom Riddle, and with the man's, albeit seemingly passing, interest in Amelia, it all began to feel somewhat prophetic once again. It was a troubling thought, but not one he could ignore. Wherever he went, or whatever he did, Tom Riddle seemed to be a shadow that would hang over him. Releasing a deep breath, Harry nodded to himself. What are your thoughts, Harry? Albus asked. Of course, the headmaster was not privy to what Voldemort was doing or his involvement in anything that had occurred, as far as Harry knew, at least, and he would prefer to keep it that way for as long as possible. I'm not sure, he murmured in response. I need to ponder it further. As do I, Albus sighed. Harry nodded. As determined as he was not to involve himself in what was coming, he could no longer deny that he already was in it much deeper than he'd like. Nonetheless, he would see no harm come to Amelia, even if that meant he would have to do the very thing he wished to avoid. "I need to think," he murmured once more before exiting Dumbledore's office. But it wasn't towards the entrance hall his steps carried him. Donning the invisibility cloak, he made his way towards the 7th floor. He knew little of where Voldemort currently was, but he would never forget where he could find a part of the man. Chapter 21. Despite his feelings towards such magic, Harry couldn't deny that the Horcrux resting on the table in front of him was indeed a remarkable feat of magic. Having retrieved the diadem from the room of requirement, he'd spent the past several days studying it. What he found was as curious as it was dangerous, more so than his 17-year-old self could possibly have fathomed. Fortunately, it had not been in his possession long when he'd first taken it from the room, given it was destroyed by fiendfire shortly after. In hindsight, it was the best possible outcome for Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The fragment of soul within was as volatile as one would expect, with it belonging to Voldemort, but it was the carefully layered curses placed upon the diadem which were more concerning, one of which was tied to the defense against the dark arts position within the school. Harry suspected Riddle had only been able to enact such a curse as he was a direct descendant of Slytherin, but that did not take away the brilliance he demonstrated in doing so. For the most part, the curse was passive magic and would go unnoticed unless someone had found the diadem itself. Nonetheless, it had not been so difficult to remove it, and Harry had done so upon discovering the magic layered together. As with the others he'd come into contact with, the Horcrux proved to be as malignant, probing the recesses of his mind in a bid to make him submit to its will. Harry had not done so, and though he was yet to destroy it, he now knew it was the only way to be rid of the soul that clung so diligently to the vessel it was placed within. He'd hoped the diadem could be preserved, but with so little known about the obscure, imprecise magic, he would not take any foolish risks. With a shake of his head, he placed it back in the box he'd created to store it. Whilst it was within, the effects of the soul piece were significantly dampened, but Harry knew he could not delay the inevitable for much longer. It would have to be destroyed sooner, rather than later. With the Horcrux stored, he turned the wireless off before taking his leave of the basement. For days, he'd been listening for any announcement notifying the public of Greyback's escape, but Albus had proven to be correct in his assumption that the ICW was reluctant to reveal what had occurred. It was frustrating, but only added credence to Harry's thoughts on the matter. Albus may be proven right in his belief that someone from the ICW was involved. Harry, however, was certain that Voldemort was. Still, such a thought brought him little comfort. Greyback was once again at large, and regardless of who was involved in seeing it so, the world was worse off for it. Harry couldn't fathom why the werewolf had been allowed to live. With all he'd done, he'd expected the man to be executed for his crimes, but it seemed that every country he'd operated in wanted their pound of flesh. As such, he'd been left to rot in prison whilst each built their cases against him in a bid to be the one to administer the punishment, and now, none would have to honor of doing so. Again, posturing politics had gotten in the way of justice, much like he'd seen from the Wisengamot here in Britain. Harry had been a victim of it himself when he'd been brought to trial for defending himself, and Dudley from the Dementors. Fudge and Umbridge had been so keen to see him expelled that they'd seriously overstepped. The latter more than the former, but they'd done so nonetheless. The ICW was likely similar, just on a grander scale than domestic politics, and being grander only meant that the corruption was more severe. It was indeed a dangerous entity, but no less corrupt. Not that anything could be done about it. The ICW was at the very top of wizarding governance, and not even Dumbledore could prevent filthy politicking as the supreme mugwump. Once more, Harry found himself frustrated, but chose not to dwell on the things he could not control. Instead, he opted to take the flu to Hogwarts, where he was due to begin the first meeting of the dueling club, something he was looking forward to through the mire of his political discontent. Arriving in the empty Great Hall, where he would be hosting the club, he could hear the excited students on the other side of the door, and Harry wondered just how many had arrived to participate. Clearing the house tables to the sides of the room, he erected a platform in the center before opening the door to greet those who wished to attend, and was taken aback by the sheer number of those he was faced with. Most of the students were here, speaking animatedly among themselves. "I think I'm going to need a little help with this," Harry murmured. "I thought as much," a squeaky voice replied. Harry looked down and breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of Professor Flitwick smiling up at him. "I am glad to see you, Phileas," he chuckled. "I didn't expect this many." "Then it is a good thing the rest of us did," the diminutive man replied. "Minerva and Horace will be along shortly to assist you." Harry nodded appreciatively and gestured for the man to enter. "This what I am planning to do with them," he explained, handing Phileas a roll of parchment to read through. When he was done, he nodded his approval. "It is a good place to start," he observed. "Going back to basics will be good for all of them, even those that think they are better than they are." "Exactly," Harry agreed. He'd done the same thing with the DA when he started teaching his fellow students, and though some had objected, it had benefited them greatly when their egos had been checked. "Well, shall we let them in?" Phileas asked. Harry nodded and opened the door to admit the students, and was inundated with greetings as they filed in. Minerva and Horace followed at the end of the long line, shepherding in the stragglers. Once they were inside, Harry found himself exceedingly grateful for the three professors taking it upon themselves to assist him. The students had arrived in vast numbers and were surrounding the platform. It was one thing to teach classes of around 30, but Harry had never had such a large group before. Not even the DA had been as popular as this dueling club. Perhaps he had finally taken on more than he could handle. Nonetheless, he cleared his throat loudly as he stepped onto the platform, and the students fell steadily silent. "Before we begin, there are rules that all of you will abide by if you wish to take part in this club," Harry said firmly. "You are here to learn the art of dueling, but if there are any incidents of anyone using what you have learned to intimidate, bully, or cause harm to others, you will no longer be welcome here. This is the first and only time I will warn you. There will be no second chances. If you don't think you can exercise the necessary self-control, I would urge you to leave now." None did, and Harry nodded satisfactorily. "Good," he declared as he began walking the length of the platform. "To begin with, we will be covering the very basics. That means the pleasantries expected of you, sportsmanship, and beginning a duel." "Some of us already know that," a voice from the gathered students called. "Then you will be able to demonstrate it expertly for those that do not," Harry returned. "As Professor Flitwick is an accomplished duelist in his own right, I would ask that he explain the courtesies." Harry stepped off the platform as Flitwick stepped on, and watched as the man talked the students through the pre-duel rituals. For the students, it was likely rather dull and not what they came here for, but this was a dueling club, and they would learn the correct way to duel. Having considered what he would teach, Harry decided he would take this route. Having them learn even the most inane of things would be useful for those who wished to become duelists, but also serve to weed out those who were here for the wrong reasons. "Thank you, Professor Flitwick," he called as his former colleague finished his explanation. "We will be working on those necessities over the coming weeks, but for the rest of today's session, I would like to see how well you can aim your spells. I will not let you loose until I am confident your aim is acceptable. Now, form up into 4 lines. You will be taking turns hitting the targets with the disarming charm. We will be offering pointers to those that need them." The students complied, though some grumbled unhappily as they did so. With a wave of his wand, Harry created a series of targets in front of each group of various sizes. And as he set them to work, he realized it had been a good idea to begin with this. Very few of the students were accurate enough to hit anything smaller than the largest target, and even fewer, the second largest. By the time each had completed their turn, Harry could count on one hand how many were accurate enough to have hit all of them. "We will go again," he announced, conjuring some even smaller targets for those who had performed well. "It's impossible," one of the older Hufflepuffs groaned. "No, it just takes practice," Harry said encouragingly. "The more you do it, the better you'll get. I imagine Professor Flitwick could shave a fly's eyebrows from 50 feet. Flitwick nodded thoughtfully. "I might have to try that one," he chuckled. "Come along, there are a few tips I can give you." Once more, the students lined up, and Harry, along with the rest of the staff, corrected the stances and wand positions of those who were struggling, improving their aim immediately. It was something they would need to continue to practice, but seeing their delighted expressions as they performed better than their first attempts reminded him of how much he'd enjoyed teaching the DA so many years prior. "Get out of the way, you filthy little mudblood. It's my turn," a voice snarled, pulling Harry from his musings. He looked towards where the commotion was coming from to see a large, blond boy garbed in silver and green-trimmed robes, shoving a much smaller Ravenclaw student to the side. The boy fell to the ground, and some of the other Slytherins began to laugh and jeer at him. Doing his utmost to remain composed, Harry stalked towards the instigator and disarmed him with a flick of his wand. The young man was taken aback by the intervention, though he puffed himself up to his full height. "Would you kindly repeat what you just said, Mr. Rowell?" Harry requested. Rowell appeared to be confused. "He tried to push in front of me," he defended. "I'm not interested in what he did. I'd like for you to repeat exactly what you said." "I told the filthy mudblood to get out of my way." "I thought as much," Harry murmured. "Now, not only have you said something to offend the majority of people in this room, but me also. You are going to apologize for using that slur, and if I hear it again from you or anyone else, you will be out of the door so fast your feet will not touch the ground." For calling him Harry held up a hand to prevent Rowell from repeating the word. "Hogwarts is a place of tolerance, where all who possess the ability to wield magic are welcome to be educated without fear of being discriminated against because of the circumstances of their birth. How would you feel if I started referring to you and the other pureblood students as filthy inbreds?" Rowell scowled at him. "Well," Harry pressed. "I wouldn't," Rowell muttered. "Exactly," Harry sighed. "Being a pureblood, half-blood, or even a muggle-born has no bearing on somebody's ability here or even outside of the castle. One of the most brilliant witches I've ever met was a muggle-born and two of the most powerful half-bloods. One of them is the current headmaster of this school. Now, you are all free to think and believe what you wish, but I will not tolerate you spewing your prejudices here. I am a half-blood, as are Professors Flitwick and McGonagall. You will all keep a civil tongue in your head during this club, and if you can't, you will leave. That goes for all of you," Harry warned. "There will be no slurs towards any insulting their ancestry. Am I making myself clear?" "Yes, Professor Jameson," the students chorused, some less enthusiastically than others. "I'm not a professor, but thank you. All I expect from you is a level of mutual respect, especially as we will be delving into some rather dangerous magics whilst we are here. Now, let us move on to something more pleasant. All of you have already shown improvement. The next time we meet, we will begin practicing some new spells and finding alternative uses for spells you should already know. When we have built up our repertoire, we can then begin creating sequences of spells by chaining them together from one directly into another. There is a lot of work ahead of us. Thank you for coming." The students took the cue to leave, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. "You handle that very well, Harry," Phileas offered. "It has been a problem within the school for some time." "Well, I won't tolerate in here," Harry replied. "If it is not dealt with, it can become rather dangerous, especially with what we've already seen happening outside the castle." Phileas nodded his agreement. "I share the same concern. I do not wish for it to become the norm, though I fear it already has for many of them." It had. Despite putting his message across firmly, Harry knew it would make little difference outside the dueling club. Many of the students here had parents and other family members who were so ardent in their beliefs that it was inevitable they would adopt them. Harry had always wondered why it was that Voldemort had managed to gather so much support, but being in here this evening had shown him. Many of those who'd attended the club tonight would go on to be some of the more prolific Death Eaters in the years to come. It was an unsettling thought at what they would do to others, but Harry wasn't sure if he could prevent it, not with the influence already affecting so many. Nonetheless, he would try. He was only one man, but if he could prevent even one from falling into Tom Riddle's trap, the effort alone would be worth it. Break. Taking corpses from cemeteries was tedious work. Each grave had to be meticulously checked to ensure the body had not decomposed beyond use, dug up, and then reburied to ensure his subterfuge was not discovered. Nonetheless, having spent many nights across several countries throughout the continent, he had finally obtained his 700th subject to be placed in the cave as a line of defense. With a smile tugging at his lips, he activated his portkey, and only a dizzying moment later, he arrived at the place where one of his Horcruxes would rest. His gaze swept across the breadth of the enormous cavern, and with a satisfied nod, he began removing the several shrunken trunks from within his robes. Emptying the contents into the still water, he resized the bodies with a wave of his wand. The stench of rotting flesh alone would deter most from poking their noses in, but the Dark Lord's plan was much more sinister. He wanted none to escape who may happen upon this place, and if the potion didn't get them, the hundreds of dead would not fail. Disrobing, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to cast the necessary magic. Such a spell on this grand scale would leave him depleted for days, but it would be worth it. It wasn't as though he hadn't planned for the eventuality, whilst considering which country he wished to visit next. Bulgaria had become rather dull in recent days, and the ever-restless Lord Voldemort had a hunger for a new place to investigate and new magics to add to his arsenal. He'd been doing so for years now, not just to satiate his hunger to be the most powerful wizard on the planet, but because he'd always sought knowledge wherever it was to be found. Thus far, among many others, he had exhausted France, Germany, Poland, and a myriad of countries in the Middle East, and yet there were many other places on his list. For now, however, his priority was to secure another of his Horcruxes so that if the unthinkable were to happen, his continued existence was guaranteed. With a flourish of his wand, the Dark Lord began to chant, putting one of the spells he'd discovered in a tome that would see him serve several years in Azkaban if he was caught with it to use. The corpses continued to float lazily across the water's surface, but as the limbs began to twitch, Lord Voldemort doubled his efforts, smiling triumphantly as the dead thrashed in protest against his efforts. Break. Fiendfire, Harry murmured, aiming his wand at the diadem. The flames consumed the seemingly innocuous adornment, and the resulting force sent him skidding backwards across the floor of the basement. When the eerie scream of fury ceased, he extinguished the spell and vanished the small pile of ashes left behind. He truly had hoped to salvage Ravenclaw's creation, but at the risk of unleashing something deeply unpleasant on the world, it had needed to be sacrificed. With the diadem gone, Tom was one Horcrux less, and the curses he'd placed upon it broken by the destructive fire. It was, of course, for the best. With that task taken care of, Harry shifted his attention to the other, less simple matter he'd been looking into, and shook his head at how little information was freely available. Since the day Amelia had arrived in this very room after another attempt had been made on her life, Harry had been trying to deduce who had been behind it. As simple as it would be to blame it on Voldemort, he did not suspect the man's involvement in this. No, Harry was convinced that whoever was responsible for the death of Amelia's parents had been biding their time and taken the opportunity to eliminate the woman, because she'd been investigating the murder herself. It was the only logical conclusion that made sense, and though Harry was no closer to figuring out who could and would orchestrate such an attempt, the more he pondered it, the more he believed the nagging thought that there was much more to all of this than he could fathom. Still, with so little to go on, he was at a loss. He did not wish to raise it with Amelia, who would only get her hopes up or be utterly furious that he had taken it upon himself to investigate the matter so deeply. That left him very much alone to obtain further information, unless he was to raise it with the one person who could perhaps assist him, though he was reluctant to do so. It wasn't that he didn't trust Dumbledore, but the man would have questions Harry was neither willing nor ready to answer. However, there seemed to be little choice. Releasing a deep breath as he weighed up the pros and cons of doing so, he returned the few newspaper articles he'd acquired. Along with his own notes in the trunk, he kept them in. He was due to join the Bones family for dinner shortly, and staring at the far-from-complete puzzle laid out before him only served to induce a headache. Perhaps he would be better served to leave it well alone, but Harry knew how much it meant to Amelia. The woman had dedicated her life to bringing justice to others when none had been given to her and her two brothers. Nonetheless, it was a complex case, and Harry feared that somewhere along the line, he would uncover something he wished he hadn't. People were not murdered in such a way without reason, and though he didn't believe Amelia's parents were involved willingly in anything nefarious, he still did not wish to tarnish the memory their children had of them. Still, if he were to continue to pursue this with any success, the truth would have to come out, no matter how unpleasant or harrowing it was. That thought alone often gave him pause and consider if he was indeed doing the right thing. For now, it was something he could not answer, and pondering it without further progress would achieve nothing. With that very thought continuing to occupy his mind, however, he decided to ready himself by showering for the evening ahead. Break. Well, look what the Kneazle dragged in, Jenny declared mockingly as Amelia entered the examination room. Ha ha, the Auror huffed. It's been busy. I know, Jenny assured her. It always is when the Quidditch season is on. How bad has it been? Not as bad as Aleister expected, Amelia replied. It's still something we could do without, but it's mostly petty fighting and lewd behavior. Lewd behavior? Believe me, you don't want to know, Amelia sighed. Well, either way, you can make it up to me with dinner. I will be done soon. I can't tonight, Amelia said apologetically. Jameson is coming over for dinner. Is he now? Jenny asked teasingly. Not like that, Amelia said firmly. Edgar invited him round. So, he's not even your guest, Jenny returned with a grin. Amelia narrowed her eyes at the insinuation. You are free to join us if you like. It would be rude to refuse, Jenny replied. I'll just need a little time to get ready. I won't be seen like this. Amelia rolled her eyes at the woman. Fine, but don't take forever. In a rush to see your man. He is not my man, Amelia growled, eliciting a smirk from the other woman. Jenny was one of the few people who could rile her up, and it irritated Amelia to no end. So, nothing new between the two of you then? Why would there be? Amelia asked casually. Bones. Amelia tutted as she folded her arms. No, there is nothing new between us. But you want there to be. Amelia shook her head. No, and he doesn't either. Has he told you that? Does he have to? Jenny huffed frustratedly. It really is like getting blood out of a stone with you, she grumbled. Unless you've spoken about it and both said you're not interested, it remains unresolved. There's nothing to resolve, Amelia insisted. You can keep telling you that as much as you like, Amelia Bones, but I've seen the two of you together. There's something there, even if you don't want to admit it. We are friends, Amelia said firmly. Jenny shook her head. You're telling me, with all the time you've spent together and everything he's done, nothing has happened, not even a lingering hug. Amelia felt her cheeks redden, and Jenny grinned triumphantly. Spill it, she demanded. It's not like that, Amelia said dismissively. Then what was it like? Amelia deflated and shook her head. I had a nightmare when I was staying at his and woke him up, she explained. Why were you staying at his if he's home? Amelia shrugged. I just do sometimes, she replied. I have dinner with him, spend time with the Thestrals and Hippogriffs, and I stay the night. I have my own room." "How very cozy," Jenny commented. "Wait, if you have your own room, how did he know you were having a nightmare?" "I screamed," Amelia admitted. "It felt so real." "And good old Jameson kicked the door off the hinges and scared the monsters away." "Something like that," Amelia sighed. "Anyway, he stayed with me." "That's it. I might have fallen asleep in his arms." "Well, that's progress, I suppose. How was it being spooned by him?" "All right, that's enough," Amelia growled, fighting the urge to blush, though as ever she failed miserably. "Fine, maybe I will just ask Jameson." "You will not." Jenny offered her another teasing grin. "You know I wouldn't really do that to you," Jenny assured her. "I just find the two of you as funny as I do frustrating. You clearly care about one another." Amelia did not deny it, but she still didn't understand the nature of their relationship. With everything they'd been through, of course they cared, but in what way eluded her? Jameson had said nothing other than he didn't date witches, and Amelia, save for her more vulnerable moments, wasn't exactly an open book either. It was as though they ran around each other in oddly intrusive, yet not unwelcome circles, neither broaching the subject of what they meant to one another. For Amelia, her feelings were confused between the undeniable care and gratitude she felt towards Jameson and anything else that could lie beneath the surface. Where Jameson stood, Amelia had no ideas. Although she'd come to realize that, although parts of his life were shrouded in mystery, he was much more straightforward than she'd first thought. He remained something of an enigma in many ways, but for the most part, he was just Harry Jameson to Amelia. "Are you all right there, Bones?" Jenny asked. Amelia nodded. "Fine," she said dismissively. "Are you ready to leave now?" "I am," Jenny declared. "Come on, I just need a few minutes at my place to get ready." "Break." "Harry," Edgar greeted him as he arrived in the entrance hall of the Bones home. "Amelia's not back from work yet, but she won't be much longer. I expect she's burying herself in her work again. She always does at this time of year." "This time of year?" Harry asked. Edgar nodded somberly. "The anniversary is coming up soon of, well, you know. Amelia works harder, and I try my best not to think about it. Sorry, I don't want to spoil the mood." "Think nothing of it," Harry replied, clasping the man on the shoulder. "It's the same for me around Halloween. I try not to think about it, but it's always there, especially when that time comes around." "I forget that you lost your own parents similarly," Edgar sighed. "Come on, let's have a drink whilst we are waiting." Harry followed the man into the study, and Edgar poured them both a generous measure of whiskey. "This was my father's favorite," he explained. "I don't care for it much, but it makes me feel closer to him if that makes sense." "It does," Harry assured the man. Edgar offered him a toast before draining his glass. "I don't suppose you remember much about your parents." Harry shook his head. "No," he answered. "People who knew them have told me about them, but you only ever get a biased opinion when you ask someone about the dead. They were either flawlessly perfect people or despised by others. You never get a true account of them." Edgar nodded. "I remember mine," he sighed. "They were far from perfect, but they were good people who loved their children. I don't look at them through rose-tinted glasses. My father was a workaholic, and my mother something of a social butterfly. They adored each other, Harry, but their marriage wasn't without its share of problems. Amelia was a little younger than me, so she didn't really notice these things. In case you haven't gathered, she's never been able to accept what happened to them. I'm not saying I have, but I had to pick up the pieces of everything when they died. I don't resent them, but my life changed inexplicably after they were killed, and not for the better." "I get it," Harry replied. "My life would have been very different had my parents not been killed. I don't resent mine either, but you never stop asking yourself those what-if questions." "Exactly," Edgar sighed, pouring them both another drink. "To your parents, Harry." "And to yours," Harry returned, raising his own glass. "Hold on, here comes trouble," Edgar chuckled as the fireplace flared into life. Amelia stepped out of it after a short delay and was taken aback by the presence of the two men. Her hesitation caused the other woman, who followed to collide with the redhead, and both stumbled forward. Harry caught them and found himself holding onto two blushing women. Well, it's not often you get two lovely ladies throwing themselves at you. In your dreams, Jameson, Amelia huffed as she extracted herself. Bones, if you knew what my dreams consisted of, your cheeks would be even redder just like that, he added as the blush deepened. Get off, Amelia growled. You're incorrigible. You can always tell me about your dreams if you like, Jenny offered. Don't encourage him, Amelia groaned. Edgar laughed as Harry grinned. You're as red as a beetroot, the former teased. Come on, let's get her seated at the table before she starts feeling faint. I'll curse the pair of you, Amelia warned as a giggling Jenny led her from the study. Edgar shook his head amusedly. She doesn't mean it, he assured Harry. When she's smiling like that, she won't do it. Thanks, Jameson. For what? For making her smile, Edgar explained. She hasn't smiled these past few days. Harry could only nod as he followed the man towards the dining room. He truly understood that feeling. Harry vividly remembered what it was like living his life with what Riddle had done to his parents, and the sense of peace it brought him when the man had been brought to justice. It was something the Bones had not been granted, and though he knew he might regret doing so, Harry was more determined than ever to see that they were. Break. It was late in the evening, and Albus was readying himself to retire when a knock sounded at the door to his office. Frowning curiously, he took a seat behind his desk. Come in, Harry, he called. The man entered, looking tired but somehow alert. I do wonder how it is you managed to enter the castle without me always knowing, the headmaster mused aloud. I can assure you it is something unique to me, Albus, Harry replied. The security here is as effective as ever. Albus nodded appreciatively. What is it I can do for you? He asked. Harry released a deep breath as he sunk into the chair opposite. There's something I need your help with, he sighed. I can't promise I will answer any questions you have or that I can tell you everything. You can decline, but I would appreciate our assistance. Well, the worst that can happen is that I decline, Albus pointed out. Harry nodded thoughtfully. I was hoping you could tell me what you know about the murder of the former Lord Bones and his wife. Albus released a deep breath. A terrible, terrible affair, he murmured. I remember hearing the news of what happened to them, but I'm afraid I do not know very much. The case was investigated by local authorities and not by the ICW. No arrests were made, and as time went by, it was simply forgotten about. Why do you ask? I suppose Moody would have told you about someone trying to kill Amelia in Diagon Alley. He mentioned it. Well, I don't think it was anything to do with Greyback, Harry continued. The more I think about it, something just doesn't add up, and when I asked Amelia about her own investigation into the murder of her parents, she revealed that she had made official requests for information from several ministries and even the ICW. Albus frowned as he nodded thoughtfully. You think that there is someone who learned of this and wishes to silence her. That's exactly what I think. That would be a very serious allegation to make, Harry, Albus warned. And it would be aimed at some very powerful people if you are alluding to what I believe you are. I know, Harry murmured, but I won't see her harmed because of it. Albus offered the man an understanding smile. Harry's intentions in this were pure, but the headmaster feared he could find himself stirring a hornet's nest he was wholly unprepared for. Harry, there is no one more than me who despises corruption, violence, and crooked politicking, but I'm afraid there is little I can give you in this matter. Truly, I wish there was. Surely you must know someone who can. He was determined. Albus couldn't deny that. Releasing another deep breath, Albus nodded to himself. Perhaps, he murmured, but it would be a considerable risk and one I would not advise you to take. Sometimes it is better to leave things as they are instead of possibly making them worse. I know, but if I am right, they won't stop coming for her, will they? Harry would not budge, and Albus knew that if he didn't help him, the man would look for another, perhaps, more dangerous way to find what he sought. I will see if I can arrange a meeting for you, he decided. I can make no promises, but I will try. Thank you, Harry replied appreciatively. Albus nodded. Are you sure you know what you're getting into? He asked worriedly. Oh, I expect it will be quite something, Harry huffed. From what I do know, the whole thing reeks of corruption at the very top, just as Greyback's escape does. I know you may not want to think the worst of your colleagues, Albus, but at least one of them knows something at best. At worst, they are directly involved in the criminality themselves. I think it is the latter. Albus nodded grimly. Harry was not one to make bold statements without due consideration. And though the man was right, Albus did not want to believe those he thought highly of could be associated with such despicable things. He would not deny it was a possibility. Then let us hope, Harry, that you are wrong for both of our sakes. Chapter 22. Has Albus managed to convince you to return in September? Phileas asked, as he and Harry were setting up the Great Hall. I wasn't aware Albus wants me to return, Harry replied. Phileas shot him a pointed look. You know as well as I do that is what he wants, he chided lightly. Have you given it any thought? Harry shrugged. I've considered it, he admitted. If he asks, then I might be tempted, but don't tell him that. It's fun to see him work for something. My lips are sealed, Phileas assured him with a chuckle. What is the plan for this evening? Well, their aim is improving significantly, so we should probably give them something fun to begin working with. Such as? Maybe we should let some of them duel each other, Harry suggested. It will give us an idea of what each student needs to work on moving forward. Of course, we will be on hand to ensure nothing unpleasant is used. This could be messy, Phileas pointed out. Where's your sense of adventure? Harry asked amusedly. We'll have to show them trust at some point. Better to do that now and set a standard than further down the line. Phileas nodded his agreement. Fine, but you will explain the injuries to Poppy if things go wrong. Harry winced. He'd never forgotten the bedside manner of the healer he'd spent several days of care under throughout his own time at Hogwarts. Fine, he agreed. I suppose we'd better let them in then. He did so, and the students filed in once more, followed by Minerva and Horace, who had continued to attend the meetings. Very few of the students who had arrived for the very first had failed to return, though most were first years. Even Roll was here, and thus far, he'd kept his prejudices to himself. Settle down, Harry called as he stepped onto the platform. To begin with today, we are going to complete the aiming exercise we have been working on, and then we are going to have some of you dueling one another. Form up into your groups, he added, raising his voice to be heard over the excitement that had ensued. He watched as the students worked through the task, each of them showing significant improvement since the first meeting he'd held. Most were now able to hit the 4th target, and some up to the 8th, which was scarcely bigger than the size of a fist. Nodding approvingly, Harry ended the exercise after each had completed it a few times, and took his place on the platform once more. Good, he praised. You are all getting better with your aim, but we will now see if it stays as accurate when you are under pressure. Not all of you will get to duel today, and frankly, some of you won't be ready for a while yet, but you will get there, with continued practice. Mr. Roll, you're up first and will be facing off with Miss Black. The two stepped onto opposite sides of the platform, the latter looking more pleased than the former. There will be no spells that are lethal or that can cause lingering harm. You will keep your magic clean, and I will intervene if necessary. Now, you will each bow and begin on the count of 3. If you do not comply with the count, you will be automatically disqualified. Understood. Both students nodded, offered the other a bow, and waited for the count. Bellatrix was smiling excitedly, and Roll seemed nervous, with good reason. At her young age, the girl was an exceptional witch. 3, 2, 1. Bellatrix immediately unleashed a flurry of spells, and Roll, in anticipation of this, erected a shield to block the onslaught. It served to protect him for a short time, but his approach had been an error. As expected, it eventually collapsed, and though he managed to block 2 more spells, he was sent skidding off the edge of the platform by the 3rd. The other students clapped as Roll was helped to his feet, and Harry nodded approvingly, stepping back onto the platform. How can anyone hope to beat that? The boy huffed irritably, pointing towards Bellatrix. No one can, the girl replied smugly. I've been trained by my grandfather. You need a different approach, Harry explained to Roll. What approach? Using a shield against someone who likes to overwhelm is only effective for as long as you can maintain it. Then why don't you show us, Professor? Roll returned irritably. Harry shook his head. Bellatrix would beat him, one of the other Slytherins goaded. I think I could, Bellatrix declared. The other students let out a collective sound of agreement, and Harry shrugged. Fine, he sighed as he made his way to the opposite side of the platform. The same rules apply. Professor Flitwick, if you don't mind. The diminutive man was smiling as he nodded and held up his hand, and the rest of those looked on excitedly. Bellatrix continued to grin in anticipation, and Harry's own expression remained impassive. The girl was going to learn a valuable lesson in the coming moments. 3, 2, 1. As expected, Bellatrix began with a lengthy onslaught of spells, and Harry diverted them away from her intended target and avoided the others he could. Having allowed her a moment to find a rhythm, he offered his rebuttal. With an upward flick of his wand, the platform began to fold behind the girl, the groan of the wood catching her attention. Before she could counter the spell, however, the section burst into a flurry of bats which swarmed Bellatrix. She managed to incinerate them with a gout of fire, but quickly found herself enshrouded in the resulting smoke. With her unable to see, Harry flicked his wand, and the remainder of the platform flung the girl into the air. Bellatrix unleashed a scream, but Harry caught her with another spell, leaving her dangling upside down and bereft of her wand, which he had taken from her during his own onslaught. With her eyes wide and breathing labored, Bellatrix stared at him in disbelief, a sentiment shared by those looking on. What mistake did she make? Harry asked as he lowered her back to the platform. She tried to attack you the same way she did Roll, one of the Slytherin students answered. True, Harry acknowledged, but it is much simpler than that. She wasn't prepared to defend herself. Again, true, but not quite what I'm looking for. When no one offered another answer, Harry returned the girl's wand before speaking once more. You challenged someone you knew nothing about, he explained to Bellatrix. You're very good for your age, but even the very best duelists research their opponents. It's one thing to be confident in your ability, but to allow your ego to get you into something you're unprepared for is dangerous. In a sanctioned duel, you could get seriously injured, and in a real-life situation, it will get you killed. In that short exchange, I could have ended your life 3 times, taken a limb 4, cut you so deeply you'd bleed out 8, and cursed you with something you'd never recover from just as many. I'm not trying to discourage you, but I am urging a little more caution. It is good to be pushed, but you do not want to take on more than you can handle in a duel or in a fight. Bellatrix nodded her understanding and continued to stare at him in awe. I think that's enough today, Harry announced. We will be dueling more frequently from now on. Off you go. The students chatted excitedly amongst themselves as they left, and Phileas patted Harry on the elbow. She learned a valuable lesson. She did, Harry agreed. All that remains to be seen is if she remembers it. And that is one of the reasons why you should consider returning. If Albus hasn't asked yet, he will. Harry nodded. He did mention it a while back, but not since. Then I expect he will raise it with you soon enough, Phileas chuckled as he followed the students and took his leave of the hall. Harry expected it too. He'd not spoken to the headmaster since the night he'd visited to ask for information pertaining to the murder of Amelia's parents, and although that had only been a week prior, Harry was waiting for Albus to come to him, hopefully with a meeting having been arranged with someone who could help. It had been on his mind in the following days, and Harry still questioned if he was doing the right thing. At the very least, he wanted to see if anything had been missed or if, as he suspected, something underhand had occurred during the investigation. Until Albus came to him, however, There was little more he could learn without discussing it with Amelia, and that was something he was not quite ready to broach with her. Break. They'd never been given a specific date that their parents had been murdered, so Amelia and Edgar treated the day they'd been informed of it as the anniversary. Edgar would simply bury himself in his work and do his utmost not to acknowledge the day, and Amelia found she was particularly focused on her own. Perhaps it was her own way to deal with it, but it never truly helped or made it easier to cope. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if they'd been given closure on what had happened, that they'd been given the chance to come to terms with it, at the very least. They had not been granted that, and it hung over each of them like a dark cloud. For Chris, it was different. He had no recollection of their mother and father, and though he mourned for them, he'd always been rather distant from what had happened than the elder siblings. Amelia knew Edgar carried the same anger as she did, and that he coped with it by shutting himself in his study. Both Eliza and Amelia accepted this, even if it wasn't the healthiest thing he could do. Not that Amelia felt she was in a position to judge. "How are you holding up?" Alistair asked as he peered into her office. Amelia shrugged as she placed the final piece of parchment she'd been finishing on top of the pile she'd already completed. "As good as any other year." Alistair offered her a sympathetic smile. I thought as much," he murmured. "Well, you've got the day off tomorrow. Get yourself home, lass. It won't make you feel better being here." "It won't make me feel better going there." "Then don't," Alistair chuckled. "I didn't know your father well, but enough to know he wouldn't want you here mopping around. You tell me that every year, Moody. And maybe one day you will listen. Maybe one day you'll let me deal with it in my own way," Amelia snapped. She shook her head and released a deep breath. "I'm sorry. I know you're only trying to help." I am," Alistair sighed. "I don't know what it's like to lose my parents the way you did, but the way you deal with it is shit, Bones. I'm no expert on it, but maybe you should go and see that counselor of yours again and find a better way. You can't keep doing this to yourself." "I know," Amelia replied as she stood. "What else can I do, Alistair?" "Only you can figure that out, Bones. Find someone you can talk to about it, or someone who can at least take your mind off it." Amelia nodded. "I will," she assured him. "I'm sorry for taking it out on you." "Think nothing of it, lass," Alistair insisted. "I know this isn't an easy time of year for you. I just wish I could help you more." "Me too," Amelia murmured as the man took his leave of the office. She felt guilty for snapping at Moody. He didn't deserve it, after all. Eyeing the pile of completed paperwork, she decided to file it before her day off, though when the short task was complete, she was at a loss as to what she should do. She could go home and wallow in her own misery along with Edgar's, but she didn't want to intrude on her brother, and in truth, she didn't need to be around someone in a similar mood to herself. No, that would serve no purpose. Instead, she decided she would visit the two herds at Jameson's house. He would be at Hogwarts this evening, and the Thestrals and Hippogriffs brought her something of a sense of peace. With her mind made up, Amelia left the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in the hopes of at least distracting her mind from the dreaded anniversary that seemed to come by quicker with each passing year. "Break. Have you had a good day?" Harry asked Zelda, who had coiled herself around him. "Yes," she replied contentedly. "I found a very large rat in the fields." "Good," Harry chuckled. Although progress with her continued to be slow, Zelda spoke more and was happy to venture out into the grounds and hunt for her own food. Her wings had not grown back, but she was no longer as needy and clingy as she'd been when he'd first brought her home. "The big birds still chase me." "That's because they think you will eat their bobbies." "I might. I'd rather you didn't." "Okay," Zelda sighed. "I won't eat the bobbies." "Thank you." "Stupid birds." Harry could only shake his head amusedly. He'd seen the hippogriffs, especially Albert, chase the large serpent away from the herd when she got too close to them. "I think we have a visitor." "It will just be the Red Lady." "Why do you call her the Red Lady?" Zelda had always referred to Amelia as such, and Harry didn't know why. She's always red. Harry didn't understand the answer, and as he placed the Akami back on her enormous basking log, he didn't press the matter. She liked to speak in small bursts but would become shy again if the conversation continued for too long. Is there anything else you need? No. Then I will see you in the morning, Harry assured her as he left her room. Making his way into the kitchen, he paused when he realized Amelia wasn't in there. Usually, by now, she would be waiting at the table whilst Helga prepared her a meal, but she wasn't anywhere to be seen. Miss Amelia is outside, the little elf informed him. She is very sad today, Master Harry. Sad? Harry asked, a frown marring his features. Oh, he added in realization. Releasing a deep sigh, he exited the kitchen into the grounds and spotted the woman sitting amongst the Thestrals just a short walk away. He'd not been around the previous year when the anniversary of her parents' death had come around, and the lost expression Amelia wore was reminiscent of his own after he'd entered the wizarding world and learned of the Potter's fate. Harry had often spent time with Hedwig in the Owlery on Halloween, unable to share in the joy of the other students, who celebrated the holiday and the fall of the Dark Lord. For Harry, Halloween had become a day of mourning for the parents who had given their lives for him, though the deaths of James and Lily had been only the very beginning of the misery that had followed. Does it ever get any easier? Amelia asked when she became aware of his presence. No, Harry answered simply. Even after I killed him, it doesn't take it away. Amelia nodded and continued petting the foal sitting in front of her. I hate feeling like this, she murmured. I wish I could forget about it. Then you wouldn't be who you are, Harry broke in. Everything we experience in life shapes us, both good and bad. You do what you do because of what happened to them, and you're damned good at it. I have no doubt that you would bring them back in a heartbeat, and I would do the same for mine, but not even magic can do that. I know. It's all right to feel lost, alone, and that unending frustration. What about anger? That too, Harry assured her. I used to try and swallow it all down, but that didn't help. It would eventually overwhelm me, and I'd have horrible outbursts. His own was partly due to the Horcrux that was attached to him, but his anger remained palpable even after he was rid of it. Have you eaten? Amelia shook her head. Then you should, he urged. Come on, I've not had anything either. He offered the woman his hand, and she rolled her eyes as she accepted it. You should eat, Jameson, she chided. Look who's talking. She smiled somewhat, and Harry wrapped his arm around her shoulder. What are we going to do with you, Bones? He sighed. It isn't your problem. Well, when you arrive at my house, it becomes my problem, Harry pointed out. Besides, it's no good trying to deal with it by yourself, especially when you have someone who won't let you mope around. I'm not mopping. What would you call it then? Amelia shrugged. I don't know. Mopping it is then, Harry returned with a grin. What would you like to eat? I'm not hungry. I know, but you're going to eat something. How about some pasta? Fine, Amelia agreed. Some pasta, please, Helga, Harry requested as they entered the kitchen, leading the woman to a chair. Drink. Something strong. A lady after my own heart, Harry chuckled, summoning a bottle of whiskey into his hand. How do you do that? Amelia asked curiously. Do what? Summon things without a wand. Oh, well, just practice, Harry answered. In truth, he just found he could do it without much difficulty when the Horcrux had gone. He suspected that given the number of hours he'd practiced the charm in preparation for the first task of the Triwizard Tournament, it had come naturally to him without a wand. Is it just one of those Jameson things? Jameson things. It's just what I call all the things you seem to do easily that others would struggle with. Very little has come easily to me, Harry returned amusedly. I've had to work really hard for most things. Amelia nodded. I know, but you make it look easy. Well, that sounds like a compliment. He poured them both a generous measure of whiskey and handed a glass to Amelia. She drained it in a single gulp and he placed the bottle beside her. "I'll just leave that there, shall I?" "It will be more convenient," she replied, pouring herself another and nodding towards Harry's glass. "You're not going to make me drink alone, are you?" He drained his, and Amelia immediately poured him another. "They say drinking doesn't help," Harry said with a frown as he eyed the amber liquid. "I say that's bollocks. Drinking has helped me more than once." "I've not seen you drink much." "Not long before we met, I drank more often," Harry explained. "There was a Muggle bar I used to frequent." "Why did you stop going?" "I suppose I found a purpose," Harry murmured. "I think I was lost for a while. The world passed me by and I was stuck in my own." "What changed?" Harry chuckled at the question. "Too much all at once," he sighed. "Anyway, this isn't about me." He emptied his glass once more, and Amelia refilled it. "Keep up, Jameson. I'm already 2 ahead." "I didn't realize this was a competition." "It's not," Amelia said dismissively. "I just don't want you to fall behind." Harry quirked an eyebrow at her before finishing another drink, taking the bottle from the woman and pouring another. He narrowed his eyes at Amelia and repeated the feat. "Now we're even." She nodded and raised her glass. "To us," she toasted. "Don't you have work in the morning?" "No." Harry merely shrugged in response as he mirrored her in drinking his next measure. "To us," he agreed. "How did the dueling club go?" "Well enough," Harry sighed. "Most of them think they're better than they are, but that's just being a teenager, isn't it?" "I was a good duelist when I was a teenager," Amelia replied. "Not as good as I am now. I've been practicing a lot more after what happened." "I was never much of one," Harry admitted. "I learned most of what I do by being in life-threatening situations. I suppose I just got used to them that I got better and better." "Do you think I could beat you?" Amelia asked. "I don't see why not," Harry replied with a shrug. "As skilled as any duelist is, it only takes one mistake to be beaten, even by someone less skilled." He had defeated Voldemort, after all, and Harry was under no illusion that he was the better duelist or even close to the man's ability with magic. Things were different now, but even so, after all Tom had done, Harry still wasn't convinced he'd beat the Dark Lord. "We could always find out," Amelia said challengingly. "I don't think us dueling after drinking so much is a good idea," Harry snorted, nodding towards the empty bottle of whiskey. "You're not scared, are you, Jameson?" She was grinning at him. "Scared," Harry chuckled. "I'd just rather not burn my house down. I'm rather fond of it." "Me too," Amelia agreed. "I don't know what it is about being here, but it's so peaceful, like nothing outside of these 4 walls matter." "That's what I was hopping for when I bought it." "Was hopping for?" "Well, it keeps being invaded by the magical law enforcement," Harry replied with a smirk. "I'm just glad I'm not up to anything illegal. It would be bad for business." "Invaded?" Amelia scoffed. "I was invited once or twice," she added indignantly. Harry held up a placating hand. "I told you that you're welcome whenever you like." Amelia hummed and looked confusedly at the empty bottle. "Jameson, it's all gone," she pointed out, her words slurring slightly. "I can see that." "Did we drink all of it?" "We did, and you didn't eat your pasta," Harry chuckled, nodding towards the plate Helga left a while ago now. "Neither did you," Amelia returned. "I need to use the restroom." "You're not going to be sick, are you?" She offered him a pointed look as she left the kitchen and vanished down the hallway. He heard her stumble, and Harry poured her a glass of water for when she returned. Drinking an entire bottle of whiskey between them was probably not the best idea, but it had succeeded in taking her mind off what had happened to her parents for a short time, at least. Amelia's steps were uneven as she entered the kitchen once more, and she held on to the counter to assist her back in her seat. "Are you all right, Bones?" She tutted at him. "I'm fine. It's not the first time I've been drunk, Jameson." "Ah, so you admit it." "Would there be any use in denying it?" "Not really," Harry chuckled as he handed her the water. Amelia took a sip and grimaced. "I thought it was more alcohol." I don't think that's a good idea. Amelia scowled at him and kicked off her shoes. Do you dance, Jameson? Not well, Harry replied amusedly. Will you dance with me? Harry imagined his expression was deeply uneasy. The only time he'd ever danced had been at the Yule Ball with Parvati Patil, and again with Ginny at Bill's wedding. Come on, you can't be that bad, Amelia huffed as she stood and held out a hand. You're supposed to be trying to cheer me up. Fine, but I won't be held responsible for any broken toes. I've had worse, Amelia replied airily, almost tripping as she took a step towards him. Harry caught the laughing woman, and she clung to his shirt to keep herself upright. You might have to hold me up a little, Amelia murmured. Music. With a flick of his wand, the radio began playing a slow, soft number, something Harry was grateful for. He didn't think Amelia was capable of much more, and neither was he, for that matter. He wasn't losing his footing, but he couldn't profess to be sober. It had been some time since he'd drunk so much, and the whiskey was having an effect on him too. See, you're not so bad, Amelia complimented as Harry did his utmost not to trod on her toes. I suppose I'm not as bad as I remember, Harry returned, trying to maintain his concentration. Nope, just as bad, he added as Amelia winced. It seems as though we have found something that Harry Jameson isn't so good at, she teased. There are lots of things I'm not good at, Harry returned. I'm quite terrible at potions, I can't sing, and as you can see, I can't dance. Amelia nodded and lost herself in the music for a few moments, leaning her head against his chest. You know, I'm still trying to figure out if I like you or not, she murmured. If you like me. You know what I mean. I really don't. She released a deep breath. I don't know if I like you because of all the things we've been through, and you've done for me, or if it's just you. I'm confused, Harry chuckled. Is it really so confusing? I think you know what I mean, Jameson. You're not going to make me spell it out for you, are you? Don't you think this is a conversation to have when we are both sober? Amelia shook her head. I couldn't say this if I were sober, she snorted. No, I don't think I'd ever be able to do that. I can arrest criminals but not deal with things like this. Harry was taken aback and found himself lost for words. Can I try something? Amelia asked, looking up at him. What do you want to try? Just something, Amelia replied curiously. She looked up at him from beneath her lashes, her blue eyes meeting his before they fluttered closed. Harry didn't know what to think, but as her arms folded around the back of his neck and she pressed her lips to his, he simply found himself focused on the tenderness of the kiss. It was like no other he'd ever experienced. With Cho, it had been rather aggressive and filled with anger. With Ginny, almost possessive and alien. With the Muggle girls he'd liaised with, it had merely been hungry and lustful. This was somehow a mixture of all of these, though the most overwhelming thing Harry felt was desire. Not so much in the physical sense as it was that Amelia wanted every part of him, that everything she felt was being transmitted to him in one simple gesture. Oh, I shouldn't have done that, she whispered. Amelia had broken away before Harry could really indulge himself in the moment. Have you found something else I'm not very good at? He asked teasingly through the disappointment. She shook her head. No, but it makes everything just that more complicated. How? Amelia released a deep breath. I just about convinced myself that I liked and cared about you so much because of what you'd done for me, she admitted. Merlin, was I wrong? Her eyes remained closed, her breathing was labored, and Harry found himself lost for words. Amelia's lips were still slightly parted, and even through the haze of the alcohol, he'd never seen such a beautiful sight. Harry hadn't been foolish enough to ignore her beauty, or that he found just about everything about the woman to be exceptional. Perhaps there had been a time when they'd first met that he'd been unable to separate the Amelia here from the one he'd met very briefly, and when that had ceased to be, he didn't know. What he did know was that, somewhere along the way, the dynamic of their relationship had irrevocably shifted, and both had chosen to ignore it for their own reasons. Should we just pretend this didn't happen? Amelia asked. She was looking up at him again, and Harry felt his hold on her tighten. Even if he wanted to, he knew that there was no going back for him. He wanted her. Not in the same way he drunkenly wanted any of the Muggle women, or even his inexperienced and immature crushes he'd had on Cho and Ginny. What he'd experienced from Amelia reflected exactly what it was he wanted, and though it had been intense, overwhelming, and something he'd been unwholly prepared for, it was something he'd undeniably been deprived of his entire life. For Harry, there was no doubt that Amelia wanted him merely for who he was, for the wisecracking, caring, able man he'd grown to be over the past several years. Here, he wasn't Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the vanquisher of the Dark Lord Voldemort, the Chosen One, or any other stupid moniker he despised. He was simply Harry Jameson, just one of many other men she could have chosen without any influence from who he once was. "Can you forget it?" he asked. Amelia swallowed deeply as she looked up at him and shook her head. That was all Harry needed to urge him on to kiss her, and instead of thinking about what was happening, he allowed all thoughts to escape him as they just fell into one another once more. "Break. I'm thankful you managed to find time to meet with me," Albus offered sincerely, gesturing for the man to take a seat. He did so, after removing his cloak. "And you have my apologies for the delay," he replied. "Things have been increasingly busy." "I expected as much," Albus sighed. "Any luck thus far?" "None," the man grumbled, "but that is my problem to solve. What is it I can do for you, Albus? It is not often you reach out." The headmaster nodded. "I was hoping you would meet with an associate of mine. He is investigating a rather delicate matter, and one I'm certain you will remember. The murder of Lord and Lady Bones." The man hummed. "An unpleasant business," he sighed. "But from me, there is little I can give on the matter, and certainly not to a civilian. You know how we operate, Albus." "I do, but this man is not just a regular civilian. He is the very same who orchestrated the capture of Fenrir Greyback." "Is that so?" the man asked interestedly as he scratched his beard beneath his cloak. "He's good then." "Young and as exceptional as any I have met. I assure you, your time will not be wasted." The man hummed once more as he nodded to himself. "I will meet with him, Albus, but I make no promises that I will help him, and certainly not without something in return." "What would you ask of me?" "Not of you, Albus," the man said dismissively. "If there is something I require, it will be from your associate if I deem him worthy. Send for him. I will wait." Albus felt a sense of apprehension wash over him as he did so, though he did his utmost not to let it show. The man before him was perhaps the only one who had access to the vital information Harry so sorely needed. And yet, the two of them meeting could prove to be quite disastrous, in more ways than one. "Break." Neither had said much as they broke the second kiss, choosing to just relish in the closeness of one another. In truth, no words had felt necessary, and eventually, both had dozed off on the sofa sometime after they'd taken a seat. Harry was in between a state of sleep and wakefulness when he felt a sudden surge of warm magic burst in front of him, and he narrowed his eyes at the corporeal phoenix floating above him. "You have my apologies for disturbing you, Harry." It spoke in Dumbledore's voice. "There is a man who is willing to meet you to discuss what it is you asked me about. He is not so readily available, so I would take advantage of the opportunity whilst it presents itself." With a sigh, he looked towards Amelia, and his mind was made up quickly. Nodding, he eased his arm from around her shoulders and allowed her to fall onto the pillow he hastily conjured. Covering her with a blanket, he tucked an errant lock of hair behind her ear. If it pertained to anything else other than Amelia, he would not even be tempted to leave her here and venture out at this ungodly hour. Albus, however, had evidently gone to much trouble to help him, and it would be a poor way to repay the man by being so dismissive of it. Besides, this wasn't for his own gain. No, this was all for Amelia, and she deserved the justice she sought for herself and her family. Casting a sobering charm on himself and freshening his breath, He gave the sleeping woman a final look as he threw a handful of flue powder into the fireplace. "Hogwarts headmaster's office," he murmured. He stepped into the flames as they turned green and braced himself for his arrival. Much to his relief, he'd gotten much more proficient at stepping out on the other side, and as he did so, the sight that greeted him was of two men, one being Dumbledore and the other a robed figure, his face shrouded by a large hood. "Thank you for coming so quickly, Harry," the former offered. "This gentleman has agreed to a meeting with you." Harry felt the gaze of the man shift towards him, and he paused as though he was eyeing him curiously. "Does the name Evans mean anything to you?" he asked. Harry was taken aback by the question, but he did not allow it to show. "Should it?" he returned. The man shook his head. "Not necessarily," he said dismissively. "You simply remind me of someone I knew, but no, you couldn't be him. He was around your age some 20 years ago. Anyway, Mr. Jameson, I understand it was you who managed to apprehend Fenrir Greyback, despite another taking credit." Harry looked towards Dumbledore, who nodded, urging him to be truthful. "Amelia made the arrest," Harry replied, "but I did track him down and neutralize the threat of his pack." "Impressive," the man replied thoughtfully. "My very best had been tracking him for some years, and none had come close to capturing him. It is quite the feat that you managed it." "Harry is an exceptional wizard," Albus interjected. "That remains to be seen," the man returned evenly. "Well, Mr. Jameson, I understand you have a vested interest in the murder of the former Lord and Lady Bones. Is this a personal undertaking?" "In some ways," Harry answered honestly. "From what I have already learned, which is very little, the entire affair reeks of corruption, and it is far from over. An attempt was recently made on Amelia's life, and though on the surface it seemed to be linked to her arrest of Greyback, I believe otherwise." "Is that so?" Harry nodded. "Those who attacked her were Eastern European, and none of them were a part of Greyback's pack. All of them are accounted for, and Amelia admitted she had been making inquiries with the ministries involved in the investigation. It seems to me that someone wants to silence her the same way they did her parents." The man hummed as he continued to gaze at Harry. "That is a rather perceptive mind you have, Mr. Jameson. You have already demonstrated that you are an expert in the mind arts, and you have me curious. However, if you want my assistance with your investigation, then you will do something for me." "What do you want?" Harry asked cautiously. "The day after tomorrow, you will activate this portkey," he explained, placing a metal shield on Dumbledore's desk. "It will bring you to an undisclosed location. If you pass my test and agree to my terms, you will have my help. And if I refuse or fail?" "Then you get nothing, Mr. Jameson," the man answered simply. "If I were you, I would accept. This could prove to be beneficial for both of us. Until we meet again, Mr. Jameson." The man made his way towards, and paused as he looked towards Harry a final time. "You didn't even introduce yourself," Harry pointed out. He could almost feel the man smiling at him from beneath the hood. "For now, you may refer to me as Ghost, Mr. Jameson." With that, he vanished, and Harry turned towards Dumbledore, who released a deep sigh. "Is this legit?" Albus nodded severely. "Who was that man?" "He is the head of the Department of Justice for the ICW, Harry. It seems as though he is quite keen to recruit you." Chapter 23. It was the thirst from her parched mouth that woke her, and the smell and taste of stale alcohol assaulted her senses as her eyes fluttered open, only to snap shut from the headache the light induced. Amelia stretched, racking her brain for how she'd ended up in such a drunken state. She wasn't one to take to drink to deal with her problems, but she had the previous night, and whatever it was she had indulged in had certainly left its mark. She stilled as a wave of memories came to her. She'd come to visit Jameson, though that didn't explain why she was asleep on his sofa rather than in her bed. Amelia remembered taking her first drink, followed by another. The conversation they'd had was hazy, but she had asked him to dance with her. She groaned internally at the memory of her holding onto him to stop herself from falling over, and horror followed as another came to the forefront of her mind. "Coffee?" Jameson's amused voice questioned. "Could you just kill me instead?" He laughed. "I did consider it." Amelia opened one eye and glared at the man. "Do you remember when I said that you walking in on me after my shower was the most embarrassing moment of my life?" "Vividly." "I think this has it beat." He laughed again, and Amelia joined in, plucking up the courage to sit up and accept the offered mug of coffee. "Merlin, I feel rough," she grumbled. "What do you expect after drinking as much as you did?" "You don't seem so bad." "I drank water before bed," Jameson explained. Amelia released a deep breath and took a sip of her drink. "I can't even look at you," she sighed. "Did I really?" "Did you what?" Jameson asked confusedly. "Don't you remember?" "Well, that depends on what it is I should be remembering." "Jameson, don't play games with me and give me hope that I dreamed the whole thing." He took pity on her and nodded. "I remember." Amelia leaned back on the sofa and looked towards the ceiling. "Well, shit," she cursed. "That is one way of putting it," Jameson replied. Amelia frowned as she looked at him. "Was it really that bad?" He shook his head. "No, not at all." Amelia looked away again to hide her blush. She remembered everything she felt in that moment. The fear, the excitement, the desire, and the need for him. It wasn't just a passing fancy that would fizzle out, even if she had tried to convince herself otherwise, or even outright deny what she felt for the man before her. He'd felt it too, well, she hoped. Jameson was too nice to make a fool of her in such a way, and Amelia found herself hopping further that he hadn't kissed her just to spare her feelings and blushes. "I'm really not good at this," she huffed. "You seemed fine last night," Jameson returned. Amelia shot him a look of exasperation. "It seemed like a good idea at the time." "So it wasn't." "No, yes, I don't know, you tell me." She felt nervous again, and though she did her best to hide it, Amelia knew she wasn't doing a very good job. "What's worrying you about it?" he pressed gently. Amelia shrugged. "That I made an idiot out of myself, and that you didn't want what happened," she answered, not looking at him. "Have I ever given the impression I would let something happen that I didn't want to?" "No." "Shouldn't that ease your worries then?" "I suppose so," Amelia answered. "I mean, that happened, and we just kind of sat down and fell asleep." "That's about it," Harry chuckled. Amelia could only shake her head. She couldn't believe that even in a drunken state, she'd done what she had, though she could not deny her thoughts and feelings on the matter. It wasn't as though she'd fantasized about kissing Jameson. Well, the thought may have entered her mind once or twice, but to act on such an uninhibited impulse was unlike her. Nonetheless, she remembered every second of it, the nervousness, the softness of his lips, and just how easy it had felt to fall into him. With it had come an ignited passion, that sense of need she'd never experienced, and as she thought about it, those very feelings and desires flared once more. "I don't know what to say." "Why don't you finish your coffee and take a shower?" Jameson suggested. "Maybe that will help clear your head." Amelia nodded and handed him her empty coffee cup, pausing as she caught the faint aroma of his scent. "What is it?" he asked. "Nothing," Amelia answered as she left the room, chastising herself for her lapse in concentration. Closing the door to her room behind her, she idly considered climbing out of the window and never coming back, but she knew she couldn't do that. She'd instigated whatever had happened between them the night before, and she needed to deal with it. How she would do that, she didn't know, but as she turned the shower on and began undressing, she allowed herself to ponder it without thoughts of denying herself what she may just want. Amelia had enjoyed the kiss, more so than any other she'd experienced, and even though she perhaps should, she didn't regret it. She wished she'd have been sober when she'd initiated it, but she knew she'd never have been brave enough to do so. She bit her lower as she relieved the moment they'd shared, and she shook her head. Was she blinded by lust, or was it much more than that? Thinking of Jameson, she already knew the answer. That stupid grin he offered when he was being mischievous, how he looked out for her, and how he'd opened up his home so that she always had somewhere to go whenever she felt like getting away. All of those things warmed her, and yet he had that strong, silent prowess about him that she equally admired. He was a fool at times, making jokes and doing silly, boyish things, but she liked that too. More than any of those things, however, was that somehow, despite everything he'd been through, he was one of the kindest and most caring people she'd ever met. It certainly helped that he was easy on the eyes and could make her smile, no matter how bad her mood was. Amelia released a deep breath as she finished showering and began drying herself off. She liked Jameson more than just as an acquaintance, and maybe, just maybe, her feelings went beyond simply taking a fancy to him. What that meant moving forward, she didn't know, but given what she'd done and how she could no longer deny it, even to herself, things had changed for her. Maybe she had been living in a state of denial. What had become clear, however, was that now she had taken a step she never thought she would. She didn't want to undo what had happened. Did Jameson feel the same? Amelia had kissed him after all, and neither of them had said much after. Dressing in some clean clothes she always ensured were here, she returned to the kitchen, where the man was reading the Daily Prophet. "Anything of interest?" Amelia asked. "If you find the Wiesengamot discussing a standard thickness of cauldron bottoms interesting, it's riveting." "I can't say that I do," Amelia replied as she took a seat next to him. Without saying a word, he removed the sports section and slid it towards her. Although Amelia didn't have the chance to attend the Quidditch games outside of being an Auror very often, she was still an avid fan of the sport and liked to keep abreast of what was happening. "Thank you," she offered appreciatively. "Feel better?" Jameson asked. "Physically, yes." She could feel him smirking from behind the newspaper. "Something to say, Jameson?" "No," he denied. "Do you?" Amelia narrowed her eyes at the newspaper before swiping it away. "Can't you even look at me anymore?" she asked. He met her gaze, and Amelia immediately felt the urge to kiss him rise again. "You're blushing, Auror Bones," Jameson teased. "You make me blush, and I'm not sure whether I like it or not." "I think last night answers that, don't you?" Amelia nodded as she poured herself another coffee. "Was it so unpleasant?" she asked casually. "No, but it took me by surprise," Jameson admitted, folding up the newspaper. "Honestly, I've never experienced anything like that." "You expect me to believe you've never kissed a woman?" "I've kissed more than my fair share, but none of them have been like that." "I'm sure most of them were drunk when they kissed you, Jameson." "True," he conceded, "but they still lacked whatever last night was." "What do you mean?" Amelia asked shyly. Jameson shrugged. "Make of it what you will." "You're so frustrating," Amelia huffed. "Can you not just give me a straight answer?" Jameson nodded thoughtfully. "Fine," he agreed. "I've never experienced anything like that. It wasn't just a drunken, lust-filled kiss that meant nothing. It felt like you kissed me because you really wanted to, not just because it was in the heat of a fleeting moment. Better." Amelia nodded, surprised by the frank response, and that Jameson seemed to be almost as nervous as her discussing it. It was rather endearing seeing his confidence waver, and Amelia wondered why he would be so nervous about such things. He was always so self-assured with everything. It seemed she found something he was not so certain with. "I may have thought about it before last night," she admitted. "I meant what I said. I don't think I ever would have been able to say anything if I hadn't drunk half a bottle of whiskey." "Why not?" "Are you really going to make me answer that?" "I am," Jameson replied with a teasing grin. "Fine," Amelia sighed. "Because you're so different to me. You're so organized, brilliant, and frustrating. I don't know, I look at you and I see this aloof, easygoing, and unshakable man that I really admire." Jameson positively beamed at her, though it lacked any of the usual cockiness or mocking. "Is that what you really think?" he asked. Amelia nodded, and he laughed. "You've been fortunate enough to see the very best of me," he continued, his demeanor sobering. I have fumbled my way through life, for the most part, and I'm certainly not unshakable. Things get to me as they do anyone else. The difference between us is that I never had anyone to turn to. I was never allowed to be weak, and even though there have been times I thought it would be easier if I were killed, there is something inside me that would never allow me to quit. Call it stubbornness or whatever you like, but I have been at the very bottom. I had to claw my way back. It truly was odd to hear him speak with such rawness, to get a glimpse of the vulnerabilities he had overcome. I know, Amelia answered quietly. You've told me about your nightmares and reliving what happened to your parents. You told me about spending so much of your life fighting against the man who murdered them. I never thought for one moment that it was easy for you, or that you just got on with it without overcoming adversity. You became what you are in every way because of everything you endured. That's one of the reasons I admire you, Harry. You persevered, and you didn't let any of that beat you. He nodded. Well, that certainly got deep, he chuckled. I'm sure I have another bottle of whiskey here somewhere, he added amusedly. Don't, Amelia groaned. Just the smell of it will make me throw up. She could see that Jameson had become rather uncomfortable talking about himself. He never really took praise well, even when it was given sincerely. Perhaps there was a reason for it, but it was not something he'd mentioned to her. Do you regret it? Amelia asked, nursing her cup of coffee. The kiss. Amelia nodded, and Jameson shook his head. No, but doesn't that make things complicated? Does it have to? Amelia returned. It was a kiss. I'm not going to lie and say that I regret it, and honestly, I'll be more than a little disappointed if it doesn't happen again. I've already been lying and tried to convince myself there was nothing between us, but there is, isn't there? There is, Jameson agreed. So what's your excuse? Amelia pressed. Why didn't you, well, you know? There's a few reasons, Jameson said with a frown. I suppose the obvious is that you're a pureblood. I'm not insinuating that you or your family are prejudiced in any way, but when it comes to relationships, I know most purebloods don't approve of relationships outside of their own little circle. That is true, Amelia conceded. For Edgar, he knew he had to keep up the tradition, but it is not the same for me. I'm not in the direct line of succession. If Edgar doesn't have children, the lordship will pass to Chris or his children. Jameson nodded. Does it bother you that I'm an Auror? Why would that bother me? It puts most people off, Amelia sighed. Being an Auror is seen as a man's job by most. No, that doesn't bother me, Jameson assured her with a chuckle. I respect what you do. So, it was just the pureblood thing. Not just that, Jameson answered. You're a very serious person most of the time. You're not easy to read, and that can be quite intimidating, I suppose. I thought you were not interested in the opposite sex, or that you were just focusing on your career. You're not wrong, Amelia replied. I have been focused on my career. I still am, and I haven't really been interested in anyone. I work long, difficult hours, and it's not been a priority. Jameson nodded his understanding. What are your plans for today? He asked curiously. I haven't thought that far ahead. You? Me either, he replied, stepping around the counter and reaching for her cup. Amelia's hand instinctively closed around his as he did so, and she made the mistake of looking up at him. With him being so close, she could no longer ignore the very same urge from the night prior. She didn't know who initiated it, but before she could comprehend what was happening, her arms were wrapped around his neck once more, and their lips pressed together in a searing kiss. It felt so natural, so simple, and yet it was so deeply passionate and intense that it almost overwhelmed her senses. Well, that's not a bad start to it, she murmured when they broke apart. No, it's not, Jameson agreed. Break. You seem to recognize him, Albus pointed out. He was familiar to you. Ghost nodded. Do you remember during the earlier years of the Grindelwald conflict, there was a lot of whispering of a man who was causing the Dark Lord all manner of problems? I do. That man was Harry Evans, known to the rest of the world as the Serpent. The Serpent, Albus whispered. It was a moniker he'd not heard in some 2 decades. He'd been a hit wizard in the 30s and early 40s. The serpent had garnered quite a reputation for himself for being incredibly gifted, and had even been commended by the ICW for his efforts. If this Jameson were not so young, I would have sworn it was him who came in here. Ghost spoke once more, pulling Albus from his thoughts. It may be more than 20 years since I last saw him, but the resemblance is uncanny. Why did Evans vanish? Ghost shrugged. Nobody knows, he sighed. When the department was decimated, he never reported in, but his remains were never found. Fox believed him to be dead, but I don't think so. Evans would not have been caught out like the others. I suppose he took the chance to get out of the game. Maybe he discovered his lover was pregnant and didn't want his child raised with high living as he was. You think that Harry is his son? I don't know, Ghost said thoughtfully. He certainly looks like him. It's like looking into the past, Albus. You say he's talented. How talented is he? He tracked and captured Greyback, all without killing a single werewolf in the pack, Albus answered. He even saved the life of an Auror from a dire situation, and did so rather quickly and efficiently against multiple assailants. He's exceptional and lives up to your namesake. He can even get into the castle without being detected. Is that so? Ghost asked interestedly. Well, I suppose I will see for myself. Are you going to recruit him? That remains to be seen, Ghost answered dismissively as he stood. You know the nature of the department, Albus. Even if I wanted to tell you, I can't. Good evening to you. With that, the mysterious man had vanished, and Albus had spent many of the next waking hours pondering the conversation. Ghost seemed somewhat certain that Harry Jameson was connected to Harry Evans, and Albus couldn't refute the claim. The man had simply appeared, and made quite the name for himself. Still, the headmaster felt guilty for using Ghost in his attempt to learn more about his former professor, a position he hoped Harry would soon reclaim. Nonetheless, Albus was curious about Harry and where he'd come from. He was an enigmatic man and one of few words. Even more so, he was very private, and though Albus didn't suspect he was involved in anything nefarious, he still remained something of a mystery he wished to solve. Maybe Ghost would have something new to tell him after he'd met with Harry again, but Albus doubted it. Ghost had reminded him of the nature of the department he headed, and it was unlikely that he would hear from the man again outside of his capacity as the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Warlocks. Break. Didn't you have a day off today? Jenny asked as Amelia entered the examination room. I did. Then what are you doing here, and at almost midnight? Amelia shrugged as she perched herself on the edge of one of the several tables. You're smiling, Jenny said suspiciously. Are you saying I never smile? Not like that. Come on, Bones, out with it. Out with what? Jenny narrowed her eyes at her. I have a room full of sharp objects here, and I have been working for almost 16 hours. Unless you want to find some of these instruments inserted into various parts of your anatomy, I would start talking if I were you. Amelia said nothing, and despite her best efforts, she couldn't prevent herself from smiling. Fine, have it your way, Jenny huffed. Let's start with the obvious, shall we? You had a day off. You're a workaholic, Bones, but even you don't visit me here on your days off. True. You have a stupid smile, which means you had a good day. I did. And the only person who makes you smile like that is a certain bachelor by the name of Jameson. How has your day been? Amelia asked. So, you don't deny it, Jenny said triumphantly. I'm not saying anything. Jenny scowled at her. Listen to me. Bones, if you came here to gloat and not tell me what you're gloating about, I will not be happy. Amelia deflated and took pity on the woman. I may have done something stupid last night. And you're grinning like an idiot. Well, it could have been stupid, but it turned out to be good, I think. Jenny huffed, and Amelia held her hands up placatingly. It was the anniversary yesterday, and I may have gotten very drunk. Never, Jenny gasped dramatically, clutching her chest. Shut up, Amelia groaned. It's what I did when I was drunk. Jenny looked at her pointedly, and waited for Amelia to speak. I kissed Harry. Jameson, Jenny gasped again, this time without the additional dramatics. You really kissed him. Amelia nodded. I'm just as surprised as you are, she admitted. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. Well, I'm assuming he didn't throw up. No, he did not throw up. Jenny grinned amusedly. How was it? Amelia shook her head. I honestly don't even know how to describe it, she replied. We were dancing, and then it just happened, and again this morning. I spent the day with him. Doing what? Jenny asked accusingly. Not what you are thinking, Amelia sighed. Get your head out of the gutter. We just spent time with the creatures, we had lunch and dinner and just spent time together. It was just. It felt so right. Jenny offered her a sincere smile. You finally admitted to yourself that you liked him. I did try to tell you, but you're either ignorant or stupid. Probably both, Amelia said with a shrug. Anyway, I don't know why, but I had to tell someone. Well, I'm happy for you, Jenny assured her. I don't think I've ever seen you smile like this, but I am wondering why you are here and not with him. I have an early start, and so does Harry. So, it's Harry now, is it? It feels strange calling him Jameson. Given your newfound intimacy. I knew I shouldn't have told you, Amelia muttered. I'm only teasing you, Bones, Jenny replied, giving her hand a squeeze. I'm happy for you, surprised but happy. So what now? Are you dadding? I don't know, Amelia answered with a frown. We didn't really say much about what happens next. But you want to date him? Amelia nodded. I really like him, Jen. I didn't realize how much until I couldn't ignore it anymore. I did tell you, Jenny pointed out. For the better part of 2 years, I've been telling you. I know, and now you get to be smug about it. Oh, I'll never let you live it down. So, when are you going to see him next? Amelia shrugged. I don't know. Bloody hell, that must have been some kiss if it's made you both so stupid, she chided lightly. Are you just going to go on as you did? You know, just show up at his place whenever you like. Maybe, Amelia answered. I'm not sure. Then maybe the two of you should talk about it, instead of trying to eat each other's faces. Amelia shot her a glare, and fought the blush that formed on her cheeks. I suppose we should, she agreed. Jenny nodded. So was it just kissing? She asked with a smirk. Amelia merely rolled her eyes in response to her friend. Jenny would be getting no more out of her than she'd already told. Break. He eyed the portkey, resting on the counter in front of him. Although being with Amelia had somewhat distracted from the dilemma he faced, Harry had scarcely been able to forget about the metal shield resting in his pocket. If what this could lead to wasn't so important to him, or the red-headed Auror, he wouldn't even entertain accepting the invitation by the ominous man. Does the name Evans mean anything to you? Of course, he'd denied it, but how had the man made such a connection? It was unsettling, to say the least, though Harry knew if he wanted answers to that, and anything to do with what happened to Amelia's parents, he had no other choice but to activate the portkey. He shook his head as he reached for it, pausing only a few inches away. Just when he felt he was finally getting some balance in his life, yet again, something unexpected came along to offset it. He'd been content running the dueling club, knowing that Thomas was running the restaurant successfully and that the werewolves were managing the farm. He'd felt, albeit too briefly, that he'd accomplished something of the peace he sought, and now it seemed as though he would be throwing himself into something else that would bring only more chaos. If it wasn't for Amelia, he could discard the metal shield and never look back. But if there were even a glimmer of hope that it would give Harry what he needed to bring the woman the peace she deserved, he would not squander it. Steeling himself for whatever was to come, he released a deep breath and activated the portkey with a tap of his wand, ready to defend himself as necessary. It proved not to be. He found himself in an office of sorts. The Dacre was rather pedestrian in nature, simple but clean, and complete with an oak desk, where the same hooded man was waiting for him. Thank you for joining me, Mr. Jameson, he greeted Harry cordially. Please take a seat. Harry did so, and noticed the thin folder resting between the two of them. "We pride ourselves on our meticulous vetting, Mr. Jameson," the man spoke once more, tapping the folder with his forefinger. "Imagine my surprise when there was so little to discover about you. No record of birth, no country of origin, not even a medical file. There is no listed establishment of education, but some very impressive examination scores. That is all." Harry nodded, and he felt the man smirk from beneath his hood. "Do not mistake my curiosity for disappointment, Mr. Jameson. The nature of my job and those within my department relies on the utmost secrecy. Although yours is an unusual existence, to say the least, it is not an issue. Now, it says here that you are a restaurant owner and that you own considerable land in Canada." Harry was surprised that the man had discovered that information. "Your personal affairs are none of my concern, Mr. Jameson, so long as they do not impact your capabilities," the man said dismissively. "You also taught defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where you continue to host a dueling club. For one so young, that is rather impressive. Albus is not a man who speaks highly of those who do not deserve it." Harry nodded. "Is there anything I am missing?" "I expect so," Harry replied cautiously. The man chuckled. "I do not doubt it," he replied. "I have already established you are an expert in the mind arts. That will serve you well. Now to the reason you are here." "Dumbledore said you seemed keen to recruit me." The man nodded. "Perhaps," he replied. "That solely depends on how you perform today. What you are asking of me is not negligible. If I am to help you, it could result in severe complications in international relations. If you wish for me to be frank with you, Mr. Jameson, I will do so." "I would appreciate that." "Then frankness is what you shall have after you have completed the tasks I have set for you. To begin with, Mr. Jameson, I'd like you to tell me what you can about this room." Ghost, as he'd introduced himself in Dumbledore's office, waited. Harry nodded. "The desk was originally a lighter brown. The chair you are sitting on is not really a chair. It is a stool that you have transfigured. The charms on your robes change your voice and have 4 other spells to conceal your identity, prevent it from being removed by anyone other than yourself, regulate your temperature, and is lined with demiguise hair, allowing you to become invisible for short periods of time of need. You have used it only once in the last year. Your boots are German-made and are imbued with magic to silence your steps and leave no prints behind. You are carrying 2 wands, one up your right sleeve and one holstered on your left ankle. Oh, and there is a woman standing in the corner under an invisibility cloak, pointing her wand at me. She has used scent-masking charms to hide her presence." The man chuckled once more and leaned back in his chair. "How very perceptive, and all without casting a single detection spell," he commented. "Before we move on, I will require you to sign this," he added, sliding a sheet of parchment towards Harry. "Please take your time to read it." Harry did so and found it to be a simple contract that prevented him from discussing anything he saw within the department, and subject to an offer of employment. He would be unable to speak of his work, but could inform a spouse of his position. Checking it meticulously, there was no hidden magic concealed within the document, and though it was with reluctance, he signed it, reminding himself of why he was here. "Thank you, Mr. Jameson," Ghost offered appreciatively. "If you would kindly come with me." Harry followed the man from a room into an unassuming corridor and through another door, where he found himself in what appeared to be an empty room, save for a podium in the very center. Sat atop was a porcelain figure. "All you have to do is retrieve it," Ghost instructed. With a nod of understanding, Harry drew his wand and closed his eyes, feeling for the different magics present within the room. He identified several traps designed to catch him out, and some very subtle charms that would make him forget why he was here. Those were the least concerning. In each corner of the room was a person waiting to attack him when he triggered certain spells within the room, and there was no clear path to the podium. On the very surface, it was a complex labyrinth of magic he was supposed to navigate, but for Harry, there was a much simpler solution to the problem laid before him. It would be dangerous to attempt to untangle the confusing web, but he didn't need to. There was only one spell he needed to negate, and it was one he wished he had knowledge of several years prior when it would have been invaluable. Ensuring the spell was not connected to anything less pleasant, he waved his wand in a deceptively intricate pattern, rendering the magic obsolete, before simply summoning the figure into his outstretched hand. "You would be surprised how many fall at this hurdle," Ghost murmured. "Those who wish to join us either overcomplicate the solution in their mind or try a more visually impressive display. Simplicity is often the key, Mr. Jameson. Why overcomplicate something unnecessarily?" Harry nodded his agreement. "That concludes the tasks set for you," Ghost informed him. "It gives me great pleasure to inform you that you have performed admirably. Please follow me, and we can discuss just how we can help each other moving forward." Once more, Harry complied and was led back to the office he'd arrived in, where Ghost gestured for him to retake his seat. The woman who had been present previously no longer was. "You wish to have a frank discussion, and I will grant you that, Mr. Jameson," Ghost sighed. "This department operates under the authority of the ICW. Think of us as an agency similar to a regular ORR department, only ours is comprised of particularly talented people who undertake the most difficult aspects of law enforcement. Do you follow?" "I do." Ghost nodded. "Much of what we do involves bringing the most unpleasant international criminals to justice, those whom local ORR departments are having a difficult time apprehending, and those who are of a particular threat to national and international security. We operate in secrecy to protect the identities of our agents, mostly due to the nature of those we target. They are the most dangerous of groups and individuals." Harry nodded his understanding. "I am sure you are aware of Grindelwald's uprising some 2 decades ago," Ghost continued. "During the conflict, a severe breach of our security occurred. Grindelwald took it upon himself to eliminate all but 3 of our agents, myself, Fox, the woman who was present here, and one other. The rest, along with their families, were murdered in cold blood. They came for me here, but fortunately, Fox managed to notify me of her own escape, and I followed suit. Ever since, we have been doing all we can to build the department back to what it was. We lost many exceptional witches and wizards that night, Mr. Jameson, and adding someone of your caliber to our ranks would be most useful. And you won't help me unless I agree." Ghost nodded. "Mostly because of protocol. If it is discovered that I gave you access to a highly restricted file, and you are not an official part of the department, losing my job would be the least of my worries. Besides, I understand that you have your other commitments, and in a way, those would be beneficial in providing you with plausible deniability should the worst happen. We take our security very seriously, Mr. Jameson, but one can never be fully assured that a breach is impossible. I am not proposing you dedicate yourself full-time to the department, but on a basis in which we would call upon you when needed. This would be a most practical agreement for us both, I believe." Harry nodded thoughtfully. He needed access to the file, and it wasn't as though he wasn't experienced in such matters as Ghost had described. "I'll do it," he agreed. "I am so very pleased we have reached an accord, Mr. Jameson," Ghost replied as he removed a roll of parchment. "This is little more than an extension of the document you already signed, but with it, a section for me to sign to ensure your continued anonymity. It is an agreement between the two of us that neither can disclose information to a third party that could put the other at risk. Yours stretches to the security of the department, those who work for it, and any information learned from within. Mine ensures that I cannot identify you by name, by appearance, or in any other manner without your permission to any outside the department." Ghost signed the document without hesitation and handed it to Harry, who perused it before doing so. "Welcome aboard, Mr. Jameson," Ghost offered, extending his hand. Harry accepted it, already questioning whether he'd made a mistake. "So what happens now?" he asked. "Now, I can give you this with a clear conscience, though I urge you to be very careful. You could well find yourself involved in something you wished you never disturbed." He produced a file from the top drawer of his desk and gave it to Harry, who pocketed it. "I will be in touch, Mr. Jameson," Ghost spoke once more. "In the meantime, I suggest you come up with an alias. We do not deal with civilian names here." Harry nodded as he stood, though he paused as he reached the door. "You mentioned that Grindelwald wiped out all but 3 of you." "I did. The third person was Harry Evans, the man that you mentioned, wasn't it?" "Indeed," Ghost confirmed. "I must say, the resemblance between the 2 of you is quite uncanny." "Interesting," Harry murmured to himself as he took his leave of the office. The man Ghost was referring to could not be related to him. Of that, he was certain. On his mother's side, Lily and Petunia had been the only children, and their father had been the only child born to his own parents. If this Harry Evans was somehow connected to him, Harry could not fathom how. It would make more sense if, somewhere along the line, he'd been sent further back to when Grindelwald was conducting his war, and the man Ghost had known was Harry. If that was true, and given what Harry himself had experienced, whatever had happened to Harry Evans. Chapter 24. Albus watched as the 6 men filed into his office. They'd woken him at the crack of dawn to tell him of their displeasure regarding the ongoing dueling club that Harry Jameson was overseeing, and they felt the need to have the conversation in person rather than via the flue or submitting a letter to himself or the governors. Well, one of them was a governor, and it begged the question of why Abraxas Malfoy had not raised it in their last meeting. Albus had his suspicions as to why, but it was not something the man would likely express to the other governors. "What is it I can do for you, gentlemen?" the headmaster asked patiently. "This pertains to the dueling club that a former Professor Jameson is in charge of," Corvus Lestrange spoke up. "Lord Malfoy did inform me of that," Albus pointed out. Lestrange scowled, but said nothing as Abraxas cleared his throat. "Yes, you see, headmaster, the club has been brought to our attention, and we have our concerns," he explained. "This Jameson does not appear to have any accolades in the dueling community to warrant his leadership of the club. Now, if it were Phileas Flitwick in charge, we would not have our reservations." "I see," Albus replied, fighting the urge to sigh. "Well, I can assure you that Mr. Jameson is exceptionally qualified to teach a dueling club. In the year he taught here, his performance was underlined by the most successful owl and newt results in defense against the dark arts in many years." "That does not qualify him to teach dueling," Lord Knott interjected irritably. "All of us have spent considerable sums of gold to have our children instructed in the art, and we will not have it squandered by an amateur running a foolish club." Albus leaned back in his seat, his patience with his guests wearing thin. "Perhaps we should meet the man," Arcturus Black suggested. Albus had wondered why the man had been so quiet. He'd undoubtedly heard of what had happened to Bellatrix when she'd foolishly challenged Harry, and though he'd not hurt the girl, he'd certainly taught her some humility. "I'm sure Mr. Jameson would be pleased to meet with you," Albus replied. "If you bear with me, I shall see if he is available." Break. Harry scowled at the sheet of parchment he was reading and took a sip of his coffee as he tried to make sense of the mess that had been, at best, a lazy investigation into what had happened to Amelia's parents. They had arrived in Belgium and had been found dead in Poland a little under 2 weeks later. What Harry was trying to do was piece together what had occurred in the interim and after the fact. The former would be difficult, and the latter, as Ghost had warned, would be dangerous. Nonetheless, he wouldn't be deterred. It had quickly become clear that both the Belgian and Polish departments of magical law enforcement had each begun a thorough investigation, which had lasted less than a day each before they suddenly ceased. Corruption. To Harry, that only meant that someone had put a stop to them, and both ministries had deemed the deaths as unexplained circumstances. Only someone or a group with significant power and influence could interfere in either ministry to such a degree. At best, the investigation was negligible, but Harry already knew better. The Aurors of each country may have made their own determination or that of those who willed it. The coroner, however, a Frenchman, had catalogued the injuries each had sustained, along with the present residual magic he'd detected. There was no doubt in Harry's mind that the Bones had been tortured using both magic and Muggle means, though he truly could not fathom why. He'd already looked into both, and neither, as far as he could tell, had been involved in anything nefarious. If, however, they were, they'd done an exceptional job of covering it up. He took another sip of his coffee as he placed the sheet of parchment back in the file. This would take considerable time to make any progress on. Harry knew that he would find few, or more likely none, willing to speak of what was within the file, and though he expected to face resistance and perhaps mortal danger should those who wished to cover up what had happened were to hear of it, he would not be deterred. Even if he had to utilize the most underhand tricks he'd learned along the way, he would find the truth, and if the ICW did not wish to punish those responsible, then so be it. He rubbed his eyes tiredly. For the better part of 2 days, he'd been diligently studying each letter of every word the file contained. His findings were troubling, to say the least, but someone knew what had happened to Mr. and Mrs. Bones, and one way or another, when Harry found them, they would talk. Frowning as he heard the flue chime from the entrance hall above, he carefully placed the file back in the trunk containing his most precious of objects and made his way upstairs. "Headmaster," he greeted the man as he accepted the call. "What can I do for you?" Albus released a deep sigh. "It appears that your dueling club has caused quite a stir amongst some of the parents. Would you kindly come through so that we may assuage their concerns?" "Of course," Harry replied. "I shall be there in 10 minutes. I am dealing with a rather pressing matter," he added, holding his coffee cup aloft. He did not miss the look of amusement of the headmaster before he vanished, and Harry shook his head. He didn't need to guess the type of people waiting for him, which only made him make them wait longer. Perhaps it was petty, but he wasn't at anyone's beck and call, and he certainly wasn't going to waste a perfectly good cup of coffee for the sake of people who were only going to irritate him. He finished it 5 minutes later, and took another 5 before stepping through the fireplace into Dumbledore's office. "You," an angry and shocked voice greeted him. "Ah, Mr. Yaxley," Harry replied as though acknowledging an old acquaintance. "How are you this morning?" It amused him to see the man's left eye twitching in irritation, but he chose to say nothing else. "Okay, I'm here, Albus. You mentioned these gentlemen had concerns about the dueling club and me running it." "Indeed," the headmaster confirmed. "It appears that there are some reservations." Harry's gaze swept across the gathered group, and he shook his head. "Well, if you tell me the name of the students you are the parents or carers of, I can assure you they will no longer attend. Let's start with you," he urged, nodding to a man he recognized but couldn't acknowledge such. "Rodolphus and Rabiston Lestrange," the man grunted. Harry nodded. "You?" Theodore not. Harry hummed as he looked towards the next man. "Albert Montague." "I have a hippogriff named Albert," Harry retorted. "And you?" he added to the next, ignoring the glare of Montague. "Lucius Malfoy." And finally, "Bellatrix Black," Arcturus Black answered with a glint of amusement in his eye. "Ah, she is very talented," Harry offered sincerely. "As for the rest of you, your children do not attend the dueling club, so I see no reason for you to be here. But if you really have an issue with me running it, you're all welcome to join us this evening and offer your expertise. I'm sure the students will value the input from men of such esteem." None of them said anything for a moment, until the Malfoy cleared his throat. "We are merely wondering what qualifies you to run such a club." "I think we should allow Mr. Yaxley to answer that query," Harry suggested. The man narrowed his eyes, choosing not to. "You're the restaurant owner," Arcturus Black interjected in realization. "You own the place in Knockturn Alley." "I do, Lord Black. My staff always speak very highly of you and your lady wife." "And now, you run a dueling club at the school." "Amongst other things," Harry answered. "I taught defense against the dark arts here a couple of years ago." Arcturus Black nodded. "Bellatrix speaks highly of you. I think I will accept your invitation for this evening," he declared as he stood. "Perhaps the rest of you should consider encouraging your children to attend. Bellatrix knows a good duelist when she sees one, and she has offered nothing but praise for Mr. Jameson. Then why did you come? Harry asked confusedly. Curiosity, Arcturus answered. I shall see you this evening, Mr. Jameson. He left the office, and the 5 remaining men, save for Malfoy, appeared to be lost and somewhat confused. If there is nothing else, I will be returning home, Harry declared. Gentlemen, perhaps I will see all of you this evening. They said nothing as they followed Arcturus, and Harry cursed under his breath. Gits, he muttered. Well, I must say, Harry, that you handled that rather admirably. I do get the sense, however, that there is some animosity between yourself and Lord Yaxley. Harry snorted in response. His nephew made a show of himself in the restaurant, and Lord Yaxley didn't take kindly to me embarrassing him. He took it upon himself to attempt to intimidate me, and I threw him out on his arse. Ah, Alistair did mention something of that nature, Albus replied. And you do have my apologies for asking you here. I'm afraid they wouldn't have left unless they spoke with you or I agreed to halt the running of the dueling club. Harry waved the man's apology away. Dealing with the group had been rather amusing. You get used to dealing with idiots, Harry sighed. Albus chuckled. Indeed, he sighed. Might I inquire as to how your meeting with our mutual acquaintance went? You can inquire, but I'm sure you already know I can't say much. But I can tell you that we both got something we wanted out of it. Albus nodded his understanding. Then I am truly pleased for you, Harry. I am certain you will be quite the asset to anything he has asked of you. That remains to be seen, Harry replied. Anyway, I will leave for now. Will you be attending the meeting this evening? I do believe it would be for the best, Albus answered. I will see you then, headmaster. With that, Harry threw a handful of flue powder into the fireplace and returned home. He couldn't be bothered to deal with whatever political game Malfoy and the others were playing, but he'd learned long ago that politics had a way of interfering with everything, even in something as simple as an extracurricular activity, such as the dueling club. Harry shook his head irritably. As much as he tried to do the right thing whilst avoiding being drawn into things he wanted no part of, it truly seemed that the universe had other ideas. He'd sooner have no interaction with the toxic pureblood community in Britain, though he couldn't deny that making some connections could prove to be useful in the future. He wasn't sure how, but the purebloods held the most powerful of offices, save for the current minister, who Harry already knew would prove to be ineffective. Nobby Leach was not favored amongst the purebloods for his sympathetic treatment of Muggleborns, and his term in office would culminate with the impending war. He would retire and be replaced by the timid Millicent Bagnold, and things would only get worse as she attempted to appease the Death Eaters and Voldemort. Her efforts would be for nothing, and the killing would continue. Harry released a deep sigh. He still did not wish to involve himself, but if he wished to prevent certain events from coming to pass in the years to come, he knew that his best option was to be in a position of influence, and that could only be achieved by rubbing shoulders with the influential. He cursed his own trail of thought as he prepared his breakfast and himself, once more as he began planning ahead for the inevitable eventuality. Voldemort wouldn't be stopped so easily, and already his influence was strong in Britain even if his presence wasn't. When he'd placed his plate on the table, Harry found that his appetite was gone, and he opted for another cup of coffee instead, doing his utmost to ignore the seemingly unavoidable path that lay ahead of him. Break. The day off done you some good, lass, Alistair commented as Amelia entered the office. What's that supposed to mean? She asked. He shrugged in response. Just that you seem rested. Amelia hummed as she frowned at the man, who merely grinned at her. Moody Bones, my office, Grim called. Saved by the call of duty, Alistair chuckled as he passed her. Come, Bones, you heard the man. She entered the office a few paces behind and found Grim sitting behind his desk, finishing up some paperwork. Shut the door, he instructed. Has something happened? Alistair asked. Grim nodded, but continued to write. When he was done, He placed his quill in a holder and scratched his bald head. "I'm afraid it's time to split the pair of you up," he informed them. "I have 2 rookies starting today and no one to babysit them. You've been here long enough now to mentor someone, Bones." Amelia nodded her understanding. Both she and Alastair knew this day would come, and it should have happened almost 2 years prior. "Moody, I'm giving you Shacklebolt," Grim decided, handing Alastair a sheet of parchment. "As you can see, he's got a lot of potential, but he's as young and naive as any other of you idiots that first put on that uniform. Show him the ropes and keep his nose clean. You know the drill." "Aye," Moody replied. "Bones, you get Yaxley," Grim informed her, offering a similar sheet of parchment. "Her uncle might be an insufferable tosser, but I'm sure you can handle her. With the damned protests and everything else that's happened, I don't want whatever bullshit going out there to make its way into this office. Got it?" Amelia nodded. "Good, now bugger off," Grim huffed. "Still having problems with the mother-in-law?" Alastair asked with a grin. Grim swore under his breath. "She's become a permanent fixture in my house, Moody," he huffed. "She plonked her fat arse on my favorite chair and will be there until her still-warm corpse is peeled off it. She eats like a damned pig and lives like one. It's a fight to get the old cow to have a wash." Alastair chuckled amusedly. "Well, she's in her twilight years, isn't she?" "She's 104, Moody. The stubborn old troll will do her best to outlive me out of spite, and she just might manage it. It doesn't help that the wife is looking more like her with each passing year. 2 peas in a bloody pod. Go on, let me revel in my own misery." "It could be worse, sir," Alastair pointed out. "You could always be retired." Grim paled, and his eyes widened in horror. "That's right, get nasty, why don't you?" he snapped. Alastair laughed as he left the office, and Amelia followed, leaving the horrified Grim alone with his thoughts. We had a good run of it, lass." "We did," Amelia agreed. "It will be strange working with someone else." "Aye, but we are still on the same team. It's not as though it's a goodbye, and you know where I am if you need me." Amelia nodded. "You too." Alastair offered her a smile and salute before heading towards his own office, where his new partner would be instructed to meet him. Amelia did the same and checked no paperwork had been left on her desk during her absence. Much to her relief, there was none, and she waited for her own rookie to arrive. The woman who knocked on her door only a few moments later was of a height and build similar to Amelia's, though her hair was dark brown and matched her eyes. She had the classic bone structure of a pureblood and carried herself as such, at her fullest and with confidence. "Come in," Amelia called, and she entered. "Auror Bones, I'm Cadence Yaxley. I was told to report to you." Amelia nodded and gestured for the woman to take a seat. "I apologize if I seem a little all over the place. I've only just been told that I'd be having a mentor," Amelia explained. "Well, as far as I'm aware, you will be spending the next 2 to 3 years working with me until you are deemed ready for independent work. Was that already explained to you?" Yaxley nodded. Auror Grim filled me in on the details. He told me to shut up, listen, and do as I'm instructed. "That about sums it up in his own charming way," Amelia sighed. "We are both Aurors, so your work is just as important and valued as mine when we are out there. The most important thing we can have is complete trust in one another. It's not an easy job, and we will be relying on each other. I'd rather not have your death on my conscience because you didn't listen or lose my life when it could have been avoided. Do you understand?" Yaxley nodded. "I might seem like I'm being harsh at times, but it's better that I point out any mistakes than you have to learn from them the hard way." "I understand," Yaxley assured her. "Good," Amelia replied. "What made you want to be an Auror?" "I wanted to do something worthwhile," Yaxley answered. "As I'm sure you're aware, my prospects growing up were that I would go to school, be married off, and have children. I always wanted more than that. Besides, being an Auror puts off most pureblood men, so it works as an added incentive," she added with a grin. "True," Amelia conceded. "Well, fortunately for you, we don't have any paperwork to get through this morning, so we will be going straight out on patrol. It should be a fairly nice first day for you. We are in Hogsmeade. We don't get much trouble there. Break. Was that really so difficult? Harry asked the glaring hippogriff. Albert pawed at the ground, and Harry chuckled amusedly. It had taken so long for the large male to accept Harry's presence amongst the herd, but it finally seemed that his persistence had paid off. Albert had no qualms in bowing to Amelia shortly after they'd arrived, but he'd been so resistant to Harry. Maybe it was because he was male, and the hippogriff was asserting himself over the others. Regardless, having come to Harry with a large thorn in his wing, he'd offered a reluctant bow once it had been removed. What do you say, boy? Shall we go for a little fly? Albert pawed the ground once more, before crouching down low enough for Harry to climb on his back. Upon doing so, the hippogriff charged forward without warning and took to the air with a few powerful flaps of his wings. Bloody hell, Harry cursed, clinging on for dear life as Albert flew circles around the property before diving back towards the ground. I think we still need some work, he added with a chuckle, throwing the large beast a ferret. Albert accepted it this time, without scrutinizing the snack, and Harry nodded. That's an improvement, he sighed. Go on, I know you're dying to get back to them. The hippogriff squawked as he barreled back towards the waiting herd, and Harry returned to the house. It was almost time to make his way to Hogwarts for the dueling club, and though he enjoyed running it, he wasn't relishing doing so in the presence of Arcturus Black and any other of the purebloods who would arrive. Still, Harry knew it could be worse. The patriarch of the Black family had not said anything critical about him, and was rather flattering with his comments, but the same couldn't be said for the others. Not that he truly cared what they thought. He would just rather avoid any further unpleasantness, especially with everything else that required his focus. It will take time, he murmured to himself, his thoughts drifting to the seemingly impossible task of untangling the web of corruption that surrounded the death of Amelia's parents. However, Harry was happy that he had a few leads to follow up on. Whether they proved to be fruitful remained to be seen. Clearing his head of his musings, he took a few moments to center himself. He needed to focus on the club and the sudden interest in it by those he'd rather keep at a distance. Hogwarts Great Hall, he called loudly before stepping into the fire. Dumbledore had granted him permission to flew directly into the school from his home, a gesture which saved him several minutes of walking from Hogsmeade to the castle. We have a few guests, Phileas informed him as he arrived. I suspected as much, Harry grumbled. Did Albus fill you in on what happened this morning? Phileas nodded. Then I'm sure I don't need to tell you why they're here. No, you do not. With a nod of understanding between them, they cleared the tables to the side of the room before opening the doors to admit the students and the parents who had decided to attend. There were close to 20 in all, many of whom Harry did not recognize, but some that he unfortunately did. We'll get to see what you're made of, won't we, Jameson? Lestrange asked as he passed them. Harry smirked to himself. Lestrange may not have known who it was in Borgin and Berks when he'd been relieved of a significant sum of gold and had forgotten the incident entirely, but Harry hadn't. He remembered it well and now, with such fondness. Something amusing, Phileas asked. There's always amusement to be found in any situation, Harry replied before closing the doors and turning his attention to those gathered. Stepping up on the platform, he held his hands up to silence the room. As you can see, we have some guests who have opted to join us this evening. No, they're not scouts for any dueling teams or are not affiliated with the dueling circuit in any way. I expect the same level of behavior from each of you. Is that understood? Yes, Professor, the students answered. Good, now we will be continuing with some dueling. I know there are several of you who have not had the opportunity to do so. Atkins, you're up first. You will be going up against Stebbins. I want both of you to remember the rules. I will intervene if either one of you breaks them. Both students nodded as they took their places on the platform, and Harry stepped down to begin the bout. Gon, Sebstn, a man in the crowd shouted enthusiastically. Evidently, The man was Stebbins' father if the shared resemblance between them was anything to go by. On the count of 3, gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. Neither of the students hesitated, and the duel began in earnest. Atkins and Stebbins were equally matched, and Harry nodded approvingly as each adopted the skill set they'd begun developing since the club had started. Stebbins has made some significant improvement, Phileas commented. He has, Harry agreed, but it won't be enough. He's leaving himself open too often, and Atkins will notice it. He needs to tighten up his defense a little more. Phileas nodded. Unless he does something stupid, Harry groaned as Stebbins raised his wand in a blatant movement and unleashed a curse towards Atkins, who froze. With a flick of his wand, Harry sent the spell towards the ceiling and cast a powerful shield between the combatants. You know the rules, Mr. Stebbins. That's a disqualification. The boy scowled at him, but it was the reaction of his father that caught the attention of those within the great hall. Disqualification, he blustered angrily. He's being disqualified for using a bone breaker. It is one of the spells on the ban list, Harry informed the man. Banned list? What kind of dueling club are you running, Jameson? One that is safe for students, Harry returned firmly. Would you care to report to a student's parents that their child was killed by another student who lacks self-control? How about if it was your son who was the victim? Mr. Stebbins scoffed. Not bloody likely, he declared. Well, be that as it may, I do not allow potentially lethal spells to be used in here. These are not professional duelists, nor are they fighting for their lives. You are welcome to teach your son as you wish, but those spells will not be used in here. Mr. Stebbins snorted and muttered something indiscernible under his breath. It's ridiculous, he declared. How do you expect them to win a duel without using powerful magic? You mean dark magic? Stebbins bared his teeth as he nodded. If that's what you wish to call it, he mocked. You're all the same, you educators. Dark magic this and dark magic that. It's pathetic. Your belief that dark magic is universally better is ridiculous, Harry sighed. Even the simplest of spells can be implemented to defend yourself against it, and if you think otherwise, your understanding of magic is frankly less than any of the students here. Now, if you don't mind, I have a club to run. Harry turned to address the students once more, but paused as Stebbins spoke once more. Prove it, he challenged. Face me, and I'll show you and your students what a real duel looks like unless you're a stinking coward. Harry shot a look towards Phileas, who shook his head. With a shrug, Harry turned back towards the grinning man. Fine, he agreed. Get on the platform. Phileas, would you do the honors? That won't be necessary, Harry, Albus interjected from the rear of the hall. The school used to host its share of the duels. Let me see. Oh yes, that's it. With a few waves of his wand, a dome formed around the platform, pushing the students closest a few feet back. There, that will suffice, Albus declared, and Harry offered him an appreciative nod, though he was curious as to why the headmaster was allowing this to unfold. It took little thought. Albus hadn't seen Harry use his wand much in his presence, beyond what he demonstrated to students in the classroom, and this was the perfect opportunity for him to do so. Harry didn't mind. He would sooner avoid the impending altercation, but he needed to practice what he preached within these walls. He had no doubt that he likely knew more dark magic than any other in the room, and had become more than proficient in its use. Not that he would need to do so now. The aim was to prove Stebbins wrong, and Harry knew more than enough without delving into the less pleasant of magic to do just that. Break. Albus would not usually approve of solving an issue in such a violent manner, but he knew that Harry would not let the situation slip out of his control, and the headmaster could not deny it would be quite the educational experience for the students. It might even quell the foolish notion that many held onto that pureblood wizards were magically more gifted and powerful than Muggle-borns and half-bloods. Besides, it gave Albus the opportunity to satisfy his own curiosity about Harry. He'd heard from Alastair how he had aided Amelia when the two had first met in Nocturne Alley, and he of course knew of his work in apprehending Greyback. Nonetheless, Albus had witnessed neither of these things for himself. "What do you think, Phileas?" he asked. "Harry will wipe the floor with him," the diminutive man sighed, "but not until he has toyed with him." "Toyed with him? You'll see." Albus looked on as the younger man divested himself of his robes and waited until Mr. Stebbins was ready. The students continued to talk excitedly amongst themselves and even made bets amongst themselves. When Mr. Stebbins drew his wand and gave the signal, he was ready to begin. Albus gave the nod for the two men to proceed. Immediately, the man unleashed a flurry of cutting curses towards Harry, who nimbly avoided and deflected the spells with impressive dexterity. Undeterred, Stebbins continued his onslaught, this time opting to use blood-boiling curses, rupturing curses, and even severing curses. Albus frowned at the man. These were all potentially fatal spells, and yet Harry remained unfazed by them. "A good selection," he praised Stebbins, who narrowed his eyes at him. "Keep it up." "He's teaching," Phileas snorted. "The maniac is actually teaching." Albus could only nod as he looked on, and Stebbins, evidently not appreciating Harry's indifference, bombarded the man. "Now, that one definitely would have hurt," Harry sighed. "Notice now that Mr. Stebbins is starting to tire out. The spells he is using certainly have their place in professional duels, and certainly, if you are in a life-threatening situation, they can become rather taxing, especially if you are poorly conditioned. Don't worry, I will explain that in more detail during another session," he assured the students. "Ah, and now he is beginning to lag and breathe heavily. He won't be able to keep it up much longer." Stebbins snarled as he continued on, angered now by Harry's lack of offense, but just as he settled into a rhythm, he found himself monumentally put on the back foot as Harry complied with the man's wish. The speed with which he cast the spells would overwhelm even the most seasoned of duelists, and even Albus was taken aback by how quickly and ferociously Harry fought back. Stebbins managed to block only 3 of the spells before conjuring a shield, which was blown apart with a thunderous rumble which echoed across the hall. From there, the unfortunate Stebbins became little more than a standing target, and he was felled by a combination of spells that left him looking both comical and quite grotesque. His face had erupted with boils, one of his legs was now shorter than the other, and his own boots, which had been removed, were kicking him in the backside. Stebbins groaned into the lull, and Harry merely shook his head. "Never forget to ensure that your opponent is disarmed," he urged, holding up the wand belonging to Mr. Stebbins. The students, who had been in a state of shock, broke out in a round of applause whilst Harry tended to the man and returned his wand when he'd been righted. Stebbins did not linger and stormed from the hall from the humiliation. Albus could only shake his head. He'd known that Harry was an exceptional wizard, but to see him do what he had, and so casually, was a testament to how well-versed in magic he was. Where he'd learned it, Albus didn't know, but what he'd witnessed made him glad that the young man was so unlike others who had passed through these halls. More than that, however, he was pleased to see that the students were responding positively to the lesson he'd given, and even the rest of the parents who had opted to attend the meeting had been silenced by the display. The headmaster clapped along with the others, offering Harry Jameson a smile. He'd proven them all wrong, and Albus hoped this would be the end of the interference. "He's damned good," a voice from Albus's left praised. He turned to be greeted by the sight of the applauding Arcturus Black. "He is," Albus agreed. Arcturus eyed the man curiously before nodding. "We could have used more men like him on the continent. Maybe then the war would not have been dragged out for so long." Albus didn't reply to the unsubtle dig. Arcturus had been one of those severely affected by Gellert's rise, and the man still held onto the disdain he had for Albus for his failure to intervene sooner. That would never change, but there seemed to be grounds for something resembling civility from the Lord Black. He seemed to be as impressed by Harry as everyone else, at the very least. Break. Although patrolling in Hogsmeade was not the most exciting of places to be as an Auror, it had worked out well for Amelia. She was able to teach Imelda many of the day-to-day things she would need to know and get acquainted with the woman better. In many ways, she was a typical pureblood, though she was much quieter, more observant, and seemingly humbler than most. Her father, Reg, had been one of those who'd ventured to the continent to fight against Grindelwald, much to Amelia's surprise. They had little to do with the main branch of the family, due to Reg being sent to fight against his will initially, but Imelda's father held onto much of pureblood beliefs despite this. He had remained on the continent after the war, but Imelda had come to Britain to attend Hogwarts and had chosen to stay to join the Aurors when she'd finished her schooling. "Has something happened?" Edgar asked, pulling her from her thoughts. "What do you mean?" "You're smiling," he pointed out confusedly. "I mean really smiling." "Don't you start," Amelia huffed. "I've already had it from Alistair." "So he noticed too," Edgar returned amusedly. "Now you have got my attention. Come on, out with it." "There's nothing to tell." Edgar quirked an eyebrow at her, and Amelia failed to prevent herself from smiling. Instead of answering her brother, however, she stood and rolled her eyes. "Mind your own business," she said airily. Edgar grinned in response. "Where are you going?" he asked. "Out." "Out." "Out," Amelia confirmed. "I will be back tomorrow." "She'll be going to see our recently returned Mr. Jameson," Eliza commented as she entered the room. "Do behave yourself, Amelia," she added with a wink. Edgar grimaced. "She doesn't even have the decency to deny it," he groaned. "My own sister, staying with a man." "Oh, shut up," Amelia sighed, fighting the urge to blush and wanting nothing more than to escape their presence. "I'll be having words with Jameson," Edgar called after her teasingly. Amelia ignored him and stepped through the flue. Arriving at Jameson's place, she felt a sudden sense of nervous excitement come over her. She'd not seen or heard from him since she was last here, and it wasn't as though the dynamic of their relationship hadn't changed. Nonetheless, she made her way to the kitchen where he greeted her with a tired smile. "Hard day?" she asked. "You could say that," he chuckled. "You." Amelia shook her head. "Not really. I've been given a rookie to mentor." "Is that a bad thing?" "No," Amelia assured him. "I thought it would be harder than it is, but it's okay. I'll miss working with Moody so closely, but it had to change eventually." Jameson nodded as he approached and wrapped an arm around her shoulder, eliciting a shy smile from Amelia. She didn't know why, but he'd always managed to make her feel shy. Maybe it was that she wasn't used to such affection, or perhaps it was just him. "What made your day so rough?" she asked. "Purebloods, mostly," Harry grumbled. "Some of them didn't like that I'm teaching the dueling club and decided they wanted to see it for themselves. I ended up dueling Stebbins and made an example of him." "Good," Amelia declared. "Stebbins always was a prat. Did you know he's tried 3 times to be granted a seat on the Wisengamot, and even his own friends won't endorse him?" "I can't say I'm surprised," Harry chuckled, frowning as he was startled by something. He reached into his pocket and removed a leather wallet. With a breath of exasperation, he replaced it. "I have to go," he grumbled. "Go?" Amelia asked with a frown. "Go where?" "It's one of those things I can't say any more about," he replied apologetically. "I'll probably be late, but Helga is already making dinner." Amelia was taken aback and thrown off by the affectionate kiss he placed on her lips. By the time she'd recovered, Harry was gone, and she wondered what was so urgent that he'd had to leave immediately. It wasn't like him to do so, and especially with such a vague explanation. "Dinner is ready, Miss Amelia," Helga announced, placing a plate of pasta on the table. "Helga, where has Harry gone?" she asked worriedly. "Helga cannot say, miss," the elf replied guiltily. It was evident she wanted to tell Amelia, but she had spoken truthfully. The little elf couldn't tell Amelia, and the woman couldn't deny that her worry only increased. She knew Harry had lived a life of secrecy, but she thought he'd left it behind when he'd purchased the restaurant and then the farm. It was as concerning as it was curious, and all but took away what appetite she'd had. Instead, Amelia knew she'd be unable to think of anything else until Harry returned, and though she knew she'd get no answers from him, she would know that he was safe. Chapter 25. "Thank you for joining me, Mr. Jameson," Ghost offered appreciatively. "I am going to be frank with you. When Greyback managed to escape custody, 107 others fled with him. Well, not with him exactly, but they left the prison. Do you have any idea what happened?" Ghost released a deep sigh of frustration. "We were not granted permission to investigate the circumstances around the escape. It was handled by local authorities, who reported that whoever was responsible undoubtedly had assistance from someone on the inside. The problem with that line of inquiry is that only those within the prison, a member of the ICW, someone on my own team, or someone of local power to the prison under their own laws of jurisdiction could have perpetrated such a thing." "That is concerning," Harry mused aloud. "Indeed," Ghost agreed. "Naturally, I have personally cleared every member of my own team, and I have been assured by a personal friend that the prison workers have all been cleared. So, that means it was a member of the ICW, or a local power." "Neither of which bring me comfort, Mr. Jameson," Ghost replied. "Anyway, the reason I have asked you here is that we could really use your assistance in locating some of these wayward prisoners. We have recaptured more than half, but many others remain at large. Some of these people are amongst the most dangerous in the world, Jameson, and the first I wish you to find is the very definition of that," he added warningly as he slid a file towards Harry across the table. He opened it and found himself looking at a picture of a rather unassuming man. He wasn't grotesque, nor did he appear to be so dangerous, though Harry knew appearances could be deceiving. "Virgil Van Basten," Ghost said darkly. "Arrested and convicted some 15 years ago for 19 counts of murder, desecration of the dead, using human remains in experimental potions, buying and selling human products on the black market, and possession of illegal ingredients. He was sentenced to life in prison. Van Basten is quite deranged, Jameson, and not of a sound mind. We suspect that he returned home to Amsterdam, but we have been unsuccessful in locating him." "That's not the smartest move," Harry murmured as he continued reading the file. "He is rather insane," Ghost reminded him, "and I would think the very same as you if it wasn't for this." He placed what appeared to be a newspaper article on the table between them, and Harry frowned as he read it. "More than 50 graves have been discovered to have been robbed in the past few months," he murmured. "All fresh corpses," Ghost pointed out. Harry shook his head. "It says in the file that he murdered children and virgin women for his experiments. I would bet most of those graves contained neither." "You could be right," Ghost replied, "but it is the only lead we have. Van Basten never left Amsterdam, Jameson, and he is nothing if not a creature of habit. It is possible he is not there, but I would like you to verify it for me." Harry nodded his understanding. "I will," he assured the man. That conversation had taken place 4 days prior now, and ever since, Harry had found himself hard at work. In truth, much of it had been a rather dull affair. He'd spoken with the local newspaper in Amsterdam that had published the article, and with little more than a quick reference from the graves that had been desecrated to their various death certificates, verified that most had died older and had enjoyed marriage and children. Only 3 fit the criteria of Van Basten's interest, but for Harry, it seemed to be more of a coincidence than anything else. Nonetheless, he was determined to be able to report with certainty that the infamous man wasn't responsible. That, however, proved to be more complicated than he'd first thought, particularly with the breakthrough he was on the brink of making. For 4 days, he'd been investigating the ins and outs of the magical Netherlands, and even the mundane side of the country in a bid to thoroughly prove his thoughts regarding Van Basten. And thus far, all had gone according to plan until this morning. Harry had visited a Muggle cafe to supplement his lack of sleep with a strong mug of coffee, only for his brief respite to be interrupted by the local Muggle police entering the establishment and frantically pinning several notices up around the room. Accepting one which had been handed to him, Harry felt his stomach sink. "Have you seen any of these girls?" the worried policeman asked. Harry shook his head and subtly cast a translation charm. No, has something happened? They went missing in the night from the orphanage just down the street. With that, he rushed from the cafe to continue the search, and Harry followed only a moment later, hopping beyond hope that his earlier assumptions about Van Basten had been right. He was certain the man had fled, but given the latest development, a sense of doubt came over him. It took him only a few moments to find the orphanage in question. He needed only to follow the stream of police officers pinning notices to every street lamp leading up to the large, secure building. Concealing himself within his cloak, Harry first inspected the enormous, wrought iron gates, which he quickly found to have not been tampered with either magically or by any other method. That meant that if the 3 girls had been kidnapped, which became increasingly more likely, whoever had taken them had entered the orphanage another way. Once more, his suspicions only deepened as he carefully made his way through the halls of home, avoiding the many muggles he came across. It wasn't so obvious at first, but there was indeed an undeniable presence that didn't belong, and though Harry couldn't quite figure out what it was until he entered the bedroom the girls shared, it quickly became obvious. Potions. He could smell the very faint aroma of a sleeping draft and the lingering sense of excited magic. Most would have missed it, but Harry did not, and he clung to the very frail thread and followed it. Whoever was responsible had been exceedingly careful not to use his wand in the vicinity of the orphanage, but as Harry followed the trail he'd picked up, they'd grown bolder the further away they'd gotten. Still, they'd not needed to cast much. A few simple spells to hide their presence and a shrinking charm had been implemented, but nothing else, which meant that the girls had remained unconscious throughout their ordeal to this point. It was almost 2 hours of following the trail that led Harry to where he found himself now, and though the magic had scarcely grown any stronger, there was something else more concerning than residual magic. Death. He could smell it in the air around him, along with the heady mix of fresh blood and organs. Dread. It filled Harry as he fought his way through the thick bushes and into an opening where he fought the urge to vomit. He'd see his fair share of harrowing things throughout his life. He'd watched as Cedric Diggory was murdered in front of him, and even the piles of dead at the conclusion of the war. This, however, was something that Harry would never have thought he'd need to be prepared to see. Although they'd been hastily butchered and relieved of their organs, there was no mistaking the remains scattered before him. Worse yet, there was still no presence of strong magic, which meant that they'd been hacked into with unfettered brutality. Harry could only shake his head and do his utmost to maintain his composure. The best thing he could do for these girls now was bring their killer to justice, though Harry wasn't sure his composure would hold when he caught up to Van Basten. Any doubt he may have harbored that the fugitive wasn't involved had all but evaporated, and as he continued to follow the trail that grew colder with each passing moment, Harry pondered what he would do when he caught up with the man. Break. Master Harry isn't back yet, Miss Amelia, Helga informed her for the 4th morning in a row. When Harry had not returned the night he'd left, Amelia had gone to work the next morning, unable to distract herself from her maudlin thoughts. What was he doing that required 4 days of complete silence? He'd said he'd be returning late, but he hadn't returned at all. He is okay, miss, Helga assured her. Master Harry is well. Amelia released a deep breath as she nodded. If he comes home. I will come to tell you immediately, Helga broke in. I haven't forgotten. Miss. Thank you, Helga, Amelia offered, and though the elf did not seem to be worried about Harry, Amelia couldn't say the same. It wasn't unlike him to be away for days, weeks, or even months at a time, but not so suddenly, and not without telling her where he was going or what he was doing. No, something was different about this, and even though it was not so out of sorts for Harry, Amelia could not ignore that niggling feeling that there was more to it than a simple excursion to Canada or something similar. Break. The trail he'd been following throughout the day was a strange one, subtle yet distinct, but also inconsistent. There were times Harry thought he'd lost it, only to find another faint trace, and then the occasional spike in magic where the person he was following attempted to cover his presence. It was an oddly effective way of doing so and would catch many out, but Harry was relentless in his pursuit, which had eventually led him to a village square several miles out of Amsterdam. Where he was now, he didn't know, but the presence of the child killer had not been stronger since he'd first felt it. Along the way, he had sent a message to the Muggle police so that the girls would be found and buried with what dignity could be salvaged, but the end of the caper had just begun. "The sewers," Harry whispered in realization beneath his cloak, as he felt the same presence he'd been pursuing all day below him. Carefully, he silenced a nearby drain before removing the lid and descending, ensuring that he did not make a sound as he did so. It smelt terrible in here, and Harry's nose wrinkled from the unpleasant waft of feces and other human matter, some of which was undoubtedly in a state of advanced decay. It reminded him of the inferi he'd encountered years prior, and he found his steps slowing somewhat, and Hopping Van Basten had not resorted to creating any of the vile beings. "Oh, you are all such fine specimens. Yes, you will serve your purpose," a gleeful voice spoke somewhere ahead of him. "Such fine, fine examples indeed." The unpleasant smells only grew the further he proceeded, and as Harry rounded another corner, he saw a slither of flickering light at the crack of a door ahead. Finally, he'd found the man he'd been sinking, and though he did not wish to enter the room Van Basten had sequestered himself within, he knew he had little choice in the matter. Choosing a refined approach rather than blasting the door off its hinges, Harry strung together a series of protections that would ensure the man couldn't escape, something that didn't go unnoticed. "No, no, you will not take them from me," a petulant voice sounded, followed by a flurry of activity. Van Basten had felt the protections as they were erected and was seemingly determined to make a final stand. Quickly ensuring nothing immediately dangerous awaited him, Harry melted the door with a touch of his wand, and what he came face to face with was something he would likely never forget. Strewn about the filthy room were human remains: feet, hands, arms, legs, and even a few whole torsos and heads. The source of the smell was revealed to be coming from 3 bubbling cauldrons, the concoctions within a macabre brew designed for purposes only known to Van Basten. The man himself stood at the back of the room with his wand drawn, his entire nude body covered in blood and offal, his maniacal eyes wide in a mixture of excitement and fear. "You will not take my girls from me, swine," he spat. Harry had remained beneath his cloak, and with a shake of his head, he sent a flurry of spells towards Van Basten as he charged. The spells were deflected, but served as the perfect distraction, and Van Basten collapsed to the ground from the punch that collided with his jaw. "No," he screamed in protest as he was relieved of his wand. He began clawing madly at the air and burst into a bout of laughter. "Do not worry, my beauties, the swine cannot keep me from you. You will live again and again and again and again." There was no doubt that the man had taken leave of his senses. Whatever sanity he'd once possessed was no longer with him. Not wanting to hear his mad declarations, Harry stunned him with a flick of his wand and made the error of looking around the room. Along with the bubbling cauldrons was what appeared to be a well-used butcher's block, and another table where Van Basten had been carrying out experiments with dissected parts of humans. There could be no less than 20 dead bodies here in all, though Harry did not care to be the one to count them. No, he'd done his part, and leaving a strong magical trace in his wake, he secured Van Basten, ensuring his modesty was covered before activating the portkey Ghost had given him before he'd left the office almost 5 days ago. The room he appeared in this time was a reception of sorts, and the woman seated behind the large desk looked at him curiously as he approached, an expression which quickly shifted to horror as she saw the state of the man he'd apprehended. "Virgil Van Basten," Harry announced tiredly. "Escaped prisoner who will now have to be put on trial for at least 3 more murders. I have left a strong magical trace in a village some miles outside of Amsterdam. It can be found following this," he added, placing a metal shield similar to his portkey on the desk. The woman quickly composed herself, though she shot a look of disgust at Van Basten before tapping something in front of her with her wand. "The guards will be here shortly," she informed Harry quietly. He waited only a few moments before a trio of cloaked figures emerged from the corridor behind the receptionist, and two of them immediately took the unconscious Van Basten away. "Excellent work," the third praised in Ghost's familiar voice. "We have had some difficulty finding him. You are relieved of your duty for now, but I dare say I will have need of you again soon enough. Well done on your first successful capture. Now get some rest. I expect you need it." With that, he retrieved the shield Harry had left on the desk and vanished down the corridor in the wake of the others. Not wanting to wait around, Harry did indeed activate his own portkey to return home, where he pondered all that had transpired over the previous days and showered. For good measure, he showered again, but it was the filth on his conscience he would struggle to rid himself of, and not the remains that soiled his skin and clothes. "Break." "Hello, stranger," Alistair greeted her amusedly. "How has it been having a mentee?" "Not as bad as I thought," Amelia answered honestly. "Yaxley is keen and capable, so I have no complaints." "Aye, seems as though you got a good one," Alistair replied. "That doesn't always happen." "Is yours not so good?" "Shacklebolt is quiet," Alistair answered thoughtfully, "but he's damned good with his wand and remains calm. He'll do well here." Amelia nodded and almost jolted out of her seat as a gentle pop announced the arrival of Helga. "Master Harry is home now, Miss Amelia. He is resting now," the elf declared with a smile before vanishing again. Amelia breathed a sigh of relief, and Alistair offered her a look of curiosity. "Was that Jameson's elf?" "It was," Amelia confirmed. "I told her to let me know when Harry returned home." "Harry?" Moody asked, his lips twitching in amusement. "Don't start, Moody," Amelia warned. He held up his hands as he laughed. "Did he go to Azkaban or something? You seem relieved to hear that he's home." Amelia shook her head as she closed the door to her office with a flick of her wand. After casting a few privacy charms, she shrugged. "I don't know where he went," she said worriedly. "We were going to have dinner last week, and he received a flu call. His whole demeanor changed, and he told me he would be back late. That was 5 days ago, Alistair." "And he's only just home," the man mused aloud. "He didn't expect to be away so long, so what was he doing?" "I don't know," Amelia murmured. "I know he can disappear, but not like that, not unless there was an emergency that he'd tell me about." "You don't think he's been working a case, do you?" "I can't think why he would," Amelia replied. "His restaurant is never empty, and he has other businesses that make him plenty of gold." I've seen his house," Moody said thoughtfully. "He's not short on gold. Maybe you being out of trouble for so long has made him bored," he added with a bark of laughter. "Do you think that could be it?" "It might be," Alistair sighed. "Some men are just cut from a different cloth, Bones. Some of us need the chaos and conflict in our lives for it to feel right. You said yourself that his life has been a struggle. Maybe there is a part of him that needs that. I moan like hell about this place, but I wouldn't be without it. It reminds me that I'm alive and I get to help people. Maybe he's just not ready to let go of it." Amelia nodded. Alistair could be right. Harry had spent his formative years dealing with the murder of his parents and would have to have been young when he joined the hit Wizards. Maybe it is just an ingrained part of who he is that he can't change. "That doesn't stop me worrying about him," she huffed. And you're an Auror," Alistair pointed out. "Anyone you end up with will worry about you the same way. Why do you think so few of us here are married or have relationships that last? It takes its toll on those out of the loop of what we do. Long, dangerous hours, and sometimes we don't know when we are getting home. What Jameson did is just like us, but on a bigger scale. For you, the shoe is on the other foot. You're worrying about him, but I bet he worries about you too. Come on, lass, I've seen the two of you together. You both care, so you will both worry." "He's never said he worries about me." "You should have seen his face when he heard about the kidnapping," Alistair sighed. "I've never seen him scared, but he was terrified then. He worries about you, Bones, even if you don't realize it." Somehow, knowing that he worried about her made Amelia feel better about everything. She didn't want Harry to spend his days wondering if she was going to be injured or killed whilst she was at work, but knowing he cared so much brought a smile to her lips. "There it is," Alistair chuckled, nudging her with his elbow. "Regardless of what he's doing, he's a good man, Bones. You won't do much better than him." "What do you mean?" Moody shot her a pointed look. "Just because I'm happily free of the burden of the opposite sex, I'm not blind to it. You two are soft on each other. I never thought I'd see the day when you admitted it." "I haven't admitted anything." "You didn't need to," Alistair laughed as he stood. "The mentees have training this afternoon. If I were you, I'd make sure all my work was done. Maybe you can cut your day short and check on him." He left before Amelia could respond, but she wouldn't deny that she liked the idea. Knowing that Harry was home, she felt lighter, relieved of the additional tension she'd been carrying for the past days. And as Yaxley entered the office, the woman offered her a questioning look. "Someone's in a good mood," she observed. Amelia couldn't even bring herself to deny it, or to tell the younger woman to mind her own business. "Break. Have you still not asked him if he is going to come back?" Minerva asked frustratedly. Albus released a deep sigh as he pored over the latest pile of applicants for the defense against the dark arts position for the next school year. It was a while away before he needed to make a decision, but it had been playing on his mind since he'd learned the current professor would only be staying on for the remainder of this term. "I mentioned it," he answered, "but things have changed since then for Harry. He may not be able to return." "Then maybe you should speak with him," Minerva suggested. "It is not often I would advocate for anyone to be appointed, Albus, but Jameson did well when he was here. The students like him, and he knows the subject. The dueling club has been overwhelmingly successful. You see how many of them attend every meeting." Albus nodded. "I will discuss it with him," he assured her. "Good," Minerva declared as she stood. "Better sooner than later." She left the room, and Albus's beard twitched in amusement. Minerva hadn't been against Harry's appointment the first time around, but she'd certainly had her reservations. He'd certainly proven himself, and had done so again the previous week, when one of the parents had attempted to undermine the work he'd been doing with the students. It was all they'd spoken of in the days that followed, and Albus knew he'd be doing a disservice to the school if he could not find a way for Harry to return. He'd expressed an interest in doing so, and all the headmaster could do was ask, even if he knew he would be unlikely to get the clearest of answers. Break. Harry couldn't remember a time he'd slept so well, other than the night he'd killed Voldemort. Oddly, there was something so deeply relaxing about ridding the world of the abhorrent people that roamed it, and having returned home, showered vigorously, and climbing into bed, he'd been dead to the world. Thankfully, his dreams had not been haunted by what he'd seen, and he idly wondered if he had simply become immune to such grotesqueness that it no longer registered. However, he'd never forget what he'd seen. He couldn't think of a person alive who would save for perhaps Riddle. The man had proven time and again that he possessed no humanity. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Harry sat up to see that it was almost 5 the following evening. He couldn't remember what time he'd returned home, but he felt rested and satisfied with what he'd achieved the previous day, even if he wished he could have caught up to Van Basten sooner. Perhaps then, he would have prevented what happened to the 3 girls. No. Harry had all but convinced himself that Van Basten was not in Amsterdam, and it wasn't until the girls had gone missing that he thought differently. He shook his head of the questions that were beginning to plague him. He'd learned long ago not to dwell on other possible outcomes and scenarios that had never been. They served no purpose other than to torment, and Harry had experienced enough of that to last several lifetimes. Instead, he left the warmth of his bed and made his way towards the kitchen, pausing as he reached the doorway and was greeted by the sight of a relieved Amelia. Without hesitation, she cleared the distance between them and wrapped her arms around him. "Has something happened?" Harry asked confusedly. "I'm just happy to see you," Amelia murmured. "I've been worried." You've been worried. Of course, I've been worried, she huffed. You left without giving an explanation and said you'd be home late. It's been almost 5 days since then. Harry replied dumbly. Sorry. Amelia shook her head. You don't have to apologize to me, Harry, she sighed. I've known you long enough to know that you don't live a normal life. We are quite similar like that. True, Harry chuckled. I don't suppose you can tell me what you've been doing. Harry shook his head. That's classified information. Amelia narrowed her eyes at him, though she still looked worried. And how long have you been waiting to say that to someone? Well, I never set out to say it, but I'm not going to deny that it was satisfying. Amelia hummed. Can you tell me anything about what you were doing? Not much, Harry said apologetically. Then that's all you need to say, Amelia assured him, as long as you're okay. Harry nodded. It's been a difficult few days, he answered honestly, but I'll be fine. Amelia gave his hand a squeeze and led him towards the table. I don't suppose you've been eating well. What makes you say that? You never eat well when you're busy with things, she pointed out. I would bet anything that you've mostly been living on coffee. Harry couldn't deny it, and Amelia smiled satisfactorily. So, you're going to eat? Am I? Yes, Amelia said firmly. Don't argue with me, Jameson. Harry chuckled and held up his hands, conceding defeat. Yes, ma'am, he replied, offering her a salute. Would you prefer to eat here or at the restaurant? I'm hardly dressed for the restaurant, Amelia pointed out, gesturing to her casual blouse and trousers. Bones, I own the place, Harry reminded her. You could be dressed in a bin liner and it wouldn't matter. And as the owner, you should be setting an example, Amelia replied. Just because you are the owner, it doesn't mean you should lower the tone. Fine, would you like some time to get dressed? And shower. Then I will do the same, Harry declared. I will meet you back here. Amelia nodded and placed a chaste kiss on his lips. What was that for? Harry asked. I just felt like it, Amelia said with a shrug. Would you prefer if I didn't? I didn't say that. Then be quiet, Jameson. Harry laughed and shook his head as she left the room. Amelia had brightened his mood considerably, and it was easier not to dwell so much on what he'd endured throughout the past 24 hours being with her. Maybe, just maybe, this is what he'd been missing since he'd rid the world of Voldemort. Harry hadn't had anyone he could to turn to escape the aftermath and the years that followed. He'd been alone with his thoughts and unable to truly move on from all that his life had consisted of. Having Amelia around made it almost easier to forget, or, at the very least, have something else worth focusing on. Break. 4 days. Ghost murmured. He located and captured him in 4 days. 3 of our own haven't been able to do the same in over a year, Fox. He got lucky, the woman scoffed. If he hadn't taken those girls. Jameson would not have given up, Ghost said dismissively. He did it all without any formal training. He wasn't taught how to track, cover his tracks, or apprehend someone so dangerous. You tested him. I did, Ghost admitted unashamedly. I wanted to be certain that it was him who caught Greyback. Perhaps I should have chosen an easier target, but it would have proven nothing. He persevered, and he did it. You saw for yourself how impressive he was when he came here. He even located you beneath your cloak and knew exactly what you were doing. He did, Fox conceded. So what now? Despite his success, I would see that he is trained. Who's going to be given the honors of having to do that? I will, Ghost declared, and no other is to learn of it until I deem it necessary. He could be quite an asset to us, and I would prefer time to decide how best to implement him. You know as well as I do the filthy politicking that happens, and it just turns out that Jameson is going to find himself embroiled in it by his own efforts. There are many cases that remain unsolved, including what happened to us during the war and those we have our suspicions about. I would see them brought to justice. And you believe Jameson is the one to do it? Perhaps, Ghost replied thoughtfully. Whether he is or isn't officially, it is best his work is kept known only to us. If any of our own are involved, I would have someone impartial uncover it. Until we are certain of our affairs, Harry Jameson does not exist in this department. Are we clear?" "We are clear," Fox replied. "Good, now leave me," Ghost instructed. "I have much to do." The woman did so without another word, and Ghost nodded to himself. Investigating his own team was not something he relished, but it had become something of a necessity. Whoever was involved with much of the unpleasantness that had transpired on the continent were powerful, gifted, and connected witches and wizards, and Ghost could not deny that his department was rife with them. He would have none bring his office into disrepute, and if none had nothing to hide, they had nothing to fear. Break. "Mr. Jameson, I wasn't aware you would be coming this evening." Elaine, one of the waitresses who'd started working when the restaurant had opened, greeted him. "It was a spur-of-the-moment thing," Harry replied. "How are things going?" "Very well, thank you. Just give me a moment and I'll find you a table." Harry nodded appreciatively. "It's busy." "It's always busy," Amelia replied. "Sometimes there's a 2-week wait before you can get a table." "Then Thomas has done better than I could have asked. Do you even know how much gold this place makes?" Harry shrugged. "Not really," he admitted. Amelia rolled her eyes at him. "This way, Mr. Jameson," Elaine invited, gesturing for the two of them to follow. She showed them to a table and placed the menus. "Can I get you something to drink?" Harry looked towards Amelia. "Wine, please," she answered. "Wine will be great," Harry echoed. "I will trust your judgment on what you think is best." "I will bring it in just a moment," Elaine assured him. She left, and the two of them perused the menu. "People are starring," Amelia said with a frown. "I know," Harry replied. "They're purebloods wondering why one of their own is with someone who is not one of them." He'd noticed the unsubtle whispering and poorly veiled pointing as soon as they'd entered the restaurant arm-in-arm. "That's ridiculous," Amelia huffed. "Not to them," Harry chuckled. "I expect most of them were at the protests or support them at least." Amelia shook her head. "Doesn't it bother you?" "Should it?" Amelia snorted amusedly. "No, but it would bother most people. I suppose it helps that you don't really care what anyone thinks." "I don't," Harry confirmed. "Ah, thank you, Elaine," he added gratefully as the woman placed a bottle of wine and 2 glasses on the table. "Are you ready to order?" Harry nodded. "I will have the steak, medium rare, please." "Of course, and for you, Miss Bones." "I'll have the same, please." Elaine took note of the order before taking her leave, and Harry poured each of them a drink. "Well, here comes trouble," he muttered as he spotted a familiar and unwelcome figure approaching them. "Have you no shame?" the woman hissed. Seeing Walburga Black not in portrait form was disconcerting, to say the least, but Harry's irritation grew too rapidly to pay much heed to his memories of the blustering woman. "Excuse me," he returned evenly. "I was not talking to you. What would the lord of your family think if he were to see you cavorting with him?" "Madam, I suggest you return to your table. You are causing a scene," Harry responded, lightly pressing his foot on top of Amelia's to prevent her from interrupting. Walburga puffed herself up to her full height, and her cheeks reddened. "How dare you address me in such a way?" "Seeing that I own this restaurant, I will address whoever I want however I see fit," Harry replied, "and I will dine with whomever I choose to, as will anyone else who comes here. Now, go back to your table." Walburga was in a state of disbelief, but she remained undeterred. "Do you have any idea who I am?" she asked dangerously, a malicious grin playing at her lips. "I know exactly who you are," Harry assured her. "You're the woman who has rudely interrupted my meal, and you're really starting to get on my nerves." "Walburga, what are you playing at?" an irritable voice growled. Harry didn't think he'd ever be pleased to see Arcturus Black. The man was as cold and foreboding as Sirius had told him so many years ago. "I was inquiring as to why a lady of a prominent house was dining with." "With what?" Harry broke in. Arcturus's gaze swept between the two of them, and he shook his head. "Get back to the table," he instructed firmly. This is none of your concern. Walburga opened her mouth to retort, but thought better of it and did as she was told. Arcturus pinched the bridge of his nose. You have my apologies, Mr. Jameson, but as you can see if you look around, Walburga is not the only one who is displeased by this, he said, gesturing between them. That is their problem, Harry replied. If anyone wishes to make it my problem, then that is their business. I can assure you, Lord Black, I will not be intimidated or cajoled by anyone. Arcturus nodded. I didn't believe you would. I am merely urging caution, he said quietly. There are those who harbor very passionate beliefs about who should and shouldn't be together in such a way, and they are not afraid to cause trouble because of it. I appreciate the warning, Harry returned, but I am not one of the other business owners around here who will be forced to close because of people's bigotry. I would urge any who think they can succeed where others have failed to think again. I do not take personal threats lightly. Arcturus nodded in response before returning to his table. He's not wrong, Amelia sighed. Some of them will try to cause trouble. Then some of them will learn a very valuable lesson, Harry murmured as his gaze swept across the length and breadth of the dining area. Chapter 26. Edgar's expression was one of displeasure as Amelia entered the study, and her brother gestured for her to take a seat in the chair on the opposite side of the desk. He said nothing for a minute or so as he read through several slips of parchment before releasing a deep breath and shaking his head. 4 letters, he sighed. In just a few days, I've received 4 letters from other lords stating the unhappiness that you were seen with Harry in his restaurant sharing an intimate dinner. Amelia frowned at her brother. She did not wish to discuss her private life with any, not even Edgar. What's happening, Amelia? He asked. What do you mean? Between you and Jameson. I don't believe that is your business, let alone anyone else's. It shouldn't be, Edgar placated. But like it or not, you've drawn attention to yourself, and I need to know how I am to conduct myself in front of the other lords. Some will not care, and others will disassociate themselves from us. I couldn't care less about that, but I need to be in a position where I can categorically tell them to bugger off. Is there something happening between the two of you? Would it matter if there was? No, Edgar answered simply. I would be happy for you. I raised you from when you were 10 years old, and that is all I have ever wanted for you. I've not seen you happier than you are with him, and I would never stand in the way of it. You both care for one another. Any fool can see it. I just need to know if this is merely a tryst. Amelia couldn't believe Edgar was asking such a thing, and she could not deny she felt the urge to curse him until she realized he wasn't doing so to be nosy, but out of necessity. The other purebloods were taking notice, and Edgar needed to be able to take a stance. He couldn't do that if he didn't know what he was defending. I like him, Edgar, she sighed. I really like him. Like him. Amelia said nothing, but she felt her cheeks growing warm. Edgar offered her a smile and nodded before throwing the piece of parchment into the fire. That's all I wanted to know, he murmured. You're a sensible woman, Amelia, and I trust you entirely not to do anything silly. She nodded as she fought the urge to blush. Amelia wouldn't deny that her self-control with Jameson was being sorely tested, and if anything, it had been Harry who had refrained from taking things too far between them. Aren't you going to insist I marry him? Well, if you did, it would make my life easier, Edgar chuckled. But no, of course not. Just be careful, Amelia. There are those who will take a particular disliking to the two of you having a romantic relationship. I know, Amelia huffed. Lord Black said the same thing. Who wrote to you? Malfoy, Lestrange, Nott, and Selwyn. Nosy gits. Edgar nodded his agreement. They are, but they're also rather dangerous in their own way. Don't worry, I will handle it. Amelia released a deep breath, wondering if she should mention it to Harry when he returned home. Yet again, he'd left rather suddenly 2 days prior, and though she missed him more than anything else, she was worried. As he had the last time, he'd said little as to what he was doing, and Amelia could only assume that he'd taken another job from the Department of Justice of the ICW. He'd given her no reason why he'd started working again, and Amelia hadn't asked. Still, she wouldn't deny that he was cut out for such work. She had seen him operate, seen his brilliance for herself, and there were many across the continent who could sleep easier at night with Harry, whether they knew it or not, fighting their corner against the most unpleasant elements of society. "Are you okay?" Edgar asked, pulling Amelia from her thoughts. Amelia nodded. "Would it be easier if I hadn't fallen in love with him?" Her brother's eyes widened. "Is that what this is?" Amelia nodded once more. "I think so." "Then I am happy for you both," Edgar offered sincerely. "You deserve this, Amelia." "Thank you," she replied, a sense of excitement and nervousness filling her at verbally acknowledging her feelings for Harry. For 2 years, she'd been so uncertain what it was she felt for him. He had a way of getting under her skin, annoying her to no end, but there had always been something endearing about him. Harry brought fun into her life, and though he was often childish, mischievous, and often so mysterious, there was so much more to him. He wasn't intimidated by her job. Despite everything that had happened, he had never patronized her. Nonetheless, it was as equally terrifying as it was exhilarating to know what it was she felt for him. For 2 years, she had been confused and perhaps skirted around what Harry had come to mean to her. It wasn't until he'd returned from Canada that things had truly changed, that Amelia realized how much she'd missed him, and when he was back, she found she wanted to be away from him less than ever. Idly, she wondered where he was now and what he was doing. Whatever it was likely dangerous, and though she was worried about him, she knew that he would be back. He always came back, after all. "Break. When you have captured this one, your training will begin." "My training?" Ghost nodded. "You will see what it entails when the time comes." His words had been ominous, but Harry needed to concentrate on the task at hand rather than dwelling on what was to come. Athens was a fascinating city, to say the least. Since arriving the better part of 3 days ago, Harry had visited the Parthenon, the Odeon of Herod's Atticus, and he'd even visited the cemetery of Kermakos, though he had not done so as a tourist, nor was he able to truly enjoy the sights. No, Harry had been sent here to hunt a deluded Italian who believed he was descended from the gods of old, and had conducted a rather vile ritual in the hopes of absorbing their powers. Vincennes, Rossi had kidnapped 12 people, one for each of the gods, and had sacrificed them inside the Parthenon in his pursuit of power. The ritual had not worked as intended, even if Rossi believed it had. It had taken a dozen local aurors to subdue the man, who had merely laughed on his way to prison. According to the guards, his state of mind had only deteriorated throughout his imprisonment. Rossi spent most nights muttering in his sleep, seemingly planning his own resurgence when he was released. Little did he know, he was not supposed to see the light of day again, but had taken the opportunity to abscond when Greyback had escaped. It was troubling, to say the least, but the man had been rather quiet until a week prior. 3 men had been found over the course of a few days, each having been stabbed to death in the Greek capital. Such violence was unusual in itself, but the runes carved into their bodies had caught the local ministry's attention. They deduced that Rossi was responsible, which meant that he was once more operating in the same area he had previously. It wasn't the brightest of moves, but it was not as though the man was in possession of all his faculties. The mind healers that had worked with him during his time in prison had all reached the same conclusion. Vincennes, Rossi was deluded beyond help, and now Harry had been tasked with finding the man. That very reason was why he was in Athens. As much as he attempted to blend in to spot any sign of the wayward prisoner, he was anything but. Rossi operated in the Muggle world and knew it well enough to hide his presence effectively. Harry had been to every imaginable place of interest, some of them several times since he'd arrived, and yet there was nothing. Rossi's presence had been noted at the places where he'd murdered the 3 men, but it was as though he'd simply vanished without a trace after. Harry didn't know how he managed it, but he suspected that because he'd used no magic in his attacks, He left little behind to follow. It was frustrating, but Harry would not give in. Rossi would emerge once more, and when he did, he would be ready for the man. Break. Oh, you're in for a treat, Alistair growled as the rowdy Quidditch fans began filing past them into the stadium. That bad? Shacklebolt asked. Aye, Moody chuckled. Just ask Bones here how many times she's been spewed on. Amelia grimaced at the myriad of memories that surfaced. She probably would have been vomited on less if she'd become a healer instead of an Auror. It's either puke or being punched in the nose. How many times has yours been broken now, Moody? Amelia asked. 17, the man declared proudly, but I've broken close to 40, so the way I see it, I'm ahead. Is it really that bad? Imelda asked. Amelia nodded. Best keep your wits about you, she urged. Quidditch days are some of the hardest you'll face doing this job. And it doesn't help that the Bats are playing today. They have the worst fans. Great, Imelda replied sarcastically. It's not all catching murderers, and there's nothing glamorous about what we do. And there was me hopping the uniform would make me more attractive. It does, Amelia assured her, just to the wrong sort. Imelda snorted amusedly. Well, I don't think anyone is going to be interested in me if I'm spending my time with broken noses and being covered in sick. You're not married, are you? Amelia shook her head. No, I'm lucky enough that my brother didn't insist on it when I finished school. Given your name, I would have thought your father would have. No, my father isn't like the rest of my family here, Imelda explained. He fought in the war against Grindelwald and moved to America to be with my mother. They met on the battlefield. Ah, that explains a lot, Amelia replied thoughtfully. So Titus would be your uncle. Imelda nodded. My father and uncle aren't close, she sighed. Things happened when they were younger, and my grandfather forced my father to join the ICW army. They never really patched things up, and they didn't approve of him and my mother. Do you remember when Jameson threw Yaxley out on his arse? Alistair interjected. That was not a clever fight for the idiot to pick. Who's Jameson? Imelda asked curiously. He owns a restaurant in Knockturn Alley, Moody answered. One of your cousins decided to act like an arse in there, and Jameson did not take kindly to it. Your uncle got upset by Jameson's reaction and tried to make something of it. He ended up regretting that decision. It's not smart to cross Harry Jameson. Imelda's eyes twinkled in amusement. I'm sure my father would enjoy that story. He always said his brother was too big for his boots. Well, if you hang around with Bones long enough, you'll meet Jameson, Alistair informed her. The two of them are drawn to each other like a moth to a flame. Ah, the match is starting, he added, not missing the glare Amelia sent towards him. Is this Jameson your boyfriend? Imelda asked. That is a complicated question, Amelia sighed. Best pay attention to what's going on in there. It can get ugly quickly. Imelda nodded and eyed her curiously, but Amelia did not elaborate on anything pertaining to Harry. They'd not really discussed what they were to one another, and with her thoughts having shifted to the man once more, she found she missed him terribly. Whenever he was away, she missed him, but it seemed only to get harder not to have him around. Still, he would be back soon enough, she hoped. It just wasn't the same when he wasn't around. It was as though something was missing, and it wasn't until he wasn't there that Amelia realized just how big a part of her life he'd become. Break. He watched as the four men entered the private room he'd hired to host the meeting, each of them wearing a grim expression. They knew they had failed, and that the Dark Lord was not best pleased with their efforts. He'd given them more than a year without his interference, and they had achieved next to nothing. Thank you for joining me, gentlemen, he greeted them cordially, though his irritation was not easily suppressed. Tell me, have you lost faith in my plans? Of course not, Lestrange scoffed. Things have just proven to be more difficult than we anticipated. The Aurors are on high alert still, and with Leech in office, it has been all but impossible to put any of our legislation forward in a way that would gain enough support. There are too many mudblood sympathizers on the Wisengamot. We are not the many. The Dark Lord released a deep sigh. I must say that I am rather disappointed, he informed them. I expected better from each of you. Each of the men scowled, but said nothing. What progress have you made? Well, with us having to stop the protests, very little, Not answered with a shrug. To the others who might choose to follow you, you are a figure in the shadows. Most don't even believe you exist. The Dark Lord hummed. Then perhaps a demonstration is due, he mused aloud. I will see to it. Have you managed to bring any other on board? Yaxley nodded. Bode is with us, as is Antonin Dolohov. The duelist. The very same, Yaxley confirmed. He is an excellent addition to our ranks. He is, the Dark Lord agreed. What about political ties? We are having to tread very carefully, Selwyn murmured. Until we have demonstrated our effectiveness, few will take the plunge. Or if you can convince someone of influence, Voldemort pointed out. What of Black? Selwyn shook his head. Arcturus will not join, he sighed. He fought against Grindelwald, and his heir will follow in his footsteps. Cygnus can be convinced, and he has a very talented daughter who could be swayed. A second son, Voldemort grumbled. Malfoy. Abraxas will not join. He would not take such a risk, but he has a son at Hogwarts who is much more arrogant than his father. Lucius could be a future asset. The Dark Lord shook his head. Potter and Black are as thick as thieves, Yaxley answered. Charles is married to Arcturus's sister, and even if he wasn't, you'd never convince him. Both he and his father fought against Grindelwald. I heard Charles almost killed him. How true that is, I don't know, but Potter is not one to cross lightly. Grindelwald's followers feared him for a reason. Potter is of no concern to me, Voldemort said dismissively. Gentlemen, we need support. If a demonstration of my power is what they need, then they shall have it. What other news do you have? He did not wish to discuss their failure any further. His frustration had only grown throughout the duration of the conversation, and it threatened to spill over into anger. Little, Lestrange replied. As ever, Wizarding Britain remains stagnant, but that will change soon enough when we are ready to make our move. What of Jameson? Not interjected. Jameson is insignificant, Selwyn snorted. He's just some fool teaching a dueling club at Hogwarts. No, there's more to him than that, Lestrange muttered. I can't quite work it out, but I'm sure I've seen him before, and I'm not remembering him for anything good. He's dangerous. I can feel it. For the love of Merlin, he beat Stebbins, Selwyn huffed. He toyed with Stebbins, Lestrange pointed out. Stebbins was trying his best to hurt him, and Jameson didn't flinch. He's a mudblood. No, there's something about him that unsettles me, Lestrange returned unhappily. What say you not? The man shrugged. What he did to Stebbins was impressive, but Stebbins is nothing. Yaxley. The man looked uneasy, and he deflated in his seat. I have had a run-in with Jameson, he admitted ashamedly. I'm inclined to agree with Lestrange. There's something off with him. He should be watched closely. Is that so? The Dark Lord asked curiously. If Lestrange and Yaxley were convinced this man was dangerous, then they were likely right. Neither were the type to exaggerate, and certainly not show a modicum of respect to someone they believed to be inferior to them. Whether it was done begrudgingly or not didn't matter. Both had acknowledged this Jameson with something akin to admiration. What do you know of him? Very little, Yaxley replied. He's young in his 20s and received the very best grades in his exams. He owns a restaurant in Nocturne Alley. That's all the information that is available at the ministry. Nothing of his family or relatives where he attended school or what he did during the years after he finished. He's something of an anomaly. Why would such an incomplete record exist? Voldemort asked. It could be that he grew up abroad, Selwyn answered. Or that whatever records existed have been heavily redacted from the public archives. That would suggest he is an asset of sorts to the ministry. Interesting, the Dark Lord mused aloud. I would have him watched. Impossible, Lestrange denied. He owns the restaurant, but is not there often, and there is no record of address for where he lives. It's as though he is a ghost when he isn't running his dueling club. Voldemort pinched the bridge of his nose. Then find a way, he instructed. Now, if there is nothing else, I have much to attend to. I expect you will hear from me soon enough. Perhaps then you will truly dedicate yourselves to me. With that, he took his leave of the room, somehow more irritated than when he'd entered it. If they wanted a demonstration of what he was capable of, the Dark Lord was more than happy to comply. Perhaps then there would be no more doubt, and others would opt to join his ranks. If they didn't, he would find another way. His task was already a monumental one, and without assistance from those in positions of power, it would be all but impossible to achieve his goals. No, something drastic had to be done, and as a dozen ideas began forming, Lord Voldemort smiled to himself. They would indeed see what he was capable of soon enough. Break. The match had begun relatively subdued, and with the score staying steadily even, the crowd had remained in good spirits. That was until the Tornadoes had pulled ahead by 50 points, and the Bats fans did not take the development well. A cluster of them had started ripping seats apart and hurling them onto the pitch below. The Tornadoes fans had not taken kindly to that, and the rival factions had come together below where the match continued, and the violence had erupted soon after. A contingent of 40 Aurors and dozens of security guards had descended on the field to put a stop to the melee, and it had gotten rather ugly. Punches were thrown along with the chairs, and it had taken the better part of 20 minutes to break the fighting up. In the interim, the match had been abandoned, and Amelia now found herself overseeing the transportation of the worst of the offenders to the ministry holding cells. I did tell you it would be fun, Alistair chuckled, as he strong-armed a struggling man into the arms of 2 other waiting Aurors. His face was caked in dried blood from a deep cut above his eyebrow, but as ever, he was smiling after the rush of the incident. You're a twat, a man snarled at Alistair as he was dragged away. He too was sporting his share of injuries, and the Auror grinned proudly. He hit me first, Moody defended. Amelia could only shake her head, though she was not spared the vicious tongue of the man who glared at her. Mudblood lover. He spat at her feet, and Amelia was taken aback by the venom in his voice, and the way he leered at her was as personal as if she'd cursed his sainted mother. Get him out of here, Moody snapped. It took 3 of her colleagues to do so, and the man continued to hurl his vile insults until he was taken away by the portkey. Usually, Amelia was oblivious to the words of those in custody. Over the years, her skin had thickened to where it no longer bothered her, but the man insulting Harry in such a way had infuriated her. Are you all right, Bones? Alistair asked. Amelia nodded. I'm fine, she insisted. It was clear that Alistair didn't believe her, but he didn't comment further on her apparent rage, choosing to assist the others with removing the rest of those who had been arrested for their part in the violence. Well, that's the last of them, Moody spoke, pulling her from her thoughts. Come on, lass, don't let the prat get to you. Jameson is 10 times the man than any of that lot, and that's what bothers them. I know, she sighed irritably. I shouldn't have let it get to me. It's not so easy when they make it personal like that, Alistair comforted. Want me to pay a visit to him in his cell? No, Amelia snorted amusedly. He's not worth it. Exactly my point, Alistair replied, giving her shoulder a squeeze. Tossers like him aren't worth getting upset over. Come on, we'd best get this lot processed. I wouldn't expect an early night with all the paperwork we've got to do. You hear that, Yaxley? Forget about putting your glad rags on. You've got a date with a quill. I bet it will have more personality than the last guy I went on a date with, the woman said with a shrug. He wouldn't stop talking about the thickness of cauldron bottoms. Well, you'll soon learn this part of the job is about as interesting as that, Alistair chuckled. Best get on with it if we want to get home before midnight. The 2 of them vanished, and Amelia took a calming breath before following, doing her best not to let the insult towards Harry continue to irk her, something that proved not to be so easy. Break. Unfortunately for Harry, Athens was not one of the cities that slowed down when the sun set in the evening, and continuing his search was not made easier, as he'd hoped. If anything, with the lack of children being led through the streets and the revelers having become raucous from drink, his task became increasingly difficult. Nonetheless, he knew he would have much better luck working into the night, where Rossi was more likely to strike. Thus far, there had been no sign of the man, but Harry was hopeful that would soon change. He couldn't quite explain it, and perhaps it was merely because he was surrounded by so many intoxicated men and women in an unfamiliar place, but there was something rather sinister in the air. For the most part, he had been observing from afar, hoping to catch a glimpse of anyone acting suspiciously. But with Athens being a capital city full of a myriad of people, there was an abundance of them. No, he knew he would have no success from observing. Harry would have to be among the revelers and keep his wits about him. Rossi was here somewhere, and he would not be able to ignore his urges with so much temptation around him. Doing his utmost to blend in with the crowd, Harry began milling around the city center and took the opportunity to purchase some food from a nearby vendor. He ate as he continued to watch groups move from one bar to the next, and as they slowly but surely became more drunk. Still, there seemed to be nothing amiss, no ambient magic of which to speak, and no one acting out of the ordinary of what he would expect. Nonetheless, he just could not shake the feeling that he was missing something, and just when he was prepared to call it a night, it made itself known to him. It was little more than a mixture of scents on the air permeating from a table nearby, and for the briefest of moments, he found himself scanning the crowd for Amelia's red hair. He'd gotten the merest of hints of her distinct aroma, but the second one he detected shook him from his state of confusion. Polyjuice potion. He'd experienced the smell of the brew many times over the years, and it was one he would not easily forget. He remembered the smell of it on Crouch's breath, as the man bragged to him how he'd been responsible for orchestrating Voldemort's return, of how Barty had posed as Aleister Moody, fooling even Dumbledore. The memory was one of many unpleasant that remained so lucid despite Harry suffering the effects of the acromantula venom coursing through his veins. To smell it here amongst the muggles was disconcerting, and as his eyes drifted towards the table both smells appeared to be coming. Harry frowned in confusion at the sight that greeted him. Two couples were sitting there, chatting amongst themselves, none of whom would have drawn his suspicions were it not for the smell. Had he made a mistake? Harry watched them carefully for a few more moments to be certain, and he narrowed his eyes as one of the women left and returned shortly after, carrying a tray of drinks. "You sneaky little shit," he whispered to himself as what he was witnessing fell into place. Naturally, his focus had been on the men, and though he'd not ruled out the possibility of a disguise, he'd not expected Rossi to adopt such an approach. Harry couldn't help but respect the creativity of the man he was pursuing, and so few would have caught him. Vincenzo had opted to use Polyjuice potion supplemented by dousing his victim with a Mortentia, and if Harry had not been caught so suddenly by the scent of Amelia wafting under his nose, he may just have gotten away with it. Shaking his head, he looked on and listened in to the conversation, and quickly learned that Rossi had attached himself to the group, claiming that he had lost his own friends in the crowd. It was a plausible story, but the kindness of the strangers would only be repaid with the death of at least one of them. Harry carefully looked at each of the muggles, and found that only one seemed to be showing the telltale signs of having been administered the potion. For a muggle, the dose would have to be minimal to prevent them from making a fool of themselves, the same way Ron had when he'd become the unintended victim of Romelda Vane's attempt to be the object of Harry's affections. Despite the dose likely having been considerably diluted, the man continued to look at the disguised Rossi in a troubling way, and with the other man and woman seemingly preparing to leave, the delusional Italian's moment seemed to be all but assured. "Are you coming, David?" "No, I think I'll stay a little longer," the inebriated man answered. "Suit yourself," his friend chuckled. "Don't do anything I wouldn't." He received no response from David, who continued to stare unashamedly at the man in the guise of a woman. "Would you be kind enough to walk me home?" Rossi asked. "It's not so far, and I am sure I can make it worth your while." Harry felt his stomach turn as David nodded dumbly and followed Rossi away from the other revelers and towards a labyrinth of alleyways. Knowing he had to do his utmost not to break the statute of secrecy, Harry fell into step behind them at a distance so as not to be caught, something which proved to be easier said than done. Evidently, Rossi knew the alleyways well, and although Harry entered only a few seconds behind them, they'd already left his sight by the time he did. Ensuring he was not being watched, he donned his cloak and silenced his feet, drawing his wand as he sprinted to catch up. "Hominem Revelio," he whispered worriedly, knowing that time was of the essence. In the maze of side streets, there was only a handful of people, and paying heed to the feedback from his wand, Harry ducked into one a short distance away, and then into another as the presence of the duo shifted. Knowing he wasn't far behind, his pace quickened until he caught sight of Rossi and his unsuspecting victim. The sudden glint of silver in the darkness spurred Harry into action, and with a flick of his wand, the Italian let out a squeal of surprise, and the knife he held clattered to the ground with the man's hand still grasping the hilt. Casting a quick silencing charm to prevent the inevitable scream from being heard by others, Harry stunned Rossi and found himself confronted by a confused and horrified muggle. "Obliviate." David's expression became blank, and Harry allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief. "You have no idea how bloody lucky you are," he chastised lightly, modifying the man's memories. "Now go back to your friends and tell them you had a good time. You're going to be feeling rough for a few days." David complied, and it took only a few moments for Harry to clean up the mess he'd made before he was ready to transport Rossi back to the ICW, where the man belonged. It had been a long week at best, and he was pleased his pursuit of the deluded Italian had come to an end. All Harry wanted now was his own bed and the peace and tranquility of his home. How long he'd be allowed to enjoy it before his services were called upon again, he didn't know, but he was determined not to return to Athens for the foreseeable future. Break. He hadn't visited Hogsmeade since he'd been a student. He remembered trying to get Mrs. Cole to sign his permission slip, and the woman had refused until he'd begun making her life exceedingly difficult. A few dead pets later, and an unexplained fire in the kitchen had changed the woman's mind, and the young heir of Slytherin had been granted the opportunity to leave school on the occasional weekend to explore the quaint village. It had changed over the past couple of decades. Some of the shops he remembered fondly were no longer there, either replaced or closed down entirely. Still, he wasn't here for a nostalgic trip down memory lane. No, it was tonight that his campaign would get underway, and his actions would silence any doubt any had of him, those already loyal to him amongst them. The Dark Lord had been absent for so long, and it seemed that there were those among his companions who had forgotten what he was capable of. Tonight, they would remember. A smile tugged at his lips as he reached the village square, and as he drew his wand, it only widened in anticipation of the chaos that would follow. Break. It hadn't been until after midnight that she and Imelda had finished their paperwork, and Amelia had opted to go to Jameson's home instead of her own. After the day she'd had, she wanted nothing more than a little peace and to feel closer to the wayward man. Where Harry was, Amelia didn't know, but missing him was somehow both easier and harder when she was here. It was easier because she was among the things that reminded her of him, his scent, his belongings, and the memories they'd already shared here, but it was also harder for the same reasons. "Get a grip," she huffed, though she shot to her feet as the sound of the flue being activated echoed throughout the house. Amelia all but sprinted into the entrance hall to be greeted by the sight of the tired Harry, and she fell into his arms without hesitation. "Did you miss me?" he chuckled. Amelia nodded into his chest. "Maybe a little. Only a little." She could feel him grinning, and Amelia shook her head. "Shut up, Jameson," she huffed, poking him in the ribs. "That's Auror brutality," Harry groaned. "I'm going to make an official complaint." Awa, would you like me to get you a form to fill out? He scowled at her, and Amelia grinned. What a nice way to be greeted when I get home, he sighed. How would you like to be greeted? That's a very dangerous question, or Bones, Harry replied, and Amelia felt her cheeks redden. I wish you wouldn't do that. Do what? Harry returned with a smirk. Amelia narrowed her eyes at him. One day you won't affect me so badly, she warned. That will be a very sad day. Amelia hummed thoughtfully. Or it might just be the best thing that's ever happened to you, she said demurely, unsure of where the sudden burst of confidence she felt had come from. He looked at her hungrily, but Amelia refused to look, choosing instead to wrap her arms around his neck and press her lips against his. The rush from the brief interaction was unlike every other time she'd kissed him. Amelia felt the same hunger she'd seen in his eyes flow through her, and though it wasn't an unfamiliar feeling, this time she could scarcely control her inhibitions. Perhaps it was the relief she'd felt at seeing him, or that she was just growing more comfortable around Harry. Regardless, she didn't want this moment to stop. Reality, however, came crashing down around her as the card in her pocket began to vibrate urgently, and Amelia ended the lustful encounter with a gasp of surprise. What is it? Harry asked worriedly, noting the shift in her demeanor. Amelia removed the card and swallowed deeply. Major incident, she whispered. All Aurors have been called to Hogsmeade. Major incident, Amelia nodded, changing her attire with a flick of her wand. I have to go. Without waiting for a response, she rushed towards the fireplace and threw a handful of Floo powder in. Her stop home lasted but a few seconds whilst she caught her bearings, and she tapped her identity card. What greeted her when she arrived at her destination was an intense heat, the sound of crackling flames, and dozens of people rushing around the outskirts of the village in panic, many of them screaming fearfully. Hogsmeade was burning, and everywhere Amelia looked, people were doing their utmost to snuff the flames, to no avail. Bones. A soot-covered Grim hurtled towards her. His breathing labored as he fought to explain what was happening. Fiendfire, he managed to gasp. Magical catastrophes are on their way. Amelia surveyed the scene before her and shook her head. They won't make it, she replied severely. The village was steadily being consumed by the cursed flames, and despite the best efforts of her colleagues, they were fighting a losing battle. They won't, Grim agreed, and Dumbledore is out of the country and unreachable. Amelia spotted some of the Hogwarts professors amongst the Aurors. Bloody hell, she cursed, drawing her wand and sending a lunging fiery serpent backwards. However, her efforts were merely a momentary success as it shifted its attention towards the nearby post office. Nonetheless, Amelia doubled down on her efforts and managed to prevent the fire from consuming the building as it had several others already. This only served to anger the serpent, which once more lunged towards her. Both Amelia and Grim managed to keep it at bay, but it only seemed to grow stronger the more they fought against it. With an ear-splitting screech, it inched ever closer. Fiendfire was something she had only ever heard of in her 7th-year defense against the dark arts lessons and during her training to become an Auror. Fiendfire is as dangerous as any other spell you will come across. There is no real defense against it other than to overpower it, and that is no easy feat. You must make it submit to you. So many have died researching the magic, and very few would be willing to cast it. I don't expect you to come across it. Even Grindelwald never used the spell during his uprising. Aleister had been so dismissive of the very notion someone would use it, and yet Amelia found herself facing it. Still, it fought to overwhelm the area, and though the Aurors had done an admirable job at keeping it from consuming the entire village, they couldn't hold it back indefinitely. After only another moment, Amelia could feel herself waning, and though the serpent was no longer attempting to strike her down, its strength grew with the more damage it caused. It was indeed an obscure magic, but Amelia would not give in. What the hell is that? Grim asked. Amelia wondered what the man had seen, but an icy cold washed over her, and another screech of the fire caused her to gasp. The flames slowly but surely began to dwindle, and as she no longer felt it attempting to overwhelm her, Amelia breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes widening as she spotted a familiar figure, his wand in hand as he fought the serpent back. "Jameson," she whispered. She looked on as he seemed to tame the fire, and though it proved difficult, he eventually reduced it to a manageable size before snuffing it entirely. He was visibly exhausted from his efforts, and although the buildings surrounding them continued to smolder, the threat of being overwhelmed by the cursed fire had passed. "Harry," she called as she raced towards him. He grunted as she slammed into his chest. "I'm fine," he assured her. "I figured you might need some help." Amelia nodded gratefully, and Harry sighed deeply as his gaze shifted towards the sky above them. Amelia hadn't noticed during the chaos, but hanging eerily above the village was an effigy of an enormous green skull with a snake protruding from its mouth. "What the damned hell is that?" Grim snapped angrily. "I would say that is a calling card," Harry replied darkly. Grim nodded his agreement before turning towards Harry. "Jameson, is it?" Harry nodded. "Well, I expect there is going to be a lot of cheesed-off people I have to answer to," Grim muttered irritably. "Thank you for—" Harry waved the man off. "I was never here," he said firmly. Grim looked at him in confusion before nodding. "You were never here," he agreed. "I will make sure of that." "Thank you," Harry said appreciatively. "I won't expect you home before the morning," he added to Amelia before apparating silently away. She stared at the spot he had occupied before turning her attention to Grim. "Well, don't just stand there, Bones. Help put these damn fires out," he barked. "Yes, sir," Amelia answered as she did so. "Was that Jameson?" Alistair asked as he joined her. "I have no idea what you mean," Amelia replied. Moody looked at her confusedly for a moment before snorting amusedly. It's like that, is it?" Amelia merely nodded in response, a tired smile tugging at her lips as she remembered what she'd been doing before the call had come in. Despite the fiend fire and the impending fallout from the incident, she enjoyed herself considerably before she and Jameson were rudely interrupted. Chapter 27. Ghost analyzed his work and nodded satisfactorily before moving on to the next, and then the next. Harry had been set a series of tasks, each designed to demonstrate his knowledge and ability with intricate magics. "Your work is flawless, Mr. Jameson," he commented curiously. "Either you are the most naturally gifted wizard I have met, or you have undergone significant training." "It is the latter," Harry admitted unashamedly, "but I am unable to discuss it." Ghost chuckled amusedly. "Say no more," he urged. "Our own practices are most secret. It seems to me, Mr. Jameson, that you will require minimum training from me. Of course, there is still much that I can show you that will benefit you during your operations." Harry nodded. "It does, however, make my job much easier," Ghost continued. "Your ability with even the most delicate of tasks is certainly exceptional. Are you combat experienced?" "More than I would like to be." Ghost hummed. "That I fear is the burden men such as ourselves bear," he murmured. "Well, I must put that to the test in due course, but for now I require nothing else of you. No more catching escaped prisoners." Ghost shook his head. "We have 78 of those who escaped," he explained. "We can handle the rest. I will call for you sporadically if and when you are needed. For now, you are to remain an unknown asset to the rest of the department, save for myself and Fox." Harry frowned questioningly, and Ghost released a deep sigh. "The reason you are here has not been lost on me, Jameson. You are here to investigate a clear case of corruption, and I expect many are going to be caught up in it. I am on your side, but for the sake of the department, it cannot be seen that we are aware of what you are doing, let alone offering our assistance. The murder of Lord and Lady Bones is only one of many incidents that have occurred over the years, and similar steps have been taken to prevent them from being investigated correctly. I believe that someone at the very top is compromised, but I am in no position to look into it." He offered Harry what he deemed to be a speculative look from within his hood, before removing a trunk from his robes. "These are those cases, Mr. Jameson," he explained. "Perhaps they will be of use to you. At the very least, I expect there are links to be made." "So that is it?" "No," Ghost chuckled. "As I said, I will have need of you from time to time, and I will send for you to complete some additional training. I sincerely wish you the best of luck in your endeavor. I only hope that it doesn't end up with you being another file added to these." He placed the trunk on the table before vanishing, and Harry stared at it for a moment before pocketing it. Ghost was going out of his way to help him, or he was leading Harry on a wild goose chase, hopping to throw him off. Harry had learned never to take anyone at face value, and though he wanted to see the best in Ghost's intentions, he would remain skeptical until he knew better. It would be foolish to be so accepting of help when there appeared to be so much risk involved in giving it. Nonetheless, he would not be dismissive of the assistance, not when he had so little else to go on. Following suit, Harry vanished from the place he'd been summoned to so many hours prior and returned home, where he hoped he could get a little more of the rest that had been disturbed. Break. He poured himself a coffee before stretching his legs out before him, taking a sip as he enjoyed the simplicity of relaxing in front of the fireplace. Despite being seemingly absent from the pursuit of his goals, the Dark Lord scarcely took a moment to himself to enjoy the monotony of such a thing. Not that his most recent of efforts would go unnoticed. It brought a smile to his lips to relive the screams of the citizens of Hogsmeade as their homes burned around them, though he had not stayed long, just long enough to know that the fiendfire had taken hold. Upon taking his leave from Britain, he returned to Albania. Here, he could live anonymously, and with the country being such a lawless haven for him, it was where he'd chosen to reside when he wasn't traveling. Still, it would not be so long before he returned to Britain. He could not remain absent in perpetuity when there was so much to do. "Ah, Lestrain," he greeted the man as his associate entered the cafe. Corvus appeared to be rather displeased, and the Dark Lord frowned. "Hogsmeade. I thought it would be fitting." Lestrain shook his head. "Well, it certainly got some attention," he sighed, placing a copy of the Daily Prophet on the table between them. "Hogsmeade Burns," by Barnabas Cuff. Instead of focusing on the article, the Dark Lord took in the images with a smile, though it faltered when he realized much of the village remained standing. The fire should have reduced the entire area to ashes, and yet it had destroyed only a quarter of it. "How," he asked irritably, "how is it still there?" Lestrain shrugged. "I suppose the Aurors got there quickly enough." "No, it shouldn't be possible," the Dark Lord denied. "The Aurors don't train to tackle fiendfire." "Well, they put it out," Lestrange pointed out unnecessarily. "The whole area is off limits now, and the head Auror Grimm told the reporters to stuff it when they tried to question him. Even Leech hasn't said anything." The Dark Lord could only shake his head. "Very few people I have met throughout my life would be capable of extinguishing that fire before it would have wiped out the entire village," he mused aloud. "Was Dumbledore there?" "No," Lestrange answered. "He was nowhere to be seen." "Then who could it have been?" Voldemort murmured. He did not know, but it was an unwelcome development, to say the least. He'd hoped that the destruction of Hogsmeade would have proven his power and motivation to those who were doubtful of his ability to follow through with his promises. Although he'd somewhat achieved what he'd set out to do, it might not be enough. "What has the reaction been?" "Surprise, mostly," Lestrange answered. "Those we have spoken of about our intentions certainly did not expect something like this. Whether they agree with what you did to the village or not, they are taking notice now. They know that you are serious. And it may just sway some of them in our favor." The Dark Lord hummed as he leaned back in his chair. Perhaps his efforts had not been wasted after all. Still, he was displeased by the interference, and the fact that no one was coming forward to take the credit for expelling the fiendfire was as odd as it was disconcerting. It was a magical feat that most would relish claiming. "There are talks that maybe one of the Unspeakables did it," Lestrange informed him quietly as he leaned in. "I've sent a message to Rookwood, but have heard nothing from him yet. When I do, I will be in touch." The Dark Lord nodded. "I wish to know, Lestrange," he demanded. "I want to know who interfered, find them." Corvus appeared to be a little uneasy before he nodded as he stood. "I will do my best." "Good," the Dark Lord replied with a forced smile. "I suppose for the time being, others I must convince. Worry not, Lestrange. I will not burn down any more of their precious village. We are aiming to preserve our traditions, after all." Corvus said nothing as he left, and the Dark Lord read the accompanying article to the images he had enjoyed, searching for any clue to the identity of the person who'd had the audacity to interfere in his plans. Break. Amelia yawned tiredly at her desk. Those who'd attended the fire had been granted only an additional 2 hours outside their shifts start before it was business as usual, which meant she'd gotten only 2 hours of sleep by the time she'd returned to Harry's, who had been oddly absent. He'd left her a brief note explaining he'd been called away, but little else, though his sudden departures were something Amelia was getting used to. "How many people do you think died?" Imelda asked. "It's best not to think about it," Amelia advised. "One of the first things you must realize about this job is that you can't help everyone, no matter how much you wish you could. It will only play on your mind, and being distracted by those thoughts will cause you to make mistakes. It may seem harsh, but it is someone else's job to think about that part of it." Imelda nodded. "It's not about being inhuman," Amelia sighed, "but we still have to do our job. Just because something like last night happened, our work doesn't stop. There will be other crimes committed and people who need our help." "I know," Imelda assured her, "but things like that don't happen often." "Thank Merlin," Amelia murmured. "Did you finish your report?" "I couldn't sleep until I did. The faces of the people." Amelia nodded her understanding. It had indeed been a harrowing experience, and it had only just begun once the fire had been extinguished. Men, women, and children had been frantically searching for their families amongst the debris, and the screams of despair when they could not be found would haunt Amelia for the rest of her days. Whilst the fire had been raging, she'd not noticed the smell of the seared flesh, but it had become prevalent, something akin to the lingering scent of a rather macabre eatery which served meat. Even now, the smell clung to her despite showering repeatedly, and she expected it would remain for some time. Still, the one saving grace they'd been granted was that they had not been tasked with retrieving what could be found of those who had perished. That unpleasant job had been given to the Department of Magical Catastrophes, who would be in the village for some days yet, clearing the remains of the buildings and bodies. "Bones, my office," Grim requested as he poked his head around her door. Amelia nodded. "Go get yourself a coffee," she instructed Imelda before following the head orer, closing his door behind her as she entered the office. Grim rubbed his eyes tiredly as he took a seat and gestured for her to do the same. "What an absolute clusterfuck," he huffed irritably. "It is," Amelia agreed. Grim shook his head and took a sip of the coffee resting on his desk before grimacing. "Stone cold," he groaned, offering the mug a look of displeasure. "Anyway, I've just gotten out of a very long meeting with Smith," he explained. "He's mightily cheesed off, Bones. He's taking this one on himself." "He is?" Amelia asked, surprised by the revelation. Smith had been an Auror and worked his way up to head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He was one of the very best to serve and was responsible for arresting many of the worst kind of criminals. "He is," Grim reiterated. "Is your paperwork done?" "It is." Grim nodded appreciatively. "Have you ever seen this symbol before?" he asked, pointing to a crude drawing of the green emblem that had appeared above Hogsmeade. "No, sir," Amelia sighed. "Have you?" Grim shook his head. "It's new to me," he muttered as he scrutinized the image, "but it is just about the only clue we have. Some of the residents reported seeing a man milling around the village in dark robes, but no one got a good enough gander at him. Old Mrs. Carter says she saw a robed man start the fire, but the old bat is off her rocker anyway, so we can't take what she says as gospel. What about memories of the event, sir? Magical catastrophes have gathered what they can, but I'm not holding out much hope, Bones. Whoever did this is responsible for 18 deaths so far, and those are only the ones we have confirmed. I expect that number will increase in the coming days. Anyway, that is for others to concern themselves with. If anything comes up, it is to be passed to Smith, but there is something I need to discuss with you. With me, sir. Jameson. Amelia frowned at the head orar. What about him? She asked guardedly. Grimm released a deep breath. Smith and I have discussed it, and we would like him to train the entire team to deal with fiendfire the way he did last night, he explained. Our training is not proficient in combating it, and last night proved that it is something we must include. We do not want a repeat of the incident. Frankly, our response was bloody useless. Do you think he would assist us? I can ask him, sir, but he might not be able to, Amelia replied, her frown deepening. Not that he wouldn't want to, but it could be that he is not allowed to. I understand, Grimm replied, but if he can, it would be invaluable. I will discuss it with him, Amelia assured the man. Thank you, Bones, Grimm returned appreciatively. Go on, I'm sure you have a stack of stuff to get through. I will undoubtedly be spending my day fending off the media. Bastards, he added, his nostrils flaring. Amelia nodded before leaving the office and returning to her own, to find that Imelda had brought her a much-needed coffee. Did he say we get to finish early? The younger woman asked hopefully. You don't know Grimm well enough, Amelia muttered. No, it's business as usual. Come on, we have a presence to maintain in Nocturne Alley. You'll need to have your wits about you there. Great, Imelda said sarcastically. I don't even have my wits about me here. Amelia snorted amusedly, fighting the urge to yawn. It had been a long night, and the day had barely begun. Come the evening, she would be exhausted, but that was nothing new. No one ever said being an Auror would be easy, though she had not expected the events of last night, not that anyone could have fathomed such a thing happening. More concerning, however, was that no one seemed to have any idea who was behind it. Fiendfire was not something that was conjured accidentally, and Grimm was right. Only someone who had taken leave of their senses would do so. Break. Having returned to Hogwarts in the very early hours, Albus found himself in a maudlin mood from the sight that had greeted him. The smell from the smoldering village had wafted up to the castle, and the headmaster had been in a state of shock for some time whilst he processed what had occurred. Fiendfire. Someone had the temerity to conjure such a vile piece of magic in one of the most populated places of magical folk in the entire country. The very thought sent a shiver down his spine. He'd been absent when it had happened. Albus had made a rare trip to Nurmengard, and several had perished whilst he'd been away. Already, several students had been collected by their parents from fear that a repeat performance may occur, and with the incident taking place so close to the castle, Albus couldn't blame them. Who was responsible? He didn't know, but he couldn't rid himself of the feeling that he knew more than he was willing to admit. There were so few people he'd come across throughout his life that would be capable of such a thing, but there was one, in particular, he couldn't ignore, and the inclusion of the snake in the morbid emblem hanging over Hogsmeade only added credence to his thoughts. Tom Riddle. It had been several years since Albus had seen the young man, and the very last meeting they'd shared was one he'd never forget. Tom had always been ambitious, cunning, and downright cruel, but to see what he'd done to himself. The waxy skin and red eyes told the story of how deeply he'd delved into magic that should be left well alone, and that could only be detrimental to one such as Tom. The boy hadn't ever been the picture of balance when it came to his mental faculties, and to fall so readily into something so dangerous was foolish. Albus released a deep breath as he lamented what a positive difference such a brilliant wizard could have made to society. Despite his misgivings towards his former pupil, the headmaster wouldn't deny the unending talent that Tom possessed. He only wished the young man had used it for the betterment of Britain instead of whatever he'd chosen to do. Become a monster, Albus whispered. There was a part of him that hoped Tom would come a cropper to his own hubris during his time away. But if nothing else, he'd always been resilient. No, Tom would have thrived in whatever he chose to do, and Albus couldn't help but believe that Riddle was responsible for what happened in Hogsmeade. "Alistair, what can I do for you?" he asked as the head of his friend appeared in the fireplace. "A drink would be welcome," Moody replied tiredly. "I think we could both use one," Albus sighed. Only a moment later, the Auror stepped into the office, and after removing the errant ash on his robes, he sunk heavily into the chair opposite. "I can only assume your day was a trying one," Albus said sympathetically, as he handed the man a generous measure of mead. It's been one of the worst," Alistair murmured before draining the cup. "It's been a hell of a day." "Any developments?" Alistair shrugged. "Smith is working the case himself," he explained. "We don't know much other than what happened last night." "How did you manage to expel it?" "We didn't," Alistair said darkly. "I cannot say who, but they are a mutual acquaintance of ours." Albus frowned thoughtfully before chuckling. "Harry." "I can neither confirm nor deny it," Moody replied firmly. Albus didn't need him to. The only mutual acquaintance they shared that Albus could fathom being able to do such a thing was his former defense against the dark arts professor. "Thank Merlin for him," the headmaster sighed. "I must speak with him soon. I have been meaning to for a while now." "You want him back?" Albus nodded. "I would be doing a disservice to the school if I did not try." He's damned good at what he does," Alistair said sincerely. "He is," Albus agreed. "I will write to him." "Or I could ask Bones to get a message to him," Alistair offered. "She spends most of her time with him outside of work." "Are the two of them?" Alistair shrugged. "She denies it, but she's got it bad for Jameson." He chuckled amusedly. "He is an exceptional young man," Albus pointed out. "I must ask why his involvement wasn't reported." "If it was him, I expect he didn't want to be hounded by the press, the same way he omitted his involvement in capturing Greyback." Albus nodded. Harry had a certain aversion to recognition for things he did. Perhaps he was humble and had no desire for such, or perhaps he was not allowed to take credit for his feats. Alistair had mentioned his suspicions of Harry's former career, and though Albus found it decidedly odd that one so young would be involved in something so incredibly advanced, he couldn't deny Harry's capability. Still, it was not as though the headmaster would be made privy to that information, despite his position as the chief warlock of the ICW. In truth, it didn't matter. Albus couldn't think of any other he'd rather have to teach defense against the dark arts, and if Harry's services could be secured once more, Hogwarts would undoubtedly be all the better for it. Break. He'd been unable to rest when he'd returned home. The trunk gifted to him by Ghost was not something he could ignore, and Harry had set to work reading through the contents of each file within. He was shocked at just how many cases there were, and the lengths that someone had gone to cover up what had happened. The similarities between some of the incidents and what had happened to Amelia's parents were glaring, and Harry suspected that this was not a lone operation. No, the evident corruption went beyond the desires of one person, and yet he was no closer to figuring out just who was behind it. Murder, extortion, disappearances, torture, and even violence against those who were not the primary targets quickly became a recurring theme within the files, none of which had been investigated, let alone solved. Harry could only shake his head as he did his utmost to slot the pieces of the puzzle together, and even when he did, there was no clear picture of who had orchestrated so many crimes. It was as concerning as it was confusing, but slowly, the threads of a tapestry of deceit became apparent, even if they were broken and frayed. Still, he persisted until he knew he needed to take a break from the arduous task, and upon doing so, he found himself in the kitchen, unable to turn his thoughts away from what he'd read thus far. "Master Harry should eat," Helga urged. He looked towards the clock as he yawned. It was getting late in the evening now, and he'd not stopped for lunch or dinner. "Thank you, Helga," he replied gratefully, pouring himself his dozenth cup of coffee for the day. Perhaps the contents of the trunk would become clearer when he'd slept, but Harry had his doubts, and it wasn't as though he could focus entirely on what he wished to. As much as he did not want to ponder his former foe, what had happened in Hogsmeade made ignoring Tom all but impossible. It had been easier not to dwell on the man when his presence had been so far away, but with what he'd done, Harry knew the Dark Lord was coming, and that the distant presence would become much closer sooner rather than later. From what he'd seen the previous night, the Aurors were not ready for it, though he'd already known that. Tom's first rise to power had been poorly contested by the Wisengamot due to the support the Dark Lord had garnered, and, in turn, by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who relied on the support of the Wisengamot to act accordingly. No, dark days were indeed ahead, and unless something was done to prevent or mitigate it, at the very least, Great Britain would be plunged into a shadowy period that would forever stain the country. "Fucking riddle," Harry sighed, shaking his head once more. "Here, Master Harry," Helga announced, placing a plate of sandwiches on the table and offering him a look of concern. "Are you okay?" Harry smiled tiredly, though he knew it wasn't convincing. "I'll be fine, Helga," he assured her. "Would you like Helga to feed Zelda?" Harry nodded. "Please," he replied gratefully. The snake was becoming more independent, though not a day went by that she didn't seek Harry out to tell him about her adventures around the property. Her wings still showed no signs of growing back, and perhaps they never would, but Zelda was doing much better now. It had taken months for her depression to improve, and she still had her good and bad days, but the latter had certainly become fewer. "I will do it now," Helga declared, "and then I will prepare dinner for Miss Amelia. She will be here shortly." Before Harry could question the elf and how she knew Amelia was coming, Helga vanished, and Amelia arrived via the flue only a moment later. She appeared to be just as tired as Harry, and said nothing as she sunk into one of the chairs at the table. "Long day." "Very," Amelia sighed. "Well, Helga has promised you some dinner when she's finished feeding Zelda," Harry informed her. Amelia nodded appreciatively as she kicked her boots off and stretched her legs, groaning in relief. "Make yourself comfortable," Harry chuckled amusedly. "I will," Amelia replied, pouring herself a cup of coffee. "Unless you'd prefer to be mute and still." "You couldn't be either for more than 5 minutes." "Is that right?" Amelia asked, narrowing her eyes at him. "For as long as I've known you, Bones, I've never seen either from you." "Is this how you speak to all of your guests?" "I'm much less polite to everyone else." Her lips quirked amusedly. "Be that as it may, I am still an Auror, Jameson, and I demand the utmost respect from you." "You demand my utmost respect," Harry snorted. Amelia hummed as she took a sip of her drink. "It's the law." "No, it isn't. It's one of my laws." "And what other personal laws should I be aware of?" "Oh, there's a few," Amelia returned thoughtfully. "I'm sure you have broken just about all of them." Harry nodded and grinned at the woman. "So, how long do I get in Azkaban?" Amelia shook her head. "Azkaban wouldn't have the likes of you." "Jameson," she sighed, "I suppose I'll have to just put up with your ways." Harry recoiled and clutched his chest dramatically. "I saw no blade, and yet you have cut me so deeply," he gasped. Amelia rolled her eyes at him. "You're such a drama queen." Harry defiantly conjured a crown and rested it on top of his head, eliciting a laugh from the redhead. "Does it suit me?" he asked. "Very pretty," Amelia commented. "Honestly, how can you be so at ease after last night?" "I'm not," Harry admitted, "but I choose not to let the things I can't control get me down. What purpose does that serve?" "True," Amelia conceded. "Speaking of which, I've been asked to make a request of you." "I'm already wearing a crown. What more could you want?" Amelia looked at him pointedly, but couldn't prevent herself from smiling. "You look ridiculous, Jameson." "I was thinking handsome," Harry returned with a frown. "Maybe even gorgeous." "Fine, you look handsome." "And gorgeous." Don't push it, Amelia huffed. Can you be serious for a moment? Harry beamed at her. Of course. Thank you, Amelia grumbled. Smith and Grimm have asked if you would be able to teach the Aurors how to defend themselves against fiendfire. I did say you might not be able to, but... I'll do it, Harry agreed readily. You will? Amelia questioned, surprised by his willingness. I don't see why not, Harry replied. It's not easy, but it's got to be worth trying. If it stops a repeat of last night, I'll help. Amelia smiled at him fondly as she rounded the table and sat in his lap before pressing her lips against his. Well, if this is my reward, I'll help more often. Wait, does that mean I will be teaching you? It does, Amelia confirmed cautiously. Why? Then I demand to be called Professor Jameson, Harry replied, or maybe Grand Master Jameson. Keep dreaming, Jameson, Amelia murmured, patting him on his cheek as she stood. No one is going to be calling you either of those. That's just as well, Harry said with a frown. I'd rather do it without anyone knowing who I am. Grimm and Smith can tell them I've been brought in to help them with the training. Only Moody knows what I look like, and I can wear a robe. Amelia nodded and thanked Helga as the elf placed a plate of food in front of her, though she scowled before removing her card. Back to work already? No, it's a message from Alistair, she explained. Albus wants to meet with you. So, you're getting messages to pass on to me now. It seems that way, Amelia answered. I'll add personal secretary to Harry Jameson to my list of job titles, and before you say anything, remember, I've not eaten all day, and my patience has its boundaries. I wasn't going to say a word, Harry assured her with a grin. Amelia evidently didn't believe him, but she chose to focus on eating her dinner. I'll go to Hogwarts in the morning, he informed her. I'm too tired tonight. Long day. You have no idea, Harry sighed. Break. With each passing day, his frustration grew. He'd been to just about every country on the continent, and he'd not heard a single whisper pertaining to the whereabouts of his wayward pack. It was as though they'd vanished. He'd managed to recruit another 12 members, but doing so did not come without risk, and Fenrir had no desire to see the inside of another cell. No, as Voldemort had advised, he needed to keep a low profile, but that didn't help him in his search. It had been weeks now, and he had nothing to show for his efforts. He'd scoured newspapers for any reports on werewolf attacks, and even listened in on conversations in the grottiest of bars. Either the pack had disbanded, which Fenrir did not believe, or they had been slaughtered, which was unfathomable. The ICW hadn't even managed to execute him in all the months he'd been incarcerated. The only other possibility is that they had moved on, away from Europe, to start a new life. How they would have managed that, Fenrir didn't know, but there was not a place on Earth they could hide from him. He'd find them eventually, and when he did, he'd once more assert his dominance over those he'd once considered his family. Break. Ah, Harry, thank you for coming, Albus greeted him warmly. I see my message reached you. The headmaster appeared to be tired, and Harry suspected the news of what had happened in Hogsmeade was weighing heavily upon him. Despite his turbulent past with the man, he wouldn't deny Albus was one of the purer people he'd met, even if he'd gotten many things wrong where Harry was concerned. It did, he confirmed, taking the seat on the opposite side of the desk. Albus offered him a smile. I find myself once more pleased and relieved by your presence, he said sincerely. I'm afraid I was not available nor made aware of what had happened until I arrived at the castle after the fact. You accept too much responsibility, Harry replied. You're just one man, headmaster. It is not your job to solve all the problems of the world. Albus chuckled. I'm afraid there are so very few who understand that. To many with long memories, that is exactly how I am seen. It is flattering but often overwhelming. Harry nodded his understanding. He'd been thrust into a similar position after he'd ended the war but had not accepted it. Instead, he'd chosen to leave the magical world behind, for the most part, not wanting to become what Dumbledore had. In a way, Harry had become the opposite of the man he'd once looked up to. "Not that I asked you here to discuss the woes of the world," Albus sighed. "I mentioned it to you some months ago, but I would like you to consider resuming your post in September. Is that possible, given recent developments?" "It is," Harry replied thoughtfully. "I have been assured there will be little disruption to my life." He missed Hogwarts. It had been one of the few constants in his life that had brought him joy, even if his own schooling had been nothing short of turbulent. Harry had been considering if it was the right time to continue teaching, and with the farm established, the restaurant thriving, and little else to fill his time other than his ongoing investigation, it wasn't as though he wasn't able to. Besides, he was acutely aware of how pivotal the next years in Wizarding Britain would be, and with Tom finally rearing his head, he knew that Hogwarts was where he was needed. "Then you will return." "I will return," Harry assured him. Albus visibly sagged in relief, and he offered Harry the brightest of smiles, evidently pleased he'd accepted the posting. "Break." "Come in, Order Bones," Grim called as Amelia knocked on the door to his office. She opened it to find the man in deep conversation with Smith. The two men were poring over a large map of Hogsmeade, on which several markers had been placed. "Sir, I just wanted to tell you that Jameson has agreed to help us," she informed her superior. "Wonderful," Grim declared. "The sooner the better." "Indeed," Smith agreed. He was a middle-aged man with a strong build. His brown hair had started to gray slightly at the temples, and his eyes were a light blue, the color much friendlier than the tight expression he was sporting. As far as the heads of departments Amelia had met went, Smith was her favorite. He was a no-nonsense sort of man, and one who had earned the respect he commanded. He'd served at the very lowest level, and despite coming from a prominent family, had taken no shortcuts to the top. "When would you like to begin?" Amelia asked. "As Grim said, the sooner the better," Smith answered. "If he is available, I will ensure he has groups to work with." "I will tell him that, sir. I expect he will come in to discuss it with you, but I don't see why he wouldn't want to begin immediately." Smith nodded appreciatively. "Come and have a look at this, Bones," he urged, gesturing to the map. "This is where the spell was cast," he explained, pointing to the very center of the village. "What does that tell you?" "That whoever did it wanted to cause as much damage as possible," Amelia mused aloud, "and that they weren't concerned about being seen. Hogsmeade has foot traffic at the time it happened." "Exactly," Smith murmured, "and Fiendfire is far from subtle. Either they timed it perfectly in their favor or they just didn't care." "Mad bastard," Grim muttered. "Only a mad bastard would do it in the first." Smith nodded. "But calculated madness," he replied. "I would say they are mad, but certainly not taken leave of their senses. They did it brazenly, callously, and they even left us a clue," he added, nodding towards the green skull that hung ominously over the map. "They are mad, at least somewhat talented in dark, obscure magic, and undoubtedly quite intelligent. This is an exceedingly dangerous person. And not just because of the front they demonstrated by casting the spell in the first place. I will find them." He continued to stare at the map, his eyes narrowed in determination. "Go on, Bones. Get yourself home or wherever it is you spend your nights these days," Grim instructed, a rare, amused grin tugging at his lips. Amelia didn't need telling twice, though she could not help but dwell on the person they were hunting. Nothing like this had ever happened in Wizarding Britain, and somehow she didn't believe it was a simple, one-off attack. No, Amelia could not shake the feeling that this was just the very beginning of something deeply unpleasant unfolding around them, and she dreaded what was to come next. Still, with Harry agreeing to help the Aurors, her concerns were assuaged somewhat, even if they would not be erased entirely. Chapter 28. He knew it would take quite some time to unravel the web of corruption contained within the files Ghost had given him, but the further into the archives he delved, Harry couldn't help but think it could be an all but impossible task. At the very least, it would undoubtedly be the most intricate and delicate task he'd ever undertaken. Each case would have to be studied thoroughly to ensure not even the minutest of details was missing, and only then would he be able to begin making comparisons of similarities to identify any links between them. It turned out that what had happened to Amelia's parents was only one of dozens of incidents that had been buried by someone, or a group, who did not wish for it to be scrutinized too closely. Whoever it was had gone to great lengths to achieve it, but Harry was certain he had much of the puzzle now, though he needed to search for the pieces before he could even begin putting them together. Checking the clock on the wall in the basement, he carefully began securing the space he'd set up. Harry's intention was to set up a timeline of sorts that he could view, along with information on any people mentioned within the cases, to highlight the similarities he had already noticed within some. From there, he would be able to decide what his next course of action would be, but the very first process alone would be arduous, and it was not something that could be rushed. No, Harry needed to be certain of everything before considering what his next move would be. With the section of the basement secure from all but him, he checked the clock once more. It was only 8 in the morning, but Amelia had left for her shift before sunrise, and Harry intended to arrive at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement before 9 a.m. to meet with Head Auror Grimm. With the hour approaching, Harry left the house, ensuring his charms were in place to obscure his features, and arrived in the alleyway opposite the entrance to the Ministry of Magic. Being no stranger to flushing himself down a toilet, he stepped into the atrium without breaking stride and followed a passing crowd into the golden lift, bypassing the man on security, who paid him no mind. Level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the feminine voice announced, and Harry stepped out of the lift, vividly aware that he'd not visited this part of the ministry. The entire office space was a hive of activity. In a large, open-plan room, red-robed men and women went about their business, along with an assortment of what Harry deduced to be support staff, who were carrying stacks of parchment or reading them diligently before stamping them with the official ministry seal. On the opposite side of the room was a curved hallway, with dozens of doors lining the walls on either side. "Excuse me, could you point me towards Head Auror Grimm's office, please?" Harry asked a passing woman. She frowned, and her eyes roamed over him before she pointed in the direction of another door close to the hallway, but within the open space. "And a pleasant day to you, madam," Harry offered with a sarcastic smile as he made his way towards the door before knocking on it. "Come in," an irritable voice instructed. Harry did so, and was greeted by the sight of the man he'd seen only briefly in Hogsmeade. Were it not for the seriousness of the situation that brought him here, he might have found it difficult not to be amused by Auror Grimm's appearance. From the thick mustache resting atop his lip, and the haircut that reminded Harry of a wrestler on one of Dudley's posters, Grimm cut quite the strange figure. "Mr. Jameson, Bones did mention you would be stopping in today." "Amelia mentioned you were keen to begin," Harry replied, accepting the proffered limb. "Very keen," Grimm returned. "We can't have a repeat of the other night. I was saying to Smith that it must be avoided at all costs." Harry nodded. "Well, I think it would be best if I worked with smaller groups," he explained. "I would say no more than 5, and I must warn you, this is not a simple spell to be taught in only a day of practice. It can take months to master it. I am sure you are aware of the process of casting a corporeal patronus." "I am." "Well, this might well be more difficult than that," Harry cautioned the man. "I don't expect everyone will be able to do it, but they should all be given the opportunity to learn. Even being able to keep fiendfire at bay is a most useful skill." "Understood," Grimm assured him, "and thank you, Mr. Jameson." "Harry is fine, but I would prefer to keep my involvement quiet. I have no issue with you and Smith knowing who I am, but I would remain anonymous to the other members of your team." "Of course," Grimm allowed. "When would you like to begin?" "You can ready a group for me now," Harry replied. "I just need a room with space. Don't worry, I'm not going to be casting the spell," he added with a chuckle, seeing Grimm's look of concern. "Can you do it?" he asked curiously. "I can, but I wouldn't advise it," Harry snorted. You don't introduce dementors to people practicing the Patronus, do you? Grim shuddered at the thought. I'd rather we didn't use the bastard things at all, he muttered. I'll take you to our training room, and then I'll bring the first 5 in. Harry nodded and followed the man after obscuring his features with his hood. As they made their way through the office, he was acutely aware of the dozens of pairs of eyes trailing them, though the Aurors looked away as Grim glared in their direction. Here we are, he announced as he pushed open a door on the other side of the open plan area. This should do. It will, Harry confirmed. Good. I'll just go and round up some of my lot, and there'll be all yours. Grim left, and Harry readied himself by ensuring there was enough space for them to work in. Only a few moments later, Grim returned with 5 of his Aurors, only one of whom Harry recognized. All right, you sorry bunch of so-and-sos, he huffed. This is, well, it doesn't matter who he is. He's here to help us learn how to deal with Fiendfire. We are lucky to have him, and you will show us the same respect you do me, understood? So none then, Moody questioned with a grin. Watch it, Moody, Grim warned, pointing at the Auror. This is one thing you can't fanny about with. With a nod, he left the room, closing the door smartly behind him, leaving Harry faced with training a small group of Aurors. This wasn't like how he trained his fellow students during his 5th year at Hogwarts, nor was it the same as being a professor in the same setting. These were already established witches and wizards, and Harry found it odd that he would be teaching them. I have been asked by your superiors to attempt to teach you how to combat Fiendfire, he explained. How many of you were in Hogsmeade? All 5 raised their hands, and Harry nodded. And what do you remember feeling when you were there? Scared, one of the 2 women answered. It was terrifying. Exactly, Harry replied. There's no shame in being scared of something that will incinerate you before you even know what is happening. What else did you feel? Worried, another answered. Pissed off, Moody added. All emotions that Fiendfire feeds off, Harry pointed out. To understand how to fight it, you must first understand the magic itself. Fiendfire is not a spell as such. It is a summoned magic much more akin to a magical creature. It is sentient to an extent, and the things you described to me are the things that fuel it. The Aurors seemed to be surprised by the information, but none spoke, and Harry continued. The first problem with Fiendfire is that it does not take someone of particular skill to use it. The flames are summoned with a simple incantation, but it is the emotion the user feels that brings it forth. All of those things you mentioned can be used, which means that just about anyone has the potential to do so. How many of you have been trained to use the Patronus charm? Once more, all 5 of the Aurors raised their hands. Then you will understand the complexity of using the required emotions to power that spell. It takes practice and dedication to produce a corporeal Patronus. How many of you have managed that feat? Only Moody and one other raised their hands. So, using Fiendfire is the opposite of the Patronus, one of those who didn't raise their hands asked. No, Harry denied. It's not a foolish assumption to make, but the opposite would insinuate that it required equal skill, but using negative emotions instead of positive ones. No, Fiendfire thrives on volatile and sudden emotions: anger, jealousy, hate, and desperation. It works best when cast in a fit of rage or desperation, but not so well using prolonged negativity, if the person had done so in such a way the other night. I suspect that there would be nothing left of Hogsmeade. The reason it was so difficult to snuff was because it was feeding off the fear, the worry, and the anger of those trying to fight it. So it was our fault. Absolutely not, Harry assured the woman. You cannot blame yourself for not understanding the nature of what you faced, nor the actions of the person who summoned it. You all did what you could in a moment of desperation, and truthfully, your efforts saved many lives. You should be proud of what you managed. If you weren't there, it would have been worse. The Aurors nodded, but they didn't seem to be convinced. How do you fight it? Moody asked curiously. Now, that is where the difficulty begins, Harry sighed. Understanding what it is you are fighting against is one thing, but fighting it is another matter entirely. Fiendfire is a devastatingly powerful form of magic. It is much like exactly what it feeds on. It is volatile and angry and will even become desperate when it senses it is being bested. How many of you are trained in the mind arts? The 5 Aurors looked distinctly uncomfortable by the question, and Harry held up a placating hand. I'm not trying to get any of you in trouble, he assured them. I understand that the mind arts are frowned upon for stupid reasons, but if you have experience in them, it will help with what I am trying to teach you. I have, Moody declared. And me, another added. Harry nodded. Well, for you that don't, there is another way I can help you, he explained. Now, this isn't just going to happen immediately. As with many other similar skills like the Patronus charm, it will take time to develop. The 2 of you that has experience with the mind arts are going to help me. All of you get into a circle. They did so, and Harry joined them, placing himself between 2 of the Aurors unfamiliar with occlumency. The first thing you need to understand is that you are not going to overpower Fiendfire. It is raw, volatile magic which is as powerful as it is dangerous. What did you feel when you were trying to fight it? Forget the fear and anger. Think about what the magic felt like. It was strong, one of the Aurors answered, and it seemed to get stronger the harder we fought. Harry nodded. It accepted your challenge, he explained. When you try to face it head-on, power for power, it will rise and only grow stronger until it consumes you. So what, we let it win? Moody asked. No, Harry denied. The only way to defeat it is to starve it. As I said, Fiendfire is somewhat sentient. It is summoned most successfully through the weakest of emotions, and it will continue to feed off them to sustain itself. However, it envisions itself as an all-powerful being, and rightly so, and when it is challenged by power, it flourishes just as much, but there is more than one way to challenge it. Despite its volatility, it is single-minded in destruction and relies on those things that power it to remain prevalent. The other way to challenge it is to starve it of what it thrives on. It will sense your lack of fear and will become focused on you in an attempt to instill it within you. At first, you may need to deter it a few times to center yourself appropriately, but once you have conquered a state of fearless, it can be subdued and defeated. That sounds ridiculous, Moody snorted. It does, Harry agreed, but it works. The Aurors seemed to be skeptical, and Harry couldn't blame them. He'd felt the very same way when he'd been taught about the cursed flames. Take each other's hands, he instructed, and close your eyes. They did so, and Harry took a moment to allow a sense of unimpeded calmness to wash over him, something that had taken him months to perfect through his practices in the mind arts. When he felt it, he pushed that feeling into the 2 Aurors he was standing between, and both gasped. Focus, Harry instructed, not wanting them to become overwhelmed by the sensation. Good, now pass it along. It was no easy feat to do so. Emotions that were not your own were particularly difficult to project, but with a little effort from both, they managed it. Moody and the other Auror who had experience in occlumency found it much easier to maintain, and along with Harry, they kept that feeling of calmness passing through the circle. This is the state you need to achieve, he murmured. Once you can call upon this feeling at will, you can defeat Fiendfire. Through the chaos around it, it will only be able to focus on the one thing it cannot feast on. It wants you to become its food, and in losing itself focused on you, it will starve. He held the circle together for a few more minutes, saying nothing else as he allowed the others to become more familiar with the state of ease before releasing the hands of the 2 Aurors. It might seem a little simple and anticlimactic, but it is not so easy, especially when you are faced with it, he explained. It is paramount that you manage to master that sense of calmness, even in the direst of circumstances. Fear feeds the fire, but it is your immovable sense of calmness that will defeat it. Unbelievable, Moody chuckled. I was thinking we would learn a complex spell or a new magic. Harry shook his head. You'd be surprised how often something seemingly more basic is the answer, Harry replied amusedly. Remember, just because the solution may seem simple enough, mastering it is another thing entirely. You must practice this regularly. Aye, Moody said thoughtfully. How do we become so calm? One of the other Aurors asked. I've never felt that before. And that is where the difficulty lies, Harry answered. As with a patronus and the overwhelming sense of happiness, a sense of calmness is whatever works for you. What I find to be so calming may not be the same for another. That is why it takes practice. You must find what can bring you that sense of calmness and learn to call upon it. But I can't even produce a patronus, the same Auror pointed out. Show me what you can do, Harry instructed. The woman seemed to be embarrassed as she drew her wand and cast something resembling a shield. It wouldn't be powerful enough to fend off a single Dementor for long, but it was a start. Harry nodded and took her free hand. Again. She did so, and he felt the magic leaving her. Immediately identifying the problem, he drew his own wand. Close your eyes, he urged. Expecto Patronum. She shuddered at the influx of magic she received as Harry's stag cantered audibly around the room, the light as blinding as it was warming. That is what you need to feel, Harry murmured. Is it there? The woman nodded. Try again. Expecto Patronum. The shield she produced was brighter this time, and she held it until an enormous dolphin formed and began swimming through the air around them. Open your eyes, Harry instructed. She did so, and they widened in disbelief at the sight of the creature. Now do you understand? Harry asked. The woman nodded and beamed at her success. Thank you, she whispered gratefully. You're welcome, Harry replied. Wait, can you help me? One of the men asked, followed by the other who couldn't produce a patronus. Break. You seem very preoccupied with that door, Imelda commented. I am not, Amelia denied, tearing her gaze away from the direction of the training room. If you say so, the other woman snorted amusedly. Are you so keen for the extra training? Don't you think it will be interesting? It will, Imelda agreed, but methinks you have an ulterior motive. You have that look in your eyes. What look? Of a lovesick puppy. I am not a lovesick puppy. Imelda hummed as she placed a file she had been reviewing on top of the others. You're really convincing Bones, she replied. Is he hot? Who? The man doing the training. Amelia frowned at her and didn't offer a response. Instead, she shifted her attention to the door of the training room which had opened, and 5 of her colleagues filed out, including Moody. Amelia immediately approached the man, and he chuckled as he shook his head. You're a bit keen, aren't you? He asked. Oh, shut up, Amelia grumbled. How was it? Moody's gaze swept around the room, and he shook his head. Office, he murmured. Amelia followed, and Alistair closed the door behind him. Well, she demanded. He really knows his stuff. I know that. No, Bones, he really knows his stuff, Moody emphasized. He just has this understanding of magic that I've only ever seen from Albus. It sounds like he's speaking an entirely different language to the rest of us, but I'll be damned if it doesn't work. Remember Collins? She couldn't pass her patronus training. I remember. What our lot couldn't get her to do in almost 2 years, Jameson did it in 2 minutes, he revealed admirably. It's like he just knows this stuff, like it's second nature to him. Thank Merlin he's one of the good ones. We'd be in trouble if he decided not to be. Amelia nodded. What was it like? She asked curiously. Nothing that I expected, but you'll see for yourself when it's your turn, Moody replied with a grin. You're such a git. But I'm the git who got to go first, Moody said smugly. And it looks as though you're going to have to wait even longer, he added, nodding towards the passing Grim who was being trailed by 5 other Aurors. Amelia glared at the laughing Moody and took her leave from the office. What is it? She asked the approaching Imelda. We've been sent to Nocturne Alley to cover for Samson and Payne. Of course we have, Amelia sighed. She was looking forward to the training, and not just because it was Harry conducting it, or so she had somewhat convinced herself. Well, I suppose we'd better get going, she huffed. Come on and remember. Keep my wits about me. Amelia nodded. We might just make an Auror of you yet, she sighed. Break. He scowled at the headline of the newspaper he had been delivered, and he read the short, accompanying message through several times before shaking his head disapprovingly. 1,000 galleons, he grumbled. You would think that I would be worth considerably more. What say you, Lestrange? Lestrange nodded. Well, you got the attention you wanted, he pointed out. I'm sure that figure will rise given time. It is an insult, Voldemort sighed irritably. As the heir of Slytherin, it should already be much more. But they do not know you are the heir of Slytherin. True, the Dark Lord conceded as he leaned back in his chair and scratched his chin. Then perhaps they should. What do you mean? Well, if the other purebloods knew of my lineage, would that not garner support from some? I expect so. And it would certainly cause concern for the powers that be, Voldemort continued. The legacy of my ancestor is one most are cautious of. It is, Lestrange agreed, but do you believe we are strong enough? Such a movement as the one you propose would see us locked up. That is why we must operate in secrecy until the time is right for all of my followers to be revealed, Voldemort explained. And when that time comes, we will be the power in government. It is time, Lestrange, to begin to show them that we truly mean business. Gather the others. We will show the ministry just what it is they are up against. Break. How did they fare? Grim asked as Harry entered the office. Well enough. It will take some time, but so long as they practice, there's no reason they shouldn't be able to handle it if it happens again. I'll return tomorrow to work with some others. Grim nodded appreciatively. When I have worked with each group, I will do so again to test them. Don't worry, I won't let anyone be harmed. I trust you, Jameson. After everything you have done for Bones, how can I not? She was quite put out that I've made her wait. Why have you? Because it's not often I get the opportunity to get one over on her, Grim chuckled. She's one of the best I've seen come through this place, and it brings me a petty sense of joy to see her so irritated. Well, I'll be the one that has to deal with that when I get home, Harry sighed. Thanks. Are the two of you living together? The head Auror asked interestedly. Harry frowned at the question. He couldn't remember a time in recent weeks that Amelia hadn't stayed at his house. They still slept in separate rooms, but it was as though she'd simply gotten into the habit of being there. Not that Harry minded. He'd come to expect her each evening, and in truth, he wouldn't have it any differently. No, that's none of my business, Grim spoke once more before Harry could answer. It's just strange to see her like this. Like what? Harry asked curiously. Happy, I suppose, Grim replied thoughtfully. Bones came here straight from Hogwarts, and up until a couple of years ago when she first met you, being an Auror was her life. She would be the first one in every morning and the last to leave. The job is something of an obsession for her. After what happened to her parents, this is what she decided to do, and she has dedicated herself to it wholeheartedly. Did you know her parents? Harry questioned. Grim shook his head. I knew of her father from his time on the Wisengamot. He was well respected and firm in his political beliefs. He always voted for what he believed was right and wasn't swayed by any. He was a good man, Jameson. I was an Auror when they were murdered, and we all followed the case. Suddenly, the investigation was dropped. I can't say why, but it never felt right to any of us. Something is off about the whole thing. Harry nodded his agreement. Anyway, it's just nice to see her have more than this place. Whatever you're doing, Jameson, keep it up. And remember, she has an entire team of Aurors behind her. Don't make us come for you. The man was half joking, and despite the eccentricities both Amelia and Moody had spoken of, Grim truly did care about those under him, something that was a rarity of men in such positions of power. I understand, Harry chuckled, and I agree with you. Something is very wrong with the outcome of what happened to her parents. I will see you in the morning. Will you be taking part in the training? Grim nodded. I will include myself and Smith in the last group, he explained. That lot out there is the priority. Then I look forward to working with you. And I you, Jameson. With a final nod, Harry left the office, and in only a matter of moments, he arrived back in his own home. It had been a long day, but the effort had been worth it. The Aurors truly were amongst the most talented witches and wizards in the country, and Harry could only lament at how far the department had fallen during his own time. The likes of Malfoy were to blame for that. Lucius, along with his cohorts, had convinced the pliable Fudge that without Voldemort, such a large and functioning department was no longer necessary. By the time the Dark Lord had resurfaced, the resistance he'd faced had been laughable. Still, Voldemort was a problem for another day. As Harry passed the living room, he paused in the doorway at the sight of Amelia lying on the sofa where she'd evidently fallen asleep. It had indeed been a long day, but for her, a longer week. Ever since he'd begun looking into the murder of her parents, and with every obstacle put in his way, he'd often wondered why he was subjecting himself to the inevitable danger he would face, and the difficulty he was enduring just to get there. At first, it was for no other reason than she deserved the justice she sought for herself and her family. Harry truly understood what it was to be Amelia Bones. He'd spent his own formative years burdened by the murder of his mother and father, and though his own retribution had not measured up to what he'd expected, Amelia should not be deprived of the same freedom he'd achieved. Now it had become much more than the pursuit of justice, and as he watched her sleep with her long, red hair splayed around her shoulders, the gentle frown creasing her brow and her parted lips, he knew he couldn't deny what motivated more than anything else. It was no longer only about justice and giving Amelia the closure she so desperately deserved. It was simply all for her, the vibrant, strong, and beautiful Auror who had captured his heart. "You're back." It was said sleepily, but her words were spoken with fondness, and her eyes were filled with a warmth that filled him in turn. Harry couldn't remember a time that he'd ever been spoken to in such a way. Perhaps his mother had when he'd been a babe, but he didn't remember it, and it was an odd, though not unwelcome feeling. "I'm back," he replied. "Have you eaten?" Amelia shook her head as she yawned. "I was waiting for you." "Then we should get you fed, or Bones," Harry suggested, offering her a hand. She took it, and he pulled her up from the sofa, pressing his lips against hers as he did so. "What was that for?" Amelia asked when they broke apart. "Maybe I just felt like it." She quirked an eyebrow at him. "Was it everything you wanted?" she asked with a smirk. "It was bloody awful," Harry muttered before kissing her again. "Then you must be a glutton for punishment." "I must be," Harry sighed, grinning as Amelia glared at him. "Break." He looked upon those gathered before him, a victorious smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. The number of men and women was only around 40, but it was a start, and the Dark Lord had no doubt his ranks would swell soon enough. As per his urging, all of them had donned masks to hide their identities from one another. Though he doubted any would attend with foolish intentions to report them for what they would be discussing, it was better to be cautious, just in case he had indeed underestimated the stupidity of any. "It humbles me to see you all here," he murmured. "Over the past years, I have watched the decline of our country. I have looked on as the pureblood families of Great Britain have steadily had their rights and privileges intruded on by the Muggle-borns, half-bloods, and our own government, which cows to them. My friends, it has become clear that we are no longer the majority, and already our ways are crumbling right before our eyes." He had their attention, and the Dark Lord chose to capitalize on it. "As things stand, we have a minister of magic who is sympathetic towards those who demand more and more of all our ancestors built and worked for. We have a chief warlock who is a half-blood and has proven his fondness for muggles. Dumbledore has used the reputation he carved for himself by defeating Voldemort to push his own agenda, and it disappoints me to see so many purebloods have hoarded themselves to gain his favor." The gathered men and women murmured their agreement. "If only that were all we have to contend with," Voldemort sighed, knowing he had them right where he wanted them. "I expect much has escaped your notice, and it isn't your fault. What I have seen is indeed concerning and only grows more worrisome. Did you know that more than 70% of new magical businesses in Britain have been opened and run without a single galleon of investment from your families? It is true," he assured them as they grumbled their discontent. If you do not believe me, then please look into for yourselves. That figure is staggering, considering that a little over a decade ago, more than 90% were funded by investments from pureblood families. What has changed, my friends? Why has what has always worked been snubbed in favor of investment from other sources? What sources? A disgruntled man questioned. The goblins. The goblins. Voldemort nodded. They are using your gold to fund these ventures in their name and making quite the profit from it. I fear it is not only the Muggle-borns, the half-bloods, and the government against us. The creatures to whom you entrust your wealth are taking liberties. None of them respect you or your ancestors any longer. It's a disgrace. It is, the Dark Lord agreed, and I'm afraid that it may already be too little, too late, and for that you have my apologies. I should have begun sooner when I saw the problem emerging, but I am only one man. Alone, we are all powerless to stop the turning tide, but together, maybe, just maybe, we can undo the damage that has been done. We need change, a leader who will do what is necessary for those changes to happen. The protests were an excellent start, but our woes go so deep that our voices are no longer heard. We could scream our fears from the rooftops, and they would fall on deaf ears. Maybe we are already too late, but if we wish to salvage all our ancestors created, we must act decisively. We must show the mudbloods and filth who are benefiting from the graft of our forefathers that we will not be cowed, that we will not sit idly by whilst they take what is ours, and that we will do whatever it takes to remain where we belong. That is unless the changes around us please you. The masked men and women had been worked into a sense of righteous anger, and Voldemort knew he'd done it. They began talking angrily amongst themselves, and he held up his hands. The time for peace is over, he declared. It has already failed us all, and the only way to ensure nothing else is taken from us is to take back what we lost. Are you with me? They cheered like the easily manipulated sheep they were, and the Dark Lord grinned to himself. Now, his campaign could truly begin without further delay. Now, I have a task for those who wish to assist me. Do I have any volunteers? Break. Harry woke with a start, and it took him a moment to remember where he was. Having had dinner, he and Amelia had fallen asleep on the sofa as they listened to the radio, which was still playing in the darkness of the living room. Silencing it with a flick of his wand, he carefully sat up so as not to disturb the woman who had been wrapped in his arms. Is something wrong? Amelia asked, his efforts evidently having failed. Just a bad dream, Harry murmured. He couldn't remember what it had entailed, but he could not rid himself of the sense of unease he had given him. Everything had been rather distorted, the voices and the faces of the others present, but what had remained prevalent was the distinct sinister of the gathering. Do you get them often? Amelia questioned as she wrapped an arm around his shoulder. They come and go, Harry sighed. It's been something of a recurring theme for as long as I can remember. That was true, and though they'd never stopped making the occasional appearance, there was something unsettling about this one, even if he didn't know what had happened. Don't worry, Jameson, you've got me to scare the boogamen away, Amelia replied lightly, though her tone left Harry in no doubt that she meant every word. Then I will sleep soundly from now on, he chuckled amusedly. Good, but does it have to be on the sofa? Amelia grumbled. My back is killing me. No, we can go to bed, Harry answered as he stood, stretching his own aching limbs. I'll see you in the morning, Bones. As he turned to leave, he felt her hand closed over his wrist. I meant together, Jameson, Amelia said shyly. I did promise to protect you from the boogamen, she added as an afterthought. Harry nodded without hesitation. You did, he agreed readily, making his way towards his room. Amelia's grip moved from his wrist to his hand as she followed, and both knew neither could deny the unmistakable shift in their relationship. For more than 2 years now, they had danced around one another. They'd shared many kisses more recently, but emotionally, they delved deeper than either had anticipated. Perhaps they had always both known there was something more than acquaintanceship and even friendship between them, but neither had blurred those lines until Amelia had kissed him. Wait. What is it? Harry asked. Even in the darkness, he knew she was biting her lower lip. I need to shower first, Amelia answered. I'm not getting into bed with you like this. Harry snorted amusedly as she rushed off to do so, and he followed suit, taking the opportunity to wash away the grime of the day. By the time he was finished, Amelia hadn't returned, but before he could ponder it, a tentative knock sounded at the door. Amelia entered, and Harry quirked an eyebrow at her. You have my pajamas. Oh, I took these weeks ago, Amelia replied with a shrug. You wouldn't deprive me of my small comforts, would you? What about my comforts? You have lots of pajamas, Jameson. True, Harry sighed. Note to self, hide your pajamas. Amelia tutted at him. You're being dramatic again, she said amusedly. Harry frowned at the woman. Which side do you sleep on? The left. Good, because that's where you were going to sleep anyway, Harry returned, pulling back the duvet and climbing in. You know, you can be quite sassy at times. Me? Amelia nodded as she joined him. For a few moments, they got themselves comfortable, but both kept a respectful distance between them, and something of an awkward tension settled into the room. This is ridiculous, Amelia huffed. I'm a 25-year-old woman. She brazenly shuffled herself towards Harry and rested her head on his chest. Instinctively, Harry wrapped an arm around her, and the redhead sighed contentedly. Does this feel strange? She asked. Harry shook his head. No, he murmured. It feels just right. Good, Amelia whispered, nestling herself somehow closer. They said nothing else, both choosing to enjoy the intimate moment with no need to talk. Harry didn't know when he drifted off, but the sun had barely risen when he woke up to find Amelia already dressed in her Auror robes. What time is it? He asked. Early, she answered as she styled her hair with a wave of her wand. I got a call to go in. Emergency. Aftermath of an incident. That usually means there's been a murder or maybe something worse. I won't know until I get there, but you should get some more sleep. Harry nodded. Is having my rest disturbed something I will have to get used to? Isn't it worth it? Amelia asked before kissing him. Your bed is comfortable, Jameson. I could get used to being in it. With that, she left, and Harry leaned back into his pillows, though it wasn't so long before he was disturbed once more as a concerned Amelia returned. What is it? Harry asked. Amelia shook her head. I think you're going to want to see this, Jameson. Chapter 29. It was the sight of the dark mark in the sky that first caught his attention, and then the bodies of the man, woman, and 2 children hanging from the shop sign, swaying morbidly above the remains of what had been both their place of business and home. Floating in the air in front of them was the same fiery writing the young Tom Riddle had used to reveal his identity to Harry in the Chamber of Secrets so many years prior. Instead of consisting of only his name, the message was much more sinister. Enemies of the heir of Slytherin, beware. Lord Voldemort. Lord Voldemort, Grim had questioned. Who the bloody hell is that? None had the answer save for Harry, but he was doing his utmost to retain his air of ignorance. He knew the man better than any, and though Hogsmeade had been his first transgression against magical Britain, this was him introducing himself. Cut them down, for Merlin's sake, and close the alley off, Grim barked. The head Auror was furious, as were his subordinates. Sick bastard, Moody grumbled. Whoever did this is a sick bastard. There were 6 of them, Harry revealed. Moody turned sharply towards him. 6 of them. Harry nodded. The dead leave no trace of magic like what's in the air, he murmured before apparating away, the mask he'd so painstakingly donned finally beginning to slip. He'd arrived home and vented in the basement, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. When he was done, his breathing was labored, though his anger would not fade. It was a strange moment for Harry. Up until the moment he'd killed Voldemort, he'd lived in fear of the man. Now, however, he did not. He wanted nothing more than to tear the Dark Lord limb from limb for what he'd done to the family who owned the apothecary. and the feeling of fear did not even enter his mind. Harry was no longer a small boy who'd lived a life of abuse, which he could not even escape from in the nightmares that haunted him. He was a man grown, one that had overcome more adversity in his first 17 years of life than most ever would, and in many ways, he'd become the monster that had been his torment. Unwittingly, Tom Riddle had taught him much, and even when Harry had done his best not to be like him, it had become something of an inevitability. He may not possess the hunger for power, nor the desire to exact abject cruelty on others for the sake of enjoyment, but Harry was not beyond delving into things most would find to be distasteful. Voldemort had taught him the cruelty of life, and Harry had become an excellent student. "There are sometimes days that I rue ever taking this job," Grim said candidly as Harry entered his office. "It's days like this that I question if I'm the right man to do it." "We all have those days, Aura Grim." The man nodded and released a deep breath. "They are all looking to me to find the people responsible, and I'll do every damned thing I can to ensure I do." "That's all anyone can ask," Harry offered comfortingly. Grim sat a little straighter in his chair. "What kind of people could do such a thing?" "The very worst," Harry answered. "The world is full of them, and most hide beneath a veneer of benevolence. In my experience, it is those that must be scrutinized most deeply." Grim hummed his agreement. "I'll fetch some of my lot for you," he announced. "At this rate, you should be done in only a few days." Harry watched as the man left, not envying his position in the slightest. Making his way towards the training room, the mood within the office was somber at best, and those who had attended the scene in Diagon Alley were subdued, thoughtful, and likely suffering from the trauma of what they'd seen. Harry remembered the acts of cruelty he'd witnessed throughout his life, and although each of them was firmly cemented in his mind, he'd simply become accustomed to violence in a way that no man should. To him, what he had seen in Diagon Alley in the early hours was nothing new. It angered him, so much so that he'd struggled not to lose his temper, but it no longer haunted him as it once had. The Aurors saw harrowing things, but not like that, and he could see the same look in many of their eyes that had once plagued him. Sadly, it would not be the last time they saw it. In the coming years, it would only get worse, and they would long for the day they had to come to terms with the desecrated corpses of a single family, hung like a display in a butcher's shop window for all to see. He was pulled from his maudlin thoughts by the arrival of the first Aurors he would be working with, each of them sporting a hollow expression. "Take as long as you need with them," Grim urged. Harry nodded before shifting his attention to the group. "Did you really help Collins with her Patronus?" one of the men asked. "I did," Harry confirmed. "Could you help me?" "I can." Perhaps doing so would help settle them. As things were, they would already struggle with the task ahead of them, something only made more difficult if they could not get themselves in the right state of mind. "Break. Enemies of the heir of Slytherin beware," Imelda echoed, reading the report of the incident. "Muggleborns," Amelia sighed. "From what we know of Slytherin, he was not fond of them, and the hate for Muggleborns only grew with each generation of his family. The thing is, the last of his line are locked away in Azkaban." "So, you think it is someone posing as an heir?" "I don't know," Amelia replied with a frown. Her thoughts drifted to Jameson. He was a Parselmouth, and although he denied any familial connection to the Slytherin line, it made her wonder if there were others like him, or if there was an extended branch that was unknown. Harry's face. When he'd read the message and saw the same effigy that had appeared over Hogsmeade and the slaughtered family, Amelia had seen a glimmer of unbridled fury cross his features before it was gone again. Did he know something? No, it wasn't possible, not unless it had to do with whatever he was doing in his capacity as a hit wizard. But if that was so, he would have taken charge of the case. Amelia was confused, and she knew she couldn't raise it with Jameson. Nonetheless, his being a Parselmouth, along with his reaction to what had happened in both Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley, was not something she could ignore. The thought that he could do such a thing had not crossed her mind for a single second, but she could not deny that she suspected he knew more than he was letting on. Perhaps being an Auror just made her naturally more suspicious. Or it was that she knew Harry so well to see that it had bothered him beyond general disgust at what he'd seen. "So what next?" Imelda asked. "We have been given the pleasant task of retrieving the medical reports," Amelia informed the other woman. Imelda nodded. "Will they be ready?" "Smith has personally seen to it that they will be. It's past lunchtime now, so I expect Jenny will be finished. Come on, there's no point delaying it." They left the office and arrived at the examination room only a few moments later, where Jenny had thankfully covered the 4 bodies. The woman was paler than usual, evidently unsettled by the nature of the work she'd needed to carry out. "Worse than we thought?" Amelia asked. Jenny nodded somberly. "I can't believe someone would do this," she whispered as she retrieved her clipboard. "Mr. Osborne was subjected to the Cruciatus curse. His skin was lacerated no less than 30 times. His finger and toenails were pulled out along with his teeth, and he was beaten so badly that most of his bones were broken. He was fed a cocktail of potions to keep him alive and lucid." "Merlin," Amelia murmured, feeling nauseated by what she'd heard. "That explains the silencing charms around the house." "His screams would have been heard for miles," Jenny confirmed. "I expect the mental trauma of what he witnessed his wife and children went through was just as bad. Mrs. Osborne, I can't," she choked. "Here, if you know what is good for you, don't read it." Amelia took the clipboard and felt no impulse to do so. If it was so unpleasant that it had impacted Jenny so badly, Amelia was certain she did not wish to be privy to the information within. "Dinner tonight?" she asked. "So long as there's wine, I'm in." Amelia nodded and gestured for Imelda to follow her. They made their way towards Smith's office and found the man packing furiously back and forth in front of a display he'd created, which highlighted the details of both events. If he hadn't been motivated to catch those responsible before, there was certainly no denying it now. He all but snatched the clipboard from Amelia and perused it, his skin taking on a greenish tinge as he did so. "Sick bastards," he growled. "I'll find them, and when I do." He left the threat hanging in the air, and Amelia had no doubt the man would push for the harshest punishment possible if and when he caught up to the perpetrators. "Leave me," he instructed. Amelia did so, and she and Imelda returned to her own office. "What now?" "We get on with our job," Amelia answered. "That's it." Amelia nodded. "Unless we are asked to assist further, that's it. Smith is running this case. He's one of the best to ever come through here, so if anyone can find them, it's him." "And what if he can't?" "Then we'd best hope that those responsible have had their fill." "That's not likely, though, is it?" Amelia shook her head. "No, it's not likely," she sighed, peering towards the empty door of the training room. Jameson was in there, and Amelia wondered what was running through his mind. It was not as though he would just forget what had happened. Would he be pursuing the people who had attacked the Osbornes? Amelia couldn't dismiss the thought, and there was a small part of her that hoped he caught up with them before Smith. She remembered what she'd learned from Moody about the night Harry had come for her when she'd been kidnapped. He'd killed all of her captors, and as far as she was concerned, even that was too good a fate for those who had carried out the heinous attack on an innocent family. Break. The release of the morning edition of the Daily Prophet had been delayed, and when his copy of the newspaper had arrived shortly after he'd finished lunch, Edgar was grateful that he'd eaten before it had. To read of what had happened to the Osborne family was sickening, and to see the same symbol hanging above the burnt remains that had been in Hogsmeade filled him with a sense of dread. It was one thing for someone to kill several people by starting a fire. That could be put down to an arson attack, but to murder a family, children, and all was beyond Lord Bones' comprehension. "Unbelievable," he whispered after reading the article for the 10th time since it had arrived. "Enemies of the heir of Slytherin beware." It turned his stomach to imagine what the family had endured in their final moments. He'd frequented their apothecary often enough when he needed to, and he'd always dealt with Mrs. Osborne. She was a kind and respectable woman with exceptional knowledge of her wares. Edgar couldn't think of a single person who would wish harm upon her, let alone her husband, who was a jovial enough fellow. He could only shake his head as he pondered what kind of person would do such a thing, and the heir of Slytherin. The last known relatives of the man were the Gaunts, and both last known males had been sentenced to a lengthy stay in Azkaban. Had one of them been released? If so, it would not be long before they were back in the company of the Dementors, and Edgar could think of no other who deserved it more. "Amelia, is that you?" he called as he heard footsteps approaching his study. It wasn't. Eliza entered the room and paused at the sight of him. "Is something wrong? You're quite pale." Edgar merely nodded towards the newspaper, and she gasped as she read the article. Lord Voldemort. Edgar shrugged. It was a baffling name that meant nothing to him, and it certainly wasn't connected to the Slytherin line as far as he was aware. He'd studied the lineage of every pureblood family closely enough to be sure of that. "I'm as lost as you are," he sighed. "Still, with this supposed heir of Slytherin loose, I don't want you to leave the house unaccompanied. Promise." Eliza nodded. "Good. Have you heard from Amelia? I've not seen her for a few days." "I wonder why that is," Eliza snorted. "She will be with Jameson." Edgar hummed thoughtfully. "You don't approve." "I do," he replied dismissively, "but she is still a part of a prominent pureblood family. If anyone was to catch wind, I wouldn't want her to become the next topic of gossip amongst them." "I see," Eliza said with a frown. "Have you spoken to her about it?" "She's a grown woman, Eliza," Edgar pointed out. "It's not my place to interfere." "As the lord of the family, it is. I'm not saying you should offer an opinion on what she's doing, but you can at least broach it with her to see what is going on between them. Your sister doesn't strike me as someone to have a fling, even if it is with a mysterious, handsome man." Edgar nodded, though before he could answer, the fireplace flared into life, and the very woman they'd been discussing stepped out. Amelia appeared to be exhausted and had evidently had a trying day. "I'm not stopping long. I'm meeting Jenny for dinner," she announced. "Will you be home later?" Edgar asked. Amelia frowned at the question. "Why?" Edgar looked towards Eliza, and Amelia held up a hand. "Don't," she said firmly. "Don't try to involve yourself in my personal life, Edgar. I'm not a little girl anymore." "I know that," he assured her. "I just want you to understand the repercussions of what you are doing. Your association with Harry has already been noticed," he reminded her. "And I will tell anyone the same that I have told you. It's not your concern." "Fine," Edgar sighed. "Bloody hell, you're as stubborn as Mother was." "That's not a bad thing," Amelia replied. "You don't need to worry about me, Edgar, and you don't need to worry about Harry." With that, she left the room, and Edgar chuckled to himself. "Oddly enough, I'm more worried about Harry," he snorted amusedly. "He's got his work cut out for him with that one." "He has," Eliza agreed. "Well, at least we know she's not just fooling around with him." "How do we know that?" Edgar asked confusedly. "Oh, you are a poor innocent fool," Eliza cooed. "She's in love, Edgar. If you can't see that, then you must be blind." Edgar nodded. "She did say as much. I suppose I didn't believe her." "She told you she is in love with him. You really are a fool. No woman is going to tell her brother she's in love with a man if she isn't." "Well, I know that now, don't I?" Eliza took pity on him and placed a kiss on his cheek. "Jameson certainly has his hands full, doesn't he?" Edgar nodded. "I know how he feels." "Is that so?" Eliza asked amusedly. "Yes, it is," Edgar replied, "but I wouldn't have it any other way." He breathed a sigh of relief as his wife placed another kiss on his cheek. Break. Perhaps he had tried to convince himself that there was no feasible way that Tom Riddle had been the one to attempt to burn down Hogsmeade. Maybe he'd even been somewhat successful, but Albus couldn't deny the presence of the same vile magic that had lingered around his former pupil the night he'd returned to Hogwarts to secure employment. It had been prevalent in the air around what had been the apothecary in Diagon Alley, just as distinct and singularly unique to the man he'd once taught transfiguration to. "Oh, Tom, what have you become?" Albus sighed. The headmaster had always known the boy he'd been acquainted with was troubled, but what he had done in both the village and the alley went far beyond a difficult childhood. No, Tom Riddle was disturbed, and the talent for magic he possessed only made the outlook much bleaker. Albus had little success in catching the teenager involved in the unpleasantness that seemed to surround him whilst he was in the castle, and he could only imagine as a man, Tom had become even more adept at keeping himself hidden. After all, not even a whisper of him had reached Albus's ears in the decade or so ago that he had laid eyes on Riddle. What had he been up to? Albus could only deduce that whatever it was unlikely to be anything good. Tom had been an unpleasant boy when he'd first met him, and he'd only become more so during his days at Hogwarts. Albus had noticed, after his third year, that he seemed to grow in popularity rather quickly. Before this, he'd been the subject of ridicule amongst his peers for his lack of a pureblood name, and yet, somehow, he'd overcome that and grown to be a pillar in the Slytherin common room. What had changed? Once more, Albus found himself at a loss. Tom had become excellent at keeping those around him silent about anything pertaining to him. Avery, Rosie or not. The list went on of those Riddle had formed a close friendship with. Had he stayed in touch with any of them? Shortly after he'd graduated, Tom had vanished, and now he had seemingly returned with deeply sinister intentions. To what end? What did he hope to achieve by doing such things? Was he simply mad, or was there a reason for what he'd done? Albus simply didn't know. Tom Riddle had been an exceedingly difficult child to comprehend other than his crueler urges towards those who possessed what he wanted. But what could the Osborns have what he desired? The headmaster could think of nothing, and it only made the already sorry state of affairs all the more confusing. He shook his head as he leaned back in his chair and stroked Fawkes' plumage. Now he faced the conundrum of whether he should come forward to the Aurors with what he suspected or should wait to see what Tom would do next. The former presented the problem that Tom's name would be made public, and that, in turn, could provoke a considerably more violent response from the man. Lord Voldemort. Tom had chosen a moniker to keep his identity hidden, and if Albus kept what he knew to himself, it meant that he at least had something of an advantage over Riddle. It was playing into his hands, but Albus could truly see no other way to put an end to this without doing so. Of course, he would do his utmost to prevent any further attacks from occurring, but he could not help but think, although it was not his wish, to proceed with caution and hope to capture Tom before any more damage was done. Already, the guilt of keeping it to himself ate away at him, but were he to pursue the other option, things could quickly become much worse. Regardless, Albus knew there was no victory to be had, not when so many had already fallen victim to the megalomaniac. Break. He suspected the grin that adorned his lips was quite malevolent in nature, but the Dark Lord was enjoying his handiwork too much to care about the unease of Lestrain and Yaxley, who had brought him the later-than-usual copy of the Daily Prophet. "I would consider that to be quite a success, wouldn't you, gentlemen?" he asked. "I would," Yaxley agreed readily. Lestrange nodded. "It is already being reported that 3 other shops have been closed," he informed the Dark Lord. "Only the ones owned or operated by purebloods seem unbothered by what happened." "And why would anyone of worth show any care?" Voldemort asked with a frown. "They are the victims in this. They have been made to sit idly by whilst lesser people have been given preferential treatment. Some may be too afraid to speak up, Corvus, and that is why we must. If we do not act, what happens in another decade? What about 2? "I know," Lestrange returned firmly. "But between now and doing what we are setting out to achieve, what will happen?" "I do not expect it will take long for the Ministry to curb their ways," the Dark Lord assured the man. They will do all they can to protect their precious mudbloods. Lestrain didn't seem convinced. Tell me, Corvus, what will the lone pureblood do if the ministry decides that they should not be allowed to keep their wealth any longer, that they must share it with those that have not earned it? The goblins have already proven to be treacherous with their own actions, and they certainly wouldn't resist the pressure that will be applied to them to release what they hold on your behalf. I'll take my gold from the bank. To where, Lestrange? Gringotts is the only wizarding bank you can rely on for security to an extent, Voldemort pointed out. They will find it in your home, and if they cannot, they will simply throw you and yours in Azkaban until you tell them where it is. I have witnessed it in other countries already who did nothing to prevent it. You are experiencing the very beginning of a slippery slope, Corvus, and we must take a stand together, or we will fall alone. Corvus sneered in response, and Yaxley nodded. How can you be certain it will happen here? The former asked. I can't, the Dark Lord answered. But are you truly willing to risk it, given what you have seen already? Corvus scowled as he shook his head. No, I am not. And others will see sense in joining us soon enough, Voldemort said confidently. Now, are there any who will be particularly stubborn we should target next? Already, Yaxley asked. We must continue our momentum, the Dark Lord returned. One more attack, and then we pause. We will wait until the dust settles, and then we will remind them of our presence. Yaxley nodded his agreement. The aura presence in Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley is strong, he warned. Then we move on to another area, Voldemort decided. We keep them guessing where we will be next. What about Jameson's place? Yaxley suggested with a grin. He could do with being taken down a peg. The man who runs the dueling club at Hogwarts? Voldemort asked. Yes, that could be interesting, and it would show them all that none are beyond our reach. Make the arrangements, Yaxley. I want a dozen different people from last night to join me. Not us. Voldemort shook his head. That is why I have asked for 12 instead of 6, he explained. I trust you have not asked for anyone incompetent to join our ranks. Of course not. Then 12 should be enough, but if you have your reservations, gather an extra few. The outcome will be the same. Yaxley nodded and took his leave of the room, and Lestrange stood. What would you have me do, my lord? He asked. My lord, Voldemort chuckled. I must say I do like the sound of that. For now, nothing. I will be in touch. Lestrange offered him a bow, and the Dark Lord chose to ignore that he'd addressed him with the title in something of a mockery. Perhaps he would insist that was how his followers greeted him from now on, though that was something to ponder later. For now, he had what had been deemed to be quite the popular figure in the community to make an example of. Break. I want everyone gathered in the restaurant, Harry instructed Thomas. The man nodded and left to inform the rest of the staff. For the past several hours, Harry had been hard at work adding to the already impressive security he'd painstakingly installed upon purchasing the building, and he was confident now that his business would not suffer the same fate the Osborns had. Voldemort himself couldn't harm this place without Harry knowing well in advance of the attempt. If Tom were to do so, it would end badly for the Dark Lord. Already, Harry's patience had come to an end with the man, and he could feel in his bones that it was only a matter of time before their paths would cross. Prophecy or not, Harry could no longer fool himself into believing he could sit idly by whilst his former foe did as he pleased. Maybe killing Tom again was the price he was to pay for being given a second chance at life. Whatever the reason, it was not something Harry would shy away from when the time came. Everyone's here, Harry, Thomas announced, pulling him from his thoughts. He nodded appreciatively before turning towards the waiters, waitresses, bar, and kitchen staff. I expect after what happened in Diagon Alley last night that most of you are nervous, and so you should be, he cautioned. I find it reprehensible that someone could sow such a thing to people who had served the community for so long, but the world can be a cruel and ugly place. The gathered men and women nodded their agreement. I understand how you are all feeling, Harry assured them. and I have taken appropriate action to ensure that neither you nor this restaurant will come to any harm. To begin with, I have added further layers of security to this place. If anyone acts aggressively towards any of you or draws their wand, the reaction will be swift and unpleasant for them. I take your safety very seriously. Along with this, each of you is going to be provided with a portkey and a personal alarm, he continued. The portkey will take you somewhere safe, and the alarm is for if you feel you need assistance. I will be notified immediately if one is used, and I will be here in a matter of seconds. He handed each member of staff a button resembling the ones that already adorned their shirts. No one outside of this room is to know of the alarms and portkeys, he said firmly. To notify me of an incident, you need only tap the button 3 times with your finger, and to activate the portkey, grasp it and say, "Safety 1." Understood. They all nodded appreciatively, and Harry released a deep sigh. I will make a point of being around more often, but you are still to defer to Thomas. He is in charge, and I will only be here to keep an eye on things. Any questions? Just one, Thomas spoke up. Do you know exactly what happened last night? Harry shook his head. No, he answered, but I am taking no chances. Have a good shift, and don't be afraid to use your alarms if you feel the need to. I will not have any of you made to feel uncomfortable. Any prejudice slurs, I want to know about it. Go on, I'm sure you have things to do before we open. The staff split up to go about their business, and Thomas offered Harry a grateful nod, but he knew it was the least he could do for his members of staff. If Voldemort did target the restaurant, it would not end as well as the Dark Lord hoped. Break. Your lot really are everywhere, aren't they? Jenny murmured as they exited the 3 broomsticks. They were. It was impossible to miss the much larger Auror presence in the village, and with Diagon Alley closed to the public, the usual revelers had chosen to come north. That's not going to change, Amelia replied with a shrug. According to Moody, Smith has been given the go-ahead from Leech to recruit another 50 Aurors. 50. Amelia nodded. He says that there's not been an increase in personnel for decades, and that it is long overdue. There does seem to be more trouble these days, Jenny sighed. With the Quidditch lot, the protests, and now whatever else is going on, I can't say I blame him. Me either, Amelia replied, but it will take months before anything changes. Until then, I expect I'll be working longer days. Less time with a certain Mr. Jameson then. You're about as subtle as a bludger to the head. Did you know that? I leave subtlety to you, Amelia, Jenny said with a grin. I prefer the more direct approach. You should be grateful that I'm not like you. If not, I may well have claimed Jameson for myself. Amelia frowned at the grinning woman, though she couldn't deny it was the truth. Jenny had more than expressed an interest in Jameson, but it had been him to stop her in her tracks. His reasoning now, however, didn't make sense. Harry had been opposed to dating witches, and yet he and Amelia had grown incredibly close, and she no longer got the impression that they were merely friends or acquaintances. No, their relationship was far beyond that now. Speaking of which, you have to go, Jenny asked amusedly. Amelia rolled her eyes at her. Yes, she sighed, unable to hide her smile. Jenny returned the gesture. You know, I really am happy for you, she offered sincerely. I never thought I would see the day that you would give in to the call of the flesh, but you deserve it. You make it sound so feral. Isn't it? Amelia shot her a pointed look. You want it to be, Jenny accused, her eyes widening comically. No, Amelia denied. Well, not feral, but physical. Amelia groaned. I'm not having this conversation with you. Yes, you are, Jenny insisted. Who else are you going to talk to about it, Moody? Amelia felt the horror of expression form at the very thought. Exactly, Jenny said victoriously. Come on, Bones, spill it. I don't know, Amelia huffed. It feels like it's going to get there, and it just doesn't happen. It's like he stops himself. Have you spoken to him about it? I've been giving hints. Jenny snorted as she shook her head. Men don't do so well with hints. Unless you've taken your clothes off and drawn arrows pointing to where you want him to touch you, You've got no chance." "I'm not doing that," Amelia said firmly. "Maybe he just doesn't like me in that way." "Yeah, that's definitely not it," Jenny chuckled. "Maybe he doesn't want to rush you. It's not as though you have much experience of that kind of thing. Maybe he's waiting for you to make the first move." "I don't know what I'm doing," Amelia pointed out. "Then my suggestion is to tell him exactly what you want," Jenny urged. "Come on, Bones. You hunt down murderers for a living. How hard can it be for you to tell a man to have at it?" "Now you're making it sound so crude." "It's only crude if it's done right." "And this conversation is over," Amelia sighed. "I should have known better." Jenny took her by the wrist before she could leave. "Talk to him," she urged sincerely. "Either that or leave him in no doubt of what you want. He's already seen you naked." "Thanks for the reminder," Amelia grumbled, feeling her cheeks beginning to flush. "But I am grateful for the advice, even if it was one of the most painful experiences of my life." "It could be worse," Jenny soothed. "It could have been your brother instead of me." Amelia could only shake her head before she activated her portkey. Only a moment later, she appeared in Jameson's entranceway and found the man in the kitchen poring over a pile of paperwork whilst sipping on a cup of coffee. She took a moment to observe him and realized that just about anything he did she found to either be endearing or it affected her in ways that such simple things shouldn't. "Good night," he asked, pulling Amelia from her thoughts. She nodded and took the seat opposite him. "You?" "Quiet," Harry answered. "I like the quiet nights. You're looking red. Did you have a few glasses of wine?" "No, I did not," Amelia denied, and she felt her cheeks warming once more. Jameson merely shook his head as he finished reading his sheet of parchment and took another sip of his coffee. "Do you find me attractive?" she asked. He frowned at the question. "Did I imagine all the times we've kissed?" Amelia quirked an eyebrow at him. "You know what I mean, Jameson." His frown deepened. "I'm lost," he chuckled amusedly. Amelia released a deep sigh, not missing the glint of mischief in his eyes. "Just shut up," she huffed, eliciting a bout of laughter from him. "Do you think I'd let someone share my bed if I wasn't attracted to them?" Harry asked. Amelia shrugged. "Maybe. Now you're being belligerent. I must get that from you." He put his mug down and folded his arms across his chest. "You're a pureblood." "So?" "Wells, don't all you have to be. Well, until you're married." It was Amelia's turn to laugh, and she leaned across the table and patted his cheek. "Oh, Jameson, if you think any pureblood woman really is pure when she walks down the aisle, you really are naive. Most of them end up getting married because they've been caught being up to no good. That's what happened to Edgar and at least a dozen others I could name." "But not you." "No," Amelia answered honestly. "I was always focused on school and then my career until you came along. I went on dates, but nothing ever came from it. According to one man I went to dinner with, I'm completely unapproachable and disinterested." "I wouldn't go that far," Harry said amusedly. "You're very cuddly when you're asleep." Amelia quirked an eyebrow at him. "Who says I was sleeping?" His mouth fell agape at the retort, though his expression hardened only a few seconds later. "What is it?" Amelia asked. "Someone is trying to break into the restaurant," Harry said darkly. "Coming." "Shouldn't we send for the Aurors?" "There's no time." Amelia nodded without hesitation, and he took her by the hand. The two of them were pulled through the void, and she could not ignore the sudden influx of cold, unwelcoming magic that washed over her. "Break. It seems such a shame," the Dark Lord sighed. "It looks to be a fine establishment." "It is," one of the masked men accompanying him replied. "I have brought my wife here a few times." The Dark Lord chuckled to himself. "Well, I'm afraid you're going to have to find another establishment." Without further delay, he drew his wand and aimed it at the front door to the restaurant, only to balk as his blasting curse rebounded and collided with the man who had spoken. Not a sound escaped his lips as the top half of his body, from his head to his navel, exploded in a mess of blood, bone, and offal. The Dark Lord looked upon the remains in surprise, and those that had accompanied him were equally in a state of shock, though they had no time to digest what had happened as a sudden whistling sound rent the air. Instinctively, Lord Voldemort raised a powerful shield, but his companions were not so responsive. They collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony, each of them having been skewered by several knives that had come from all directions. The Dark Lord was uninjured, but undeniably taken aback by the resistance they were facing, and even more so by the appearance of the man and woman who seemed to materialize before him. The latter, he knew, was Amelia Bones. He'd seen her photo in several newspapers when she'd captured Greyback, but the man was unknown to him. What he did know, however, was that he exuded a rather sinister aura, not unlike the Dark Lord's own, and he glared fearlessly towards the greater number of attackers. "Leave," he commanded. Voldemort laughed in response as he raised his wand. "You are good," he complimented, "but you are no match for me." The man had the audacity to smile at him, and the Dark Lord frowned deeply. "If only you knew," the man whispered before unleashing a torrent of spells. His own alone were troublesome, fast, vicious, and designed only to kill or maim, but the inclusion of the woman left Voldemort only able to defend himself from the onslaught. Having been caught unprepared for such a fight, and with a crowd beginning to spill into the street from the disturbance, the Dark Lord decided to cut his losses and make a tactical retreat, much to his chagrin. However, he wouldn't do so without taking his pound of flesh for the evening, and as he defended another flurry of spells sent towards him, he aimed his own towards a nearby tavern. Immediately, it was engulfed in fire, and as the smell of burning and the sound of screams filled the air, he shot the pursuing man a victorious grin, one that promised retribution. Having done so, the Dark Lord activated his portkey, choosing not to focus on the death or capture of his associates, but on the success he had managed to salvage despite little going according to plan. Chapter 30. Albus looked on as the lords and ladies of Great Britain filed into the chambers of the Wizengamot, paying particular focus to those who appeared rather deeply displeased. There were several among them, and the chief warlock had no doubt that the following undertaking would become rather unpleasant in nature. A tired minister, Leech carrying a large stack of parchment, followed shortly after with his entourage in tow, and he took his place behind his podium before nodding towards Albus to begin the proceedings. Tapping his gavel atop his own desk, he cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Wizengamot, I hereby call this meeting to order. Minister Leech, the floor is yours." Having given his introduction, Albus took his seat and leaned forward with interest. "Yes, thank you, Chief Warlock," Leech replied, a deep frown creasing his brow. "We have gathered today at the behest of some of my peers to conduct a fact-finding hearing pertaining to the incident which took place on the 25th of this month. I would urge you all to remember that this is not a criminal trial, but a hearing to establish whether or not one, Harry Jameson, is liable for prosecution. I would ask that there is no interference from any as the facts are displayed for all to see. Those who do have questions will raise their wand and wait in an orderly manner. There will be no questions from the public gallery permitted, nor from the media." Albus nodded his approval, though some of the members of the Wizengamot grumbled unhappily amongst themselves. "Firstly, I would ask that Head Auror Grim join us," Leech requested. Grim carried his own stack of parchment to the center of the room, where a table had been placed. When he'd arranged his papers, he nodded towards Leech, signaling he was ready. "Mr. Grim, at my request, I understand you have personally conducted a thorough investigation into what transpired during the event in question. In particular, I ask that you focus on the protections placed on Mr. Jameson's restaurant and the part they played." "You did," Grim confirmed as he began consulting his documents. "Upon completing my investigation and having my findings clarified by 3 other Aurors of considerable experience and the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, it has been deemed that all protections implemented by Harry Jameson were lawful." Several murmurs of displeasure sounded throughout the room, and Minister Leach used his own gavel to silence them. "Thank you, Head Auror Grimm. Could you be more specific as to what the protections consist of?" Grimm shook his head. "I cannot," he replied. "As this is not a criminal trial, Mr. Jameson has exercised his right not to divulge the details of the protections around his restaurant. That is why I insisted on 4 other detailed examinations of the protections taking place. I wanted to ensure there was no subterfuge, and that the 5 doing so were of unquestionable character and standing." "Indeed," Leach returned, making a note on his parchment. "Thank you, Head Auror Grimm. Is there anything else you wish to add?" "Only that Mr. Jameson has cooperated with all requests made of him. He came willingly to be interviewed by senior Aurors and has complied in allowing us to investigate the incident fully." "Duly noted. Thank you again, Head Auror Grimm." With a nod, the man gathered up his parchment and left the room. Leach took several more notes on his parchment before placing his quill down. "I understand that a medical examination has been completed," he stated. "We shall hear the findings of those next." "Just wait a minute, Minister," Lord Yaxley interjected. "Are we not allowed to question Head Auror Grimm?" "I do not believe it is necessary," Leach responded. "He offered his report, and 4 others have corroborated it." Yaxley was undeniably displeased by the dismissal, but Albus agreed with Leach. Questioning Grimm would serve no purpose other than to go over ground that has already been covered. "The medical officer, please," the minister requested. It was a young woman who approached and took Grimm's spot. She was young, but she looked tired, undoubtedly from the amount of work she'd completed over the prior days. "State your name for the Wisengamot," Leach instructed. "Jennifer Royal. I have been the medical examiner for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for 7 years." "Thank you, Miss Royal," Leach replied, offering the woman a respectful nod. "You have been asked to conduct an examination on the 12 individuals who unfortunately perished during the incident. Could you explain our findings for us all?" Jennifer nodded and briefly consulted a clipboard she was carrying. 11 of the deaths were caused by various puncture wounds, caused by one of the protections installed around the restaurant. "So not by a spell?" Leach asked. Jennifer shook her head. "No, upon removing and inspecting the blades and comparing them to those created by the protective magic, they are identical. The deaths were not caused by a direct spell courtesy of Mr. Jameson." "And what of the 12th individual?" "Killed by a blasting curse," Jennifer informed the Wisengamot. "Was the spell cast by Mr. Jameson?" Leach pressed. "No, it was cast by another individual. The ambient traces of protective magic suggest that it ricocheted before colliding with the individual." "Thank you, Miss Royal. Is there anything you wish to add?" "Not at this time, Minister." "Then you are free to leave." Jennifer did so, and once more, Leach made several notes on his parchment before addressing the room. "I understand you have all been provided with the reports you have heard, along with those from the Aurors in charge of the case. Is there anyone who has not received these?" None spoke, and Leach nodded. "Then I believe it is time we hear from Mr. Jameson himself. Mr. Jameson, if you please." Harry cut quite the impressive figure as he complied, standing tall and confidently in front of the Wisengamot as though he was a veteran of doing such. "Mr. Jameson, you have already explained your version of events to the Aurors throughout an interview process, and I will not ask you again to do so, but I have some things I wish for you to clarify, and I suspect others will have questions." "Ask away, Minister," Harry urged. Leach cleared his throat as he shuffled his parchment. "Firstly, could you explain why such protections are placed around your restaurant?" "They weren't until the day the attack happened," Harry answered. "Given what happened to the Osborns in Diagon Alley and in Hogsmeade, I felt it necessary to improve my own security. I take the safety of my staff and premises very seriously. I can assure you that all of my defenses are well within the letter of the law." "Indeed," Leach murmured. "Tell me, Mr. Jameson, what occurred that caused you to confront the men outside of your restaurant?" "I was alerted by the protections that someone was attempting to breach the defenses. And as already referred to, I refuse to become a victim to those causing harm to other business owners. Leach hummed. What was it you were confronted with upon arrival? More than a dozen masked individuals, and one not wearing a mask. Masked individuals. They wore white masks to conceal their identities. So, you couldn't possibly have identified them. No, but I do not see how that is relevant. The restaurant had been closed for 2 hours, and they attempted to break in. I was within my rights to defend my property, and the defenses would not have reacted so harshly if they were not provoked to do so. You'll see in the Auror reports that a thorough investigation has taken place, and my defenses are of the highest professional standard. What of the individual not wearing a mask? Could you identify them? If I saw them, yes, Harry answered. He was quite distinct due to his reckless use of the dark arts. Reckless use of the dark arts. How can you be certain? Minister, I am an expert in them and the defense of them, Harry pointed out. This man possessed the characteristics of delving deeply into magic that should be left alone. Explain these characteristics, Mr. Jameson. Pale, waxy skin and a defining red tinge to his eyes. He didn't give his name, and I didn't ask. Our confrontation was short and violent with few words exchanged. Albus felt his heart sink into his stomach. The description only confirmed his suspicions. Harry had described the Tom Riddle the headmaster remembered visiting him some years prior. And he fled. He fled, Harry confirmed. The blasting curse that killed one of them came from his wand as he attempted to destroy my restaurant and the others from the defenses. The Aurors have viewed my memory from the incident and are satisfied that I am telling the truth. Leach nodded, making another note on his parchment. What of Miss Amelia Bones? She attended the incident with you, did she not? She was present. And what is the nature of your relationship with Miss Bones? Lord Yaxley called. You will raise your wand if you wish to ask a question, Leach returned irritably. It's quite all right, Minister, Harry broke in. It gives me the opportunity to tell Mr. Yaxley to mind his own business. My relationship with Miss Bones has no bearing on these proceedings, and he would do well to remember that. His response had been courteous, but Albus did not miss the cold, warning edge to his tone. Indeed, Leach agreed. Miss Bones has provided her own witness statement, which has been made available to all of you. Thank you, Mr. Jameson. You are free to leave. Free to leave, Yaxley scoffed. 12 purebloods are dead, and you are allowing him to get away with it. And how was I supposed to know they were purebloods attempting to break into my premises violently? Harry retorted. They were all wearing masks, which only brings into question their motivation for doing so. Unless you have an alternative explanation, Mr. Yaxley. That is Lord Yaxley to you, Lord Malfoy snapped. I afford the same respect that I am given, Harry replied with a shrug. He, as far as I am aware, was not present during the incident, and yet he seems very willing to make excuses for the criminals who attempted to harm me and my business. It does make me question whether he has a vested interest in this case. The names of those involved weren't released, but I expect their families were informed of what happened. If Mr. Yaxley has a personal vendetta against me, then I welcome him to air his grievance. I will not have my character questioned when I was the intended victim of what I can only assume would have been a vicious attack against me. I expect most of you in this room to have much more directly harmful protections around your homes, as is your right. None offered a response, and though Harry was being a little more confrontational than he would have liked, Albus was proud to see him refusing to back down. Thank you, Mr. Jameson. We will now deliberate on the findings of the investigation. I understand you have already consulted with a solicitor. Not a solicitor, Harry replied. I have already discussed the matter with some contacts in the ICW. They have reviewed the case for themselves and are eagerly awaiting further instruction. The revelation took aback Minister Leach, and even some of the lords and ladies began murmuring amongst themselves. If Harry had indeed involved the ICW, it could bring the entire Ministry of Magic under scrutiny, including the Wisengamot, and there were those amongst them who would not wish for such attention. Albus offered Harry a nod. He'd played his hand perfectly, and though he'd done nothing wrong, Harry had likely avoided being subjected to the political cesspool of the Wisengamot. "Break. You handled yourself really well," Amelia praised as Harry took a seat next to her. The benches of the Wisengamot had been silenced to those sitting in the public gallery, and it was clear that a furious debate was taking place among the lords and ladies. Yaxley was leading the charge on one side, evidently doing his utmost to push for prosecution, but he would not be successful. Harry had used their own laws against them, and there would be no grounds for pursuing the matter, not when the evidence was stacked against those that had attempted to attack the restaurant, and not when what had happened in Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley was so fresh in the minds of the public. Regardless, Harry did not seem bothered by the proceedings, but Amelia couldn't say the same. If it were a pureblood who defended his business in such a way, it would not have escalated this far. Nonetheless, Harry had expected it and had acted accordingly, just as he had the night the restaurant had been attacked. Amelia had never been in any doubt that he was a gifted wizard, but to see him facing off with whoever the man had been leading the group had only reiterated to her just how good he was. He'd been oddly calm, and even somehow excited about the fight during the occurrence. The man he'd fended off had been no slouch, and though it had gone by in a blur, the violence and intent with which both had fought was like nothing she'd seen before. Still, she'd gotten no answers from Harry as to who the man was. He claimed not to know, but what had happened between them felt so personal, as though the man had personally offended Harry beyond attempting to attack the restaurant. Amelia vividly remembered feeling the utter loathing rolling off him in waves of the very same cold, unwelcoming magic she'd felt upon being transported with Harry. "Are you okay?" she asked. Harry nodded. He'd said little since that night, and had spent much of his time back and forth between the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and wherever else he went. He'd been summoned away twice in as many days, but both had been brief visits to the continent, and Amelia now knew he had been at the ICW. That all but sealed the outcome of this preposterous hearing, and as Leach signaled that the Wisengamot were ready to reconvene, those in the public gallery fell silent to allow the man to speak. "Mr. Jameson, if you please," he invited tiredly, shooting a stern look towards the displeased Yaxley. Harry approached and waited for the minister to continue, and he did so upon arranging his various piles of parchment into a neat stack. "It is the finding of this body that you did indeed operate within the parameters of the law and as such will face no prosecution. The Wisengamot thanks you for your time and cooperation." Harry merely inclined his head towards the minister and shot a glare towards Yaxley. He may have been cleared of any wrongdoing, but Amelia suspected this wouldn't be the last of the matter. Yaxley was both too stupid and stubborn not to let it go, and Harry certainly wouldn't back down. How he would handle the man, Amelia didn't know, but for now, she was just relieved to see that this would not become more than it needed to be. "Break. Mr. Jameson, do you have any comments about the hearing?" a keen journalist asked as Harry left the Wisengamot chambers. He shook his head. "None whatsoever," he answered simply before moving along. For the past few days, they'd been hounding anyone who had witnessed the incident for an interview, so as far as Harry was concerned, they'd gotten all the insight they'd need. It had been a trying few days, to say the least. The Aurors had arrived mere seconds after Tom had vanished, and ever since, Harry had spent his time going back and forth between his house and the Ministry of Magic, where he'd been interviewed no less than half a dozen times by various members of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He'd provided them with the memory of what had occurred, but still, they persisted on questioning him thoroughly. Amelia had been subjected to the same treatment and was instructed to not have any contact with Harry. They'd passed each other in the office, but beyond a very brief greeting, they'd not been given the opportunity to speak until now. It had been odd without her coming home at the end of each day, and Harry realized just how used to her presence he had become accustomed to. "Are you okay?" she asked, taking him by the hand. Harry nodded as he glared at Yaxley. The man never seemed to learn from any of the lessons Harry had bestowed upon him, and he knew he would have to pay him another visit in due course. "I'm fine," he sighed, "just glad that it's over with." "You did nothing wrong, Jameson." "I know," Harry said with a shrug. "Do you know that?" Amelia deflated. "Honestly, I didn't expect such a reaction from you, but I get it," she assured him. "You did the right thing. They would have tried to kill you." "They would, and likely will try again." "Do you really not know who that man is? I don't think I've ever felt so uneasy around anyone." "I'm not entirely sure. I will look into it." "With the ICW?" Harry nodded. How Ghost had heard about the incident so quickly, Harry didn't know, but only a few hours after, he'd been summoned to discuss the matter with the man, who had assured him that he would let nothing unseemly come of it should the Wisengamot push to prosecute. Ghost had been furious about what had happened, and it had taken considerable persuasion on Harry's part to convince him the attack had nothing to do with the work he'd undertaken for the department. Still, it was touching that he had the support if he'd needed it. Much to his relief, he hadn't, but he knew it would not be the end of it. He was now on Voldemort's radar, and Harry was in no doubt that the Dark Lord would make another attempt on his life or business. Harry would be ready for that eventuality. He'd killed Tom once before, and he would do so again if necessary. "Ready to go home?" Amelia asked. "Don't you have work?" "I have been given the rest of the week off by Grimm," she said with a smile. "I think we have some lost few days to make up for, don't you?" It brought a smile to Harry's lips. He had missed her. "Well, that's the best offer I've had all week," he chuckled, relaxing for the first time since he'd laid eyes on Tom once again, though that feeling shifted quickly as a steely-eyed Arcturus Black stepped in front of them. "The right decision was made today," the man murmured, "but there are those who will take it upon themselves to seek justice." "Then I would urge those people not to," Harry replied. "I showed a lot of restraint, considering my life was put at risk. I will not do so again." Arcturus's nostrils flared, and his eyes narrowed before he offered Harry a bow. "Until we meet again, Mr. Jameson, Miss Bones." Harry watched as the man left, and Amelia felt a sense of nervousness fill her. "I'd bet one of his children were there," she said. "As would I," Harry returned. He didn't seem fazed, but the Blacks had a reputation for being particularly swift and cruel if they felt slighted, and Arcturus was cut from that cloth. He was equally feared and respected in Wizarding Britain, with good reason. Arcturus Black was a dangerous man to be on the wrong side of. Break. He had been waiting eagerly for the outcome of the hearing, and his 5 staunchest followers had not delayed in arriving to inform him of it the moment the verdict had been announced. Jameson would not be prosecuted, and though the Dark Lord felt a twinge of irritation that the man would get away with what he'd done, he'd already concocted a way to turn such a development in his favor. "Gentlemen, is this not what I have been saying to you all along?" he asked them. "The ministry is no longer for the purebloods. Instead, it caters to mudbloods and half-bloods to appease them. I must say, I had hoped I was wrong, and I find myself disappointed that I have been proven correct." "The bastard should have been sentenced to the Dementors," Yaxley spat. "He should," Voldemort agreed readily, "but let us not lose focus on what we have learned. The ministry no longer cares for our bloodlines or our traditions. Leech and the others caved to the half-blood, but I expect we will garner more support because of it. I would have you all speak with others about joining our cause. They will be much more inclined to after what happened today." The others nodded their agreement. "What of Jameson?" Yaxley growled. "What is to be done about him?" "Nothing for now," Voldemort answered thoughtfully, holding up a hand as Yaxley scoffed in disbelief. "He will be on high alert, and I refuse to see any more of our blood spilt. Worry not, old friend, he will get what is coming to him. Now you know what you must do. Jameson is a problem to be solved another day. We must capitalize on this opportunity." Although they appeared to want to protest, none did and took their leave of the cafe they had gathered in. The Dark Lord remained where he was, pondering the young man he'd faced in Nocturne Alley. Harry Jameson was an obstacle he could do without. He'd proven to be a competent and dangerous wizard, much more so than Voldemort had anticipated. He'd been so cool and calm at being confronted by so many men, and not even flinched upon feeling his own power. Not only that, but he had also fought with such ferocity that he had taken the Dark Lord aback. Jameson was indeed quite the problem, but not one capable of besting the descendant of the great Salazar Slytherin. Of that, the Dark Lord was certain. Break. He'd always despised the smell of St. Mungo's. When he would visit Doria at work, the place always had a lingering stench of death in the air, mixed with the most unpleasant of potions and cleaning products. It had been some time now that he'd been here so regularly, but given the state of his youngest son, his daily trips had become something of a necessity. "How is he doing today, Healer Roberts?" "Well enough, Lord Black," the woman answered. "I would say that he will be ready to go home tomorrow as good as new." Arcturus offered her an appreciative nod before entering the private room he had insisted be given to Cygnus. His son jumped as the door opened forcefully, not granting him the time to pretend he was asleep whenever his father had visited in previous days. With widened eyes, he stared at Arcturus as guiltily as he did when he'd been caught sneaking snacks when he'd been but a boy. He was a man grown now, though just as spoilt and evidently stupid. "Father," Cygnus gasped. Arcturus glared at the man. "I understand that your injuries are healed." "I'm getting better." "Good," Arcturus whispered, "because when you are better, I'm going to ensure that every single day for the foreseeable future is as painful and miserable as I can." Cygnus swallowed deeply. "Father, Shut up," Arcturus growled. "I told you, boy, that you were not to involve yourself with this madman, and now you've put me in a very difficult position." "Father, it was the right thing to do." Arcturus chuckled humorlessly as his son's defiance. "Is that so, Cygnus? Please explain to me how this little venture of yours has panned out for you thus far. From what I see, you're lucky to be alive. 12 others were not so fortunate, and this Lord Voldemort you have thrown yourself did not exactly paint himself in glory. He fled like a coward, and now Jameson is out for blood." Cygnus snorted derisively. "The half-blood, he is nothing." Arcturus could only shake his head. "You know, I looked into Harry Jameson. I spoke with every single person I could think of, and would you like to know what I learned?" Cygnus scowled unhappily. "What?" he huffed. Arcturus leaned forward, so the displeasure in his expression and voice could not be mistaken. "Not a fucking thing." "Then he's a nobody." Arcturus eyed the man and fought the urge to throttle him. "It is hard to believe that such a moron could have come from my loins," he despaired. "Jameson is not a nobody. I have looked many killers in the eye in my life. I fought against them and amongst them during the war. There were some who carried the burden badly, but there was the odd one who did not. Make no mistake, Cygnus, Jameson is one of those killers who can do it so callously and forget it happened in the next moment. I saw the fight between him and your exalted leader. I had to call in a few favors to access the memory, and Jameson is far from being a nobody. He is a highly trained wizard that you do not want to find yourself on the wrong side of, and now you have put our family well and truly in his gaze. Well, you are well and truly in his gaze." "I was wearing a mask." "And you have been here for almost a week," Arcturus pointed out. "I expect someone like Jameson is more than thorough enough to check on who survived. Oh, he knows you are here. I expect he is just wondering what he is going to do next." "He got away with it," Cygnus gasped. "Of course he did," Arcturus snapped. "He was within his rights to defend himself and his business. Now he is free to ensure nothing like that happens again. Where do you think he is going to begin?" Cygnus merely gaped in response. For once in his life, he was lost for words. "What do you think we should do, boy?" Arcturus pressed. Cygnus swallowed deeply. "Kill him." "Do you think you are capable of doing so?" "The Dark Lord." "I asked if you believe you are capable of doing it," Arcturus hissed. Cygnus shrugged, and that was all Arcturus needed to see. I will fix this fucking mess for you, but if you ever defy me again, I will let Jameson or whoever else has a gripe do as they wish to you. Do you understand? Cygnus nodded, and Arcturus stood, offering his son a look of disgust. Where are you going? Cygnus asked worriedly. Home. What if he comes here? Then you'd best pray he is in a forgiving mood, Cygnus, Arcturus urged, turning and leaving the room. A deep frown creased his brow as he made his way through the corridors of St. Mungo's, and his gaze flitted across every person he passed. Restauranteur my arse, he grumbled. Break. I can't believe they made you go through that, Amelia sighed. It was the right thing to do, Harry replied, much to her surprise. If they hadn't, then certain people could have taken it upon themselves to make it worse. Officially, I have been cleared of any wrongdoing, and if anyone attempts to escalate it, then they will be in the wrong. They will, though, won't they? They won't leave it. The smarter ones will, Harry replied with a shrug. They will cut their losses. It will be the idiots who won't. You mean Yaxley? He's definitely proven himself to be an idiot. Aren't you worried? Are you? Amelia shook her head. No. Then why are we wasting time talking about it? I don't know. It's just been a terrible few days. Did you miss me? I might have. Is that all I get? Amelia placed a gentle kiss on his lips. For now, she answered as she stood. I'm going to enjoy a bath. I've missed the bath you have here. Bloody charming, Harry chuckled, frowning as the flute chimed in the entrance hall. You never know, that could be for you. Amelia rolled her eyes at him and left the room. Ah, Miss Bones, I was hoping that Harry was available. The voice of Dumbledore greeted her. He is, Professor, Amelia replied. Jameson, it's for you. Are you fielding his calls now? Dumbledore asked amusedly. Amelia blushed, and the headmaster chuckled. It is none of my business, Harry. I was wondering if you would join me. I won't keep you away long. I wouldn't worry, Albus. Bones here is getting in the bath. She'll probably fall asleep in there anyway. I do not fall asleep in there, Amelia protested. I just rest my eyes. And put the additional effort into snoring, Harry quipped. I'll be right through. Dumbledore chuckled before his head vanished from the fireplace, and Amelia glared at Harry. Sometimes I could kill you. Promises, promises, Harry said dismissively. You'd miss me too much, he added, kissing her before stepping into the fireplace. Amelia narrowed her eyes towards the flames and muttered under her breath before making her way towards the bathroom. Jameson would be back soon enough, and he was right. She would probably fall asleep in the bath again. Break. Ah, Harry, thank you for joining me, Albus greeted him. Please take a seat. The headmaster appeared to be quite troubled, and the bags under his eyes spoke of sleepless nights. Taking a seat, Harry waited for the man to speak, and as ever, the first thing he did was to inquire about his health. How are you? Albus asked. I've been worse. But I expect you have been better, the headmaster sighed. I had every faith that you would be cleared. As did I, unless someone chose to interfere. Minister Leach may be many things, but his character cannot be called into question. He is not one to be leaned on. No, I don't think he is. It was a shame that the man was not long for office in that regard. Harry didn't know the details of his tenure during his own time, but from what he had learned, Nobby Leach had been quite unwilling to do what was necessary to tackle the threat of the Death Eaters. I'm afraid I didn't just ask you here to see that you are well, Albus murmured, pulling Harry from his thoughts. I need to discuss something with you, something I have suspected for some time but have been uncertain of until now. It is about the man who led the group in attacking you. You know who he is. Harry was curious to see if Dumbledore would be honest with him. It was a novel premise when it came to the headmaster, but that had been when Harry was just a boy. I believe so, Albus replied. His name is Tom Riddle. He is a former student from a couple of decades ago. He was, Harry confirmed. He was given an award for special services to the school. I recognized him from the photo and the trophy. I do not tend to forget a face. Albus seemed surprised by the revelation, but his expression became grave once more. "I cannot emphasize how dangerous he is, Harry," he warned. "Tom is a brilliant wizard, and his brilliance is only matched by his cruelty." "I know," Harry assured the man. He wasn't going to divulge how he knew, but he would not leave Albus in any doubt that he understood the threat that Voldemort posed. "So long as you do," the headmaster murmured. "It is concerning that he has emerged. I had thought he had left Britain for good, but I suppose that was wishful thinking on my part." Harry nodded. Tom's presence was troubling for all, but especially Dumbledore. Harry had not forgotten the fear he had instilled within the country, and the support he had garnered for his grab for power. "I know all I need to know about him, Albus. Him being here is a problem, but one that will be remedied. By you. If necessary." Albus deflated, seemingly from relief, but his cautious expression remained. "I have never met anyone like him, Harry. Even as a boy, he was cruel and vengeful. I fear he will soon shift his focus towards you. There is nothing beyond him. He will do whatever it takes to exact even the pettiest of revenge." "He is a cruel, delusional man," Harry replied as he stood, "but I suspect I already know him better than you." Albus shot him a questioning look, and for once, when interacting with the often infuriating man, Harry could revel in the knowledge that he knew more than the headmaster. Perhaps it was his own form of pettiness to enjoy the look of confusion Dumbledore sported, but he only enjoyed it more as he continued to speak. "His name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, born to Merope Gaunt of the Slytherin line and Tom Riddle, a muggle from Little Hangelton. His mother died birthing him, and Tom grew up in an orphanage in London, where he'd been born. You met with him to introduce him to the wizarding world shortly before his first year at Hogwarts, and when Tom arrived, he was sorted into the house of his ancestor. He discovered he was a Parselmouth and his lineage whilst he was here. Upon graduation, he took a job at Borgin and Burke's before leaving suddenly shortly after. He vanished for many years, and now he is back. There is much more, but those are the poignant points." Dumbledore was gaping, and Harry took no small amount of pleasure in seeing it. "How?" the headmaster asked dumbly. "The answer to any question can be found if only we know where to look," Harry replied in a Dumbledore-esque manner. "You do not need to worry, Albus. I know exactly what I am dealing with." Leaving the office via the flue, Harry allowed a smile to grace his lips. It wasn't leaving Dumbledore dumbfounded that had caused it, but the realization of the knowledge he possessed. He was still rather ignorant of the ins and outs of the First War against Tom, but there was no denying the advantage he held over the Dark Lord in the long term. If nothing else, he was well armed against what was coming, and Harry knew he would be lying to himself if he did not relish the thought of putting an end to his former foe again. This time, however, it would not be due to sheer luck that he achieved. Harry was not an inexperienced boy, relying on the kindness of fate to see him through. No, he was a skilled wizard in his own right, and Tom Riddle would learn that in the hardest of ways. It was the sight of Amelia, dozing on the sofa, that pulled him from his thoughts, and reminded him that there was a much more complex matter compared to Voldemort he needed to solve. The web surrounding the murder of the woman's parents was made from threads of other deaths: corruption, greed, and deceit, but until Harry managed to begin unraveling it, Amelia would continue to be tormented by what had plagued her since she was a child. Still, Harry was determined to the task through, and he would do so. "You're back," Amelia greeted him sleepily. "I tried to stay awake." Harry chuckled as he offered her his hand. "Come on, I think it's time for bed, don't you?" "Your bed?" Amelia asked, more alert than she had been a moment prior. "Not unless you don't want to." She narrowed her eyes at him, her cheeks reddening slightly. "Shut up, Jameson," she muttered, smirking despite herself as Harry offered her a mischievous smile. Chapter 31. Harry thought that he'd perhaps be a little nervous about returning to teaching, but it was almost as though he'd never left. It had been one thing to run a defense club once a week in the Great Hall, but being back in his own classroom was another matter entirely. Some of the students were the very same that had been here during his last tenure as the defense against the dark arts professor, though they'd inevitably grown, well, physically, at least. Arthur Weasley quickly proved to be still as mischievous as ever, and others had seemingly learned nothing from the events that occurred outside of the castle. Many had become cautious around him, those likely having been directly affected by the attack on the restaurant some 3 months prior. The names of those killed had not officially been released, but Harry had made a point to learn those who were involved. It had made for an unsurprising list, but ever since, all had been quiet in Wizarding Britain. That silence from Voldemort and his followers was only temporary, as it had always been when the Dark Lord's endeavors had not gone according to plan. "You have 5 minutes remaining," Harry announced to his 7th-year class. They were sitting a practice Newt exam, so that he could get a better understanding of what they would need to focus on throughout the school term. Having been away for more than 2 years, he wasn't sure what had been covered, and those who had filled his position in the interim had not documented the progress of the students particularly well. 2 years. In some ways, it felt as though he'd been gone much longer. So much had happened, but at the same time, being back at Hogwarts was as familiar as it had ever been, much like the familiarity he could not ignore pertaining to Wizarding Britain under the threat of the Dark Lord. Although there had been no large-scale, further incidents, Voldemort still lurked in the shadows, and what he'd done thus far had not been forgotten. Both Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley bore the scars of the attacks on them, and the latter still consisted of several shops that had either closed down permanently or not reopened from fear they would be targeted. Despite his absence, the name of Lord Voldemort still often passed the lips of the public, and even the students within the school. Harry had noticed it upon his return. The students were more divided than ever, and there was a certain group of purebloods causing it, all of them bearing names that Harry had not forgotten. Those in question would meet in secret often, never in the same place twice, and they would do so most carefully. Lookouts would be posted throughout the school to ensure they were not disturbed, and it was something Harry was currently looking into. To him, it was no secret what these meetings pertained to. He didn't know how deeply into the embrace of the Dark Lord they had already fallen. Nonetheless, it was only a matter of time before he discovered it, and with that in mind, he cleared his throat. "Quills down," he instructed. The gathered students breathed a sigh of relief, and some of them were horror-struck by what they'd experienced. Harry had purposely chosen the hardest iteration of the exam he could find, both as a reminder of the standard expected of them and to humble some of the more arrogant in the class. None of the students appeared to be pleased with their work, and Harry hoped, having faced such a rigorous assessment, they would understand they were not beyond the hard work required to secure the Newt in his subject. "Pass your papers forward before you leave," he instructed. "I will be marking them over the weekend, and we will discuss it on Monday." They did so and began muttering unhappily amongst themselves as they left the classroom, leaving Harry with quite the task himself to complete in their absence. He'd almost forgot how much additional time teaching took away from him. The hours in the classroom barely scratched the surface of all he had to do, and given the time he always set aside to spend with Amelia in the evening, it left very little for the other things that required his attention, though he planned on finally beginning to investigate some of his findings pertaining to her parents' murders imminently. It had been trying at best to figure out where he would start, and that was with only finding the beginning of a thread or two. Needless to say, it was the most frustrating thing he'd undertaken, but Harry knew it would be worth it. Whenever he felt overwhelmed, he simply reminded himself of who he was doing it for, and the doubts faded. It was strange to consider the journey he and Amelia had been on. It had all begun in a grotty bar in Knockturn Alley, and from there, it had grown into something Harry had come to treasure truly. If a day went by that he didn't see her, he missed Amelia and her company, more so than he could have ever fathomed. Although he'd always had friends since he'd started Hogwarts, Harry had been alone for much of his life, and he'd come to appreciate the quiet that came with it. With Amelia, it was different. He'd acknowledged that she was beautiful from the moment he'd laid eyes on her, but it had become so much more than that in the time he'd gotten to know her. She was intelligent, ambitious, and possessed a wit to match his own. Amelia Bones was a strong woman, and one who wasn't intimidated by him, nor did she care for the notoriety he'd unwittingly gained from the incident at the restaurant. More than anything else, however, was that she cared for him. Harry could see it in her eyes whenever she looked at him. It was done with such affection, even when he was getting on her nerves. For Harry, it was an alien feeling. No one had ever looked at him the same way Amelia did, and he'd never felt for another as he did for her. That was why he was so determined to solve her parents' murder. He wanted her to be free of the burden and know that those responsible were brought to justice. Releasing a deep sigh as he checked the clock, Harry realized the students would be having their lunch soon, and then he would be teaching a fifth-year class who were not up to the standard he wanted them to be. It would be a long year of teaching, but Harry relished the challenge ahead of him, even if it brought along a plethora of other problems he'd need to tackle. His mind drifted to the Slytherin students. Some were already deeply unpleasant people, but not all of them were. It would be easy to let them fall into the embrace of the Dark Lord and to learn a harsh lesson in life, and though it was tempting to do so, Harry knew he had a chance to change the fate of some who were not beyond help, and even saving many lives of innocents in the years to come. Break. One of the most challenging parts of her job was adapting to the inevitable shift change that came around every 6 weeks or so, especially when changing from working at night to beginning a shift in the early hours of the morning. For Amelia, it was one aspect of being an Auror she had never gotten used to, let alone enjoyed. It took around a week for her body clock to catch up, even now after being in the job for the better part of 7 years. "I'm so tired," Imelda groaned. "I know," Amelia assured her, "but it is better to power through and stay awake. It's only lunchtime. So, only around 6 or 7 hours to go." Imelda pouted, and Jenny laughed as she joined them at the table. "Shift change?" she asked amusedly. Amelia nodded tiredly, fighting back the urge to yawn. So I'll be seeing you at reasonable hours for a while. If you think starting work at 4 a.m. is reasonable," Imelda huffed. "You'll get used to it," Jenny said dismissively. "You should do my job for a while. You learn to sleep at all odd hours. There was a time I was sleeping for 20 minutes every 2 hours when I first started. No one mentioned a lack of sleep before I started training. Why didn't anyone mention the lack of sleep?" Amelia laughed as she poured the woman another cup of coffee. "Cheer up," she urged. "At least we don't have to deal with the drunks now." "There is that," Imelda conceded. "Exactly, and we will get more interesting cases to work on instead of being spat at." "Or puked on," Imelda added with a grimace. She'd been vomited on only a few days prior. It had been the first time she'd experienced it, but Amelia knew it wouldn't be the last. "Having someone be sick on you isn't the worst thing that can happen," Amelia pointed out. "It doesn't get much worse," Imelda retorted. "What kind of man will want a woman who's always getting covered in sick? Healers managed to get married, and Bones here found a man. How is Harry?" Jenny asked suggestively as she perused the cafe menu. "Tired, mostly," Amelia sighed. "Between working at Hogwarts and doing whatever else it is he does, he's always tired when I get to see him at the end of the day." It was the truth, though it had been that way even before he'd resumed his teaching post. Harry was working on something in the basement of his home, and would often disappear down there for hours at a time, returning mentally and physically drained and frustrated. Amelia hadn't asked what it was he was doing, and though he tried to forget about his mysterious work when he was with her, he would often drift away with his thoughts. "So no, well, Jenny pressed with a grin. "Why do you have to make it so sordid?" "There's nothing sordid about it," Jenny returned. "It's perfectly natural for 2 people to do that." "It is," Imelda interjected. Amelia frowned at the 2 women before shaking her head. "It's not that we haven't come close," she admitted. But with how work has been for both of us recently, it's just not happened. We spoke about it. I don't know, it just hasn't happened. But you want it to. Amelia glared at her friend, but couldn't fight the blush that formed on her cheeks. Shut up, she grumbled. I'm just trying to help you. Jenny assured her. Maybe you should make your intentions clear. Leave him with no doubt of what you want. How did I do that? I don't know, Bones, Jenny snorted. Seduce him. Find a way to have that time together and, well, do whatever it takes to make sure he knows exactly what you want. Amelia could only shake her head in response as the waitress approached and began taking their order. Maybe Jenny was right, and she would have to take ownership of the situation. It wasn't as though either of them didn't want it to happen. It just hadn't yet. Maybe she should change that. Sometimes, Harry was too much of a gentleman for his own good when it came to the more intimate parts of their relationship. Amelia just needed to figure out how. Break. He was one of the very few who'd been allowed to view the memory, and he'd lost count of how many hours he'd spent doing so, taking in the minutest of details in his bid to uncover the identity of the self-styled Lord Voldemort. It had been many years since Smith had worked a case, and he'd certainly never encountered anything like this. He'd dealt with arsonists, murderers, extortionists, and even men with delusions of grandeur, but none like the rising Dark Lord. Something is missing, he murmured to himself in what seemed to be a repeated sentence. Voldemort claimed to advocate pureblood rights, but so many things did not add up. Smith's frown deepened as he scrutinized the shadowy features beneath the hood. Those who had accompanied Voldemort had all donned masks to do so, but not the man himself. Why? What do you think, Grim? He had posed the very same questions that had been plaguing him these past weeks to his colleague. Derek Grimm was often an abrasive man who no longer possessed the patience to deal with people he once had, but he was still one of the best Smith had ever worked with. He's a strange-looking chap, sir, Grimm mumbled, but it's definitely him who was at Hogsmeade. He's got a face you'd remember, and he's not familiar to me. Nor me, Smith sighed irritably. As a pureblood, he prided himself on being familiar with the other families, and this Voldemort resembled none of them, and yet he championed pureblood rights. The purebloods themselves wouldn't follow someone not of their own kind, and Voldemort was indeed British. He either believed no witnesses would survive, or he just doesn't give a stuff about people seeing his face. Grimm spoke again, pulling Smith from his musings. My thoughts exactly. He's dangerous, Grimm. He soon tucked his tail and ran, Grimm pointed out. Smith shook his head. Not from fear. He was surprised by the resistance he faced, but not fearful, and he showed no care for his dead comrades around him. A sociopath, then. Smith nodded. One of the very worst kind, he murmured thoughtfully. He has his own goals, Grimm, and he's using the purebloods to achieve it. Isn't he a pureblood, sir? We can't even figure out his real name, Smith reminded him. We have no idea what he is. Grimm peered beneath the hood. No, he's not familiar to me. Nor me, Smith replied. I know the purebloods, Grimm, and he doesn't resemble any of them, unless he has disguised his features. What about the Gaunts, sir? He's claiming to be descended from Slytherin. Have you seen the Gaunts, Grimm? Only briefly, when they brought Marvolo in, when he assaulted Ogden. Exactly, Smith said frustratedly. They were as inbred as they come. This Voldemort looks nothing like them. So, the search continues, sir. The search continues, Grimm, Smith confirmed, starting the memory again in the hopes of spotting anything he may have missed thus far. Break. Lunch had been a hopelessly fruitless affair. Arcturus knew what Melania was doing. She'd arranged the small get-together in a bid to mend the continued rift between him and Cygnus, but her efforts had failed. Arcturus Black was still wroth with his son, and despite the love he had for his wife, he would not forgive the boy so easily. Cygnus had placed the family in a difficult position, and it could not simply be forgotten. Mother, lunch was wonderful, the man in question offered as he stood, gesturing for his wife to do the same. Drula looked confused by the sudden departure, but did not question it. "You're not staying?" Melania asked disappointedly. "I'm afraid I cannot," Cygnus answered, shooting a look towards his father. "I have some business to attend to this afternoon. Come, Drula. Father," he added in farewell as the two left the dining room and house only a moment later. "Well, that wasn't awkward," Charles snorted. "What's wrong with him? It's like someone shoved a big stick up his." "Charles," Doria warned, "not in front of James." The small boy grinned cheekily at his father. James was a handful, and he'd always been quite adept at picking up the less refined aspects of the English language since he'd uttered his first words. The final straw for Doria had been when the boy had told Andromeda that she had a cracking set of knockers, a phrase that none had admitted to speaking around him, and James had refused to tell them where he'd heard it. Ever since Doria had not been tolerant of bad language being used around her son. Arcturus released a deep sigh as he leaned back in his chair, grateful that Melania had the foresight not to invite Walburga or Orion to the meal. He didn't need the sow sticking her nose in on the matter. "What's he done?" Charles asked. He knew Cygnus too well, and that it wasn't uncommon for the man to irritate his father. "Remember what happened to the restaurant in Nocturne Alley?" Charles frowned as he nodded. Cygnus was one of the masked prats. Charles didn't seem to be surprised by the revelation. "He survived it." "Just," Arcturus said firmly. "He was lucky." Charles shook his head disappointedly. "I thought you told him to involve himself in it, especially after what happened in Hogsmeade." "I did," Arcturus confirmed, "but the boy didn't listen. When does he ever listen?" "What are you going to do?" Charles asked. Arcturus shrugged. "I've seen the memory of what happened, Charles. This Voldemort is no slouch, and neither is Jameson. If I didn't think Jameson was against him, I'd be more inclined to do something." Charles nodded his understanding. "You're hopping that Jameson will kill this Voldemort." "That's about the measure of it, and if anyone else discovered Cygnus was involved, I'd have to act against Jameson out of principle for what he did to the idiot." "But you're not going to." "Cygnus was wearing a mask," Arcturus reminded his friend. "Jameson didn't know who he was, but he would have learned of it after. He's as resourceful and cunning as they come. He's no restaurateur, that's for certain." "What is he then?" Charles asked amusedly. "I don't know, but he's trained. Charles better than we ever were on the continent." "He is. The man can fight, and I mean really fight. We both saw Grindelwald and what he could do." Charles's expression darkened at the mention of the Dark Lord. "That good?" "That good," Arcturus replied. "So, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to speak with him, when the time is right." "Is that a good idea? If he knows of Cygnus's involvement, he might not be so welcoming. Would you be?" "I suppose not, but it's an unavoidable conversation," Arcturus shrugged. "He's not acted against me, nor has he approached me to discuss it. I do not know his stance, and I would sooner learn of it before I decide what I am going to do." Charles nodded his approval. "Would you like me to be there? I know what you're like, Arcturus. If he's not so amenable, you let your tongue get away with you." Arcturus opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent from the pointed look his wife gave him. "I'd appreciate your presence," he murmured. Break. France was not a country Harry had spent much time in. Even during his years as an Unspeakable, he'd had little call to come here, but he'd used some of his free time in recent months to somewhat familiarize himself with Paris. He'd decided a while ago that this was where his investigation would begin, and that the medical examiner who carried out the final report on Amelia's parents was the first person he should speak with. "Coroner Services du Allard," he murmured as he spotted the little worn sign on a neglected door in the magical district of the city. Checking to see that he was not being watched, he entered building to be greeted by an older woman who offered him a tired-et welcoming smile. "Good evening, sir. How may I be of service to you?" she asked gently. "Good evening, madame. I was hoping to speak with Monsieur Allard. The woman's expression fell. I'm sorry, my husband is dead and has been for some years now, she explained. I run the business now. Dead? Harry asked, feeling a sense of trepidation come over him. Madame Allard nodded. More than a decade ago. Then perhaps you can help me instead, Harry said thoughtfully. I am investigating 2 suspicious deaths that your husband did the examinations for. The name of the subjects was Bones. Madame Allard's eyes widened, and she began to panic, muttering incoherently in French for several moments before Harry managed to calm her. No, she whispered frantically. The last time someone came asking questions about that was the night my husband died. They say he had a bad heart, but he did not. They killed him, monsieur. I cannot prove it, but I know it. My peer was a strong man. Someone else came and asked. 2 men, Madame Allard whispered. They were foreign, Eastern European, I think. They asked about the Bones file, but my husband told them to leave. He died that very night. Harry frowned deeply. That is suspicious. Madame Allard nodded as she looked out of the window cautiously. The ministry would not believe me. They took his body, and I wasn't even allowed it back to bury my husband. The French ministry took the body. Yes, and I was told to keep my mouth shut, or I would be put in prison. Please, monsieur, do not make me say anything else. Harry took the woman's hand and squeezed it gently. Madame, I am not a part of the ministry, he assured her. I am a hit wizard from the ICW, and I am looking into a series of mysterious deaths. If you can provide me with the Bones file, I may be able to uncover the truth of what happened to your husband, but you must mention it to no one. Harry showed her his hit wizard license, and Madame Allard relaxed. I have heard of the hit wizards, she whispered. Some of them were here during the war, helping to fight against Grindelwald. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, and looked out of the window once more before nodding. I will help you, come. With a flick of her wand, she locked the front door and led Harry to a room in the back. Inside, the walls were full of shelves, lined with stacks upon stacks of files, and Madame Allard began perusing them. This has been the family business of my husband for almost 400 years, the woman explained. It is how they became the official examiners of the Ministry of Magic. Pierre was so proud of his work and spent his time between here and the ministry courtroom giving evidence. It is how we met. I was an examiner, and we worked together. Pierre was so charming and such a kind man. Harry listened to her fond words. It was clear that she had loved her husband dearly. Ah, here it is, she declared a moment later. Wait, no, that's not right. What is it? Harry asked. It is empty, monsieur, Madame Allard said worriedly. No, it cannot be. My husband was very meticulous with his filing. He would not have misplaced it. Then it was taken. Madame Allard frowned confusedly. I do not see how, she murmured. This room can only be accessed by me and my husband until he died. Wait, I will check the catalog. Using her wand, she opened a hidden drawer at the bottom of one of the shelves and removed a thick leather book. Flicking through it, she paused when she reached one of the pages and checked the shelf once more. It should be here, she said frustratedly, and 3 others are missing too. No, he would not be so careless with his papers. 3 others are missing. Madame Allard nodded. I'm sorry, but I cannot help you, monsieur, not without the file, but I will write the names of the others down, if you think it will be useful, she offered. I will keep looking, but I do not think they will be here. Harry nodded. Thank you, he said sincerely, pondering just what had happened to the file. He was in no doubt that it had been taken, and not simply misplaced. Someone had wanted the file, and likely bad enough to murder Pierre Allard to obtain it. Here, these are the names, Madame Allard said, offering him a slip of parchment. What good it will do, I don't know. Come back in a few days and I see what I can find for you. Harry smiled appreciatively. Thank you, Madame, he replied. I will get to the bottom of this and what happened to your husband. Are there any other medical examiners in France? Only the one inside the ministry. When my husband died, they decided to create their own. Without the family reputation, they decided they did not wish to do business with us anymore. That only made Harry more suspicious of the circumstances surrounding the death of Pierre Allard, a sentiment evidently shared by his widow. "Thank you again," Harry offered, carefully removing any trace of his presence and ensuring his identity remained hidden as he exited the building. It was all too suspicious, to say the least, and the events surrounding the death of the examiner were certainly not coincidental. As with everything else pertaining to the deaths of the former Lord and Lady Bones, it was deeply suspicious, and Harry suspected it would only become more so the deeper he dived down the rabbit hole he found himself navigating. Break. It was close to 6 p.m. that Amelia heard the disturbance in the entrance hall, announcing that Harry had returned home. As had become the norm, he looked tired and somehow disheartened this evening. "Are you okay?" she asked as he entered the kitchen. He seemed taken aback by the sight that greeted him, and Amelia fiddled with the strings of her apron. "You're cooking?" he asked amusedly, his expression brightening. "You don't think I can cook? Can you?" "Well, Helga did help me, but I did most of it myself," Amelia defended. Harry chuckled as he pulled her into his arms. "And why have you decided to cook?" he asked suspiciously. "Did you break something?" Amelia narrowed her eyes at him. "Am I not allowed to do something nice for no other reason than I want to?" "You are." "Then be quiet and sit down. It's almost ready." He offered her a mock salute as he did so, which Amelia chose to ignore. Instead, she busied herself by retrieving some plates and cutlery, only to turn towards the oven as the smell of smoke wafted under her nose. "Bugger," she groaned as she removed the burnt chicken from within. "Don't say anything," she warned. Jameson was doing his utmost not to laugh, and he held up his hands placatingly, though he said nothing. All of his effort was being put into not showing how funny he found the situation, and he was failing miserably. "Jameson," Amelia chastised. The dam finally broke, and Harry laughed uncontrollably. Amelia didn't know if she wanted to throttle him, or if she was just happy to see him unbothered by whatever else was going on in his life for the moment. "What a disaster," she huffed, scowling at the charred bird. "I'm sure I put it in for the right amount of time." "If your plan was to cremate it, then yes," Harry replied, wrapping his arms around her once more. "I appreciate the effort." "No, you don't," Amelia said sulkily. "You're laughing at me." "Wouldn't you laugh at me if I did it?" "That's not the point," Amelia huffed. "You're just pretending to sulk to get sympathy." "Is it working?" Harry shook his head as he held her tighter. "It is," he sighed. "For some reason, I've developed quite a weakness for you." His tone was sincere, and his words warmed Amelia. "Is that such a bad thing?" "Frighteningly," Harry chuckled. "It's dangerous to become fond of an Auror. You know things others don't." "That's true," Amelia conceded. "Anyway, it's too late for you now." "Is it?" Amelia nodded. "It is," she replied, patting his cheek. "You may as well admit that you're stuck with me." "I wasn't before," Harry asked. "You could have told me." Amelia rolled her eyes at the man. He was teasing her again. "Shut up, Jameson," she grumbled. "Wait, there is something I've been wondering." "What's that?" "There's something we haven't done yet, and it's been bothering me for a while." He looked at her questioningly, and Amelia stepped out of his embrace. "Why haven't we dueled each other?" Harry seemed taken aback by the question, and he frowned confusedly. "Why haven't we dueled?" he echoed. "Is that what you think about when you look at me?" "No," Amelia answered, "but I thought that asking about the other thoughts I have would be impolite." "And what thoughts would they be?" Harry pressed. Amelia suddenly felt nervous but equally excited, and she felt her blood begin to pump around her body. Her mouth felt dry, and she licked her lips before responding. "Do I have to spell it out to you?" It was strange to feel apprehensive and so out of control of her mind and body, but despite her best efforts, Amelia could find no clarity. Harry merely stared at her, and a sense of impatience and restlessness washed over Amelia. That, coupled with the hunger she felt for him, spurred her on. And she captured his lips in a searing kiss. "No, you don't need to spell it out for me," he murmured as they broke apart, both breathing heavily from the want coursing through them. "Break." He eyed the cup, which now contained a piece of his soul, curiously before retrieving it and pushing himself to his feet. Creating the Horcrux had been a more taxing ordeal than any of the others, and when the Dark Lord looked towards the clock, he realized he'd been unconscious for the better part of 17 hours. The fatigue he was experiencing was the worst yet, and he vividly remembered the struggle of separating the soul this time around compared to the others. The first Horcrux had been easy, and he'd recovered in a matter of moments. The rest, however, had become steadily harder to achieve, but he was so close now. Voldemort knew he had to accept that 13 separations were out of the question, but 7, an equally powerful magical number, was not beyond his reach. The Dark Lord laughed to himself at the prospect of his achievement, and just how the world would react when he proved to them that he could not be killed by any, let alone the likes of Dumbledore or Harry Jameson. Jameson. Yaxley and the others had mentioned the man, but Voldemort had been rather dismissive of any threat against him. Of course, Jameson could not kill him, though that would not be from lack of trying. Oh, Jameson had tried and had even offered a few unexpected surprises. Dumbledore would have attempted to apprehend the Dark Lord, a weakness when one was unwilling to fight with their full arsenal, but Jameson was cut from a different cloth to the revered headmaster. He'd had no qualms about delving into dark magic to defend himself, his restaurant, and the redhead Amelia Bones who'd accompanied him. The Dark Lord was not beyond giving credit where it was due, and Harry Jameson, from what little he'd seen, had proven himself to be quite the exceptional wizard in his own right. Still, it only made the man's inevitable defeat that much more satisfying, and already Lord Voldemort was in the throes of ensuring that happened sooner rather than later. Bones would join him. The Dark Lord had no time for heroes trying to stand in his way, and the slaughter of the duo and Dumbledore would pave the way for his takeover. Despite the fatigue and need for more rest, Voldemort's lips crested with a smile as he envisioned the demise of all three and distracted himself from his temporary poor condition by imagining just how he would dispatch them. Soon enough, they would be dealt with, and each would die screaming with pleading words on their tongues. Those words would fall only on deaf ears, but the screams would become treasured sounds the Dark Lord would get no small amount of joy from hearing. Break. Harry watched from a distance as the French aurors removed the body of Madame Allard from the ashy remains of the premises before his gaze swept around the street. There was no one who raised suspicion, but he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for what had happened to the woman. He was not foolish enough to believe that the fire and her subsequent death were a mere coincidence. No, this had been done intentionally, and it seemed that fire was not only popular amongst Voldemort and his followers. Madame Allard had been intentionally targeted, and undoubtedly because of Harry's investigation. How any had learned of his visit, he didn't know, but what he had learned was that whoever was responsible, they were exceedingly well-connected and equally dangerous. It was troubling, but if nothing else, it only made discovering the truth all the more important. Carefully approaching beneath his cloak, Harry listened to a pair of aurors who were having a conversation. "The smell is terrible. Any idea what happened?" The door was blown off the hinges, and she was beaten badly. They tied her to the chair before lighting the fire and leaving. The other auror cursed under his breath. "Poor old girl," he sighed. "Come on, we'll get the place shut down," and the crowd moved on. They set about the task, and Harry took advantage of the situation to have a look around for himself. He quickly found that the auror had been correct in his findings, but something immediately caught Harry's attention. The drawer on the shelf Madame Allard had accessed was open, and there was no sign or the large leather tome kept within. That meant that someone had taken it and had to have known its existence. The murder and the fire were merely a cover for the theft, though Harry suspected both would have occurred with or without the presence of the book. Someone had been watching Madame Allard closely enough to know that he'd visited her, and they wished to ensure she could not share anything further that she may have found pertaining to Harry's queries. It was unsettling, to say the least, but it did now present Harry with a new line of inquiry to follow. Still, he would have to tread very carefully whilst he proceeded. These people had proven they were willing to do whatever they believed necessary to prevent the truth from being uncovered, but Harry was more determined. If anything, this only proved his theory that this was much bigger than he'd first anticipated, but he would not be deterred, not when he felt he was finally on the cusp of a breakthrough.